This is how I lost David. It started right here on the trail near the bank of the Cotton River, late September, as we walked together, David in a shirt and tie, me in a dress but wearing David's suit jacket. I didn't need to tell him I was cold. He shrugged off his jacket the moment the wind whipped up, dropping it like an electric blanket over my shoulders. David always represented warmth to me, a human radiator. I usually had to roll away from him in bed at night. "What are we doing?" I asked. To our right, the Cotton River ribboned through our town. It was tranquil this time of year, especially with the unseasonable cold, below 50, too chilly for even the most ardent jet skiers and boaters who refuse to acknowledge the end of summer. "You're taking a walk with your husband on his birthday. Giving an old man his last wish." "Stop. 42 isn't old." I squeezed his arm. "And I have news for you, mate. You don't look old, either." He laughed that off, but it was true. Old is the last word I would ever use to describe David, the picture of health, muscle-bound and trim, quick with that beaming smile. "It's the bald head," he says. "Hides the receding hairline and the gray." Neither of which, as far as I could tell, was true. He'd always had that look. Ever since the day I met him, 13 years ago. Not many men can pull off a shaved head. But David could. The day I met him, my first take on him, in his tank top and shorts and running gear, was that he was a gym teacher, maybe a former football player who'd taken up marathon running after retirement. "Here, stop," he said. "Right here on the path." "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" he said. "You said we could do whatever I wanted for my birthday." "Yeah, I did," I said. "I figured it would involve me dressing up in a nurse costume or something. But whatever. It's your call." David walked 10 steps farther, then turned back to face me. Behind him, Anna's Bridge, one of those creaky old truss bridges that always remind me of a carnival ride. Though it looked majestic in the late afternoon, backed by a fluorescent orange sky, the river emblazoned with the sun's reflection. It was like a scene from a postcard. "This is where we were standing," he said. "The first time I saw you, I remembered. Of course I remembered." He'd stopped just in that spot, cooling off after a run, looking out over the river. I was jogging from the other direction, toward him, when I stopped right where I was now standing to adjust my music. "You called out to me," he said to me then. "What are you jamming on those headphones? Folk music? Polka?" I laughed at the time. He was flirting with me, not particularly well, but I was drawn to his silliness, his confidence in being so playful, like he instantly knew for both of us that we were a match. I remembered him 2 weeks later, when I ran into him at the start of a 10K race downtown. We ended up running the race together, clocking a slow time but talking and laughing all the while. It was some of the most enjoyable 61 minutes and 28 seconds of my life. We were married within a year. Now in his crisp dress shirt and purple silk tie, David walked up and touched his forehead to mine. "I knew right then, Marcy, the first time I laid eyes on you right here. I swear I did. This was what he wanted to do before our swanky dinner tonight. This was his birthday wish. Not a Bears game or a night in Chicago. Not a trip to Vegas. Anything he wanted, I told him, just name it, and his choice was to return to the place we first met. That was David, my corny, romantic husband. He kissed me softly, then whispered, "Now, what was that about a nurse's costume?" I laughed, bumping teeth with his. Then I looked over David's shoulder as an SUV sped onto Anna's Bridge, veering wildly, drawing a horn from an oncoming vehicle. The SUV broke sharply to the right, crashing into the truss's side gate with a hideous crunch, the protective railings snapping free, the entire bridge rocking and swaying as the SUV's nose broke free of the bridge and dangled over the edge for just a moment, as if aimed at the river below. "Oh no," I whispered. Before surrendering to gravity, the SUV hitting the water grill first, bobbing and floating for a moment before sinking below the orange glow of the water. David threw off his shoes and sprinted toward the bank of the river. David! No! No! Find a tree branch or something we can grab, he shouted as he bounded down the incline, through the tangled foliage by the river's edge. You can't go in there. Stay on shore, he shouted back at me. You can pull us in, and call 911. The lifeguard rules buzzed through my head. Don't bring victims ashore. Keep them afloat until help arrives. As I called out to David again, pleading with him in vain. David, don't! David, don't! I pulled out my phone as he swam furiously through the water toward the crash site. Just like that, hardly more than a snap of a finger, and life would never be the same. 2. Come up, David. Come up for air. Sirens screamed out from a distance. Hemingway Grove police and fire, responding quickly, but it wouldn't be quickly enough. I kicked off my heels, ready to jump in, those lifeguard rules again stopping me. David was right. It was best that I stand by the shore, ready to haul people onto the bank if they could make it that far. Come up, David. The SUV had fallen in the dead center of the river, which was the width of around half a football field, or so it had been described to me when I was a child. David had swum the 20, maybe 30 yards in no time. That wasn't the problem. He was a strong swimmer, a triathlete. The problem was how long he'd been under once he reached the spot where the SUV had sunk. I tried to keep track of the seconds but couldn't stay calm, couldn't trust my count. 45 seconds? A minute? Maybe it was more like 30 seconds. Maybe he still had time. I started toward the water, nearly sliding down the incline. I couldn't fathom not going in to help David. But one thought kept me on solid ground, and it wasn't the lifeguard rules. It was an ugly but necessary thought. Our kids, Grace and Lincoln, they couldn't lose 2 parents in one day. I couldn't believe I was even thinking such a thing, that David could be gone. He'd come up for air, right? Even if he couldn't pry free the driver and any other passengers, his instincts would force him to the surface for air, right? People were shouting from the bridge, people behind me, bikers and joggers, stopping and calling out, too. Some of the people on the bridge were taking videos with their phones. All eyes were fixed on the water, waiting helplessly. The sirens grew closer. I couldn't believe this was happening. Minutes ago, nuzzling by the place we first met, sharing a treasured memory, remembering how lucky I felt to have him, and suddenly, just like that, David was... No, I couldn't let myself believe it was possible. It had been more than a minute since he'd been underwater. I was sure of it. My head woozy, I finally remembered to breathe, something my husband could not do. Then all sound was lost as my vision grew fuzzy with tears. So many thoughts and emotions bombarding me. How will I tell the kids? How will it affect them? He'll come up for air, of course he will. How unfair that he did everything right in life, followed the rules, cared for and loved his family, and he has to be taken away by the actions of some reckless, probably drunk driver. He'll survive, you know he will, you know David. Why did today have to be his birthday? Why did this have to be his birthday wish? Why did we have to be at this spot? Why couldn't we have been anywhere else in the world? And I felt myself but couldn't hear myself screaming, shouting, pleading. Then I sensed a whoosh overhead, a strong current of air passing over me. A helicopter, the words Hemingway Grove Rescue on the side, racing through the air toward the crash site, as people on the bridge waved and pointed toward the spot in the water. He'll come up for air, I told myself. He just will. The helicopter hovered over the area, dangerously close to the bridge. A panel door slid open automatically. A ladder unfolded from a mechanical lever, lowering to the water's surface. Jump in, I silently pleaded. Jump in and rescue him. But I could see nobody in the helicopter save the pilot. The police hadn't had time to scramble a rescue team. Just the copter itself, from wherever it had been nearby. He'll grab the ladder, I told myself. They'll fly him to safety. He'll wave to the crowd a hero, and we will live happily ever after. Believe it will happen. Believe it with all your will. It will happen. Believe it will happen. Grab the ladder, David. Please, please, David, grab the ladder and come back to us. Don't leave us on your 42nd birthday. Not when the kids are so young and need you. Not when we have so much time left together. Grab the ladder, David. Do it. Now. A hand popped out of the water and grabbed a rung of the ladder. 3. David did the smart thing. He didn't try to swim with the unconscious man to the river shore. He stayed right where he was, his left arm wrapped around the ladder's rung, his right arm around the chest of the man he'd pulled from the SUV, bracing himself against the current of the river. I stood by the riverbank, still in shock, wilting with relief, feeling like a miracle had just been bestowed on me. But he wasn't safe yet. That water was cold, and freezing water sapped strength. How long could he hold both himself and a grown man out of the water? I watched him, never took my eyes off him while I hit redial for 911. A Marine unit is on its way, ma'am, I was told. Hold on. A boat is coming, I shouted, but I was certain David couldn't hear me, focusing his energy on staying above water, the harsh splashes from the river's current, which seemed to be picking up, tossing him about while he clung to the ladder. Somehow he managed to turn his head in my direction and find me. I waved to him and shouted, "I love you," but he couldn't possibly hear me or read my lips. I saw it first from the reaction of the people on the bridge, pointing and jumping and shouting. The police rescue boat coming from the east, siren flashing, nearly flying over the water, racing to the scene. Get there, I whispered. Hang on, David. Hang on just a little longer. They're coming. The boat slowed and pulled up right alongside the ladder. Rescuers opened a side door on the boat and dropped some kind of wide, flat platform onto the water. 2 officers crawled out onto it, as if carefully navigating an ice floe. One rescuer grabbed the man and pulled him onto the platform. The other rescuer dragged David onto the boat. I exhaled the largest breath ever. The boat sped off, presumably to some meeting point with an ambulance, while rescue workers looked to be performing CPR on the other man. I ran back to our car, parked by the pub David owns, and drove quickly to the hospital. I called our daughter, Grace, who at age 12 had a phone. Hemingway Grove was a small town in most respects, and I wanted her to hear the news from me first. When I heard her voice, emotion clogged my throat. But I had to minimize the drama, the danger. I just told her that we'd had some excitement and Daddy had rescued a man who fell in the river. Everybody's fine, I assured her. Was I right? For by the time I arrived at St. Benedict's Hospital, several reporters from the local news stations had already gathered. I pushed through them, found the receptionist in the emergency department, and before long was ushered inside. I pushed open the curtain enough to see David, wrapped in several blankets, and 4 in his right forearm. A doctor was examining him. David's eyes began to tear up when they found mine. I rushed over, careful not to mess with anything, and put my hands on his face. "You're okay. Are you? I managed that much before I choked up, bursting into tears. "I'm okay, Mars," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "God, am I glad to see you. Is he okay?" I said to the nurse, a young woman. "He's being treated for mild hypothermia," she said. "He should be fine. We're keeping him in blankets and giving him a warmed saltwater solution in his veins." "Hey," David said. "I'm fine." I pressed my lips against his forehead. I couldn't embrace him, couldn't hold him, swaddled as he was like an infant, other than to gently place an arm around his shoulder. The usual warmth that radiated off him was not there. His skin was discolored and cool to the touch. "All I could think about was you," he said, his voice shaky and weak. "You and The kids? The whole time. For the next 3 hours, I didn't leave his side, except to call Grace with updates. Daddy is fine. Daddy is doing better. Daddy is warmer now. They say Daddy can come home later tonight. Our babysitter, who had planned on our being out late anyway for David's birthday celebration. Boy, did that feel like a distant memory? Said everything was fine at home, that the kids watched the video over and over on Grace's phone in between Grace texting with her friends and Lincoln, age 10, playing PlayStation 5 on our television. There was video, apparently, of the incident. I remembered the people on the bridge with their phones out. I could tell David was improving as time wore on by the wisecracks he made. Telling one of the nurses, who called me Mrs. Bowers, that I wasn't his wife but his mistress. Asking me to go check if they had any extra nurse outfits we could bring home for later. Knock, knock. A doctor, a young woman with horn-rimmed glasses, swung the curtain open, then swung it closed behind her. I'll need to take a look at that arm, Mr. Bowers. David had punched out the driver's side window during the rescue. He used his left hand, his dominant hand, leaving his left forearm and knuckles bloody and raw. There were additional cuts and abrasions on his head, shoulders, and back, incurred when he reached in, unbuckled the unconscious man, and pulled him out. Just imagining it, I had to remind myself to breathe. How he did all that in so short a time underwater was almost impossible to fathom. If I ever doubted the existence of miracles, I no longer would. Turns out glass can cut you, David said. His voice stronger now, as the doctor checked the stitches on one particularly bad wound. The driver who lost control of the car. He had an epileptic seizure, said the doctor, looking up at us. We were able to stabilize him. He's going to make it, thanks to the air trapped inside the SUV, said David. Mostly thanks to you, Mr. Bowers. The doctor nodded at him before resuming her look at his arm. You know how many reporters are out there waiting for you to come out? David's head fell back against the pillow. The public relations guy here wants to do a press conference when you're able, she said. A press conference? David scoffed. For what? You should take a bow, I said. Take a bow for doing something anyone would have done? The doctor looked back up at him. I'm not sure just anyone would have done what you did. Looked pretty heroic to me. You saw it? I asked. Oh, the video's gone viral. The doctor chuckled. You haven't seen it? Yes, the video. Our kids had seen it, but we hadn't. David had lived it, and I was not in a hurry to revisit those terrifying moments. Still, I looked at my phone. Typed in a few words, Cotton River Anna's Bridge Rescue, and there was the video already online in several spots, mostly on social media but apparently even on the local news. David and I watched it together. The video was taken from the bridge. It began as David swam madly toward the spot where the SUV went under and ran all the way through the arrival of the helicopter, which temporarily blocked the phone's view before the person holding it moved. David's reaching for the rescue ladder, victim in tow, and the Marine unit of the Hemingway Grove Police Department coming to their assistance. Listen to your wife, said the doctor. You should be recognized. David let out a big sigh. Doctor, you know what I want to do? After you tell me I'm free to leave? I want to go home and be with my family. That's what I've wanted since the moment I hit that water. You think I earned that right? The doctor looked at David, then at me and smiled. I think you absolutely did. Around midnight, David was discharged. We were pretty sure that the reporters had gone home, but we left by the rear exit just in case. Walking into our home, normally a routine event, felt like a gift from heaven under the circumstances. The kids were long asleep but had secured a promise that Daddy would come in and kiss them when he got home. 10-year-old Lincoln, buried under his Avengers covers, moaned and mumbled but didn't awaken. Grace, our 12-year-old, never opened her eyes as David stroked her hair and kissed her cheeks. As we started out of the room, she mumbled, "Daddy's okay." "Daddy isn't leaving." David crouched back down to her, nuzzled her face. "Daddy isn't leaving, Gracie," he said. "Daddy isn't ever leaving." 1 month later. 1, 3, 2, 1. Blast off, otherwise known as Monday morning at the Bowers home. The machinery slowly groaning and shrugging and clanging into motion. Starting with my canine alarm clock, Lulu, our Cav, lying on my chest, her wagging tail whoosh-whooshing back and forth over our comforter. She oofs at me, puppy breath on my face, before graduating to a full-scale whimper cry. I trudge downstairs and open the kitchen door. She bounds out into the cool October air. She'll spend the next hour racing around our fenced-in yard, chasing rabbits and squirrels, having no idea what to do if she catches one. I turn on the coffee grinder and, while it crunches and whirs away, reach for the coffee pot. It's not there, so I try the dishwasher. Nope. I do a 360 around the kitchen but don't see it. Sometimes we take the pot into the living room on a lazy Sunday morning. But no, not there, either. I'm expected to survive Monday morning without coffee? Screw it. I head upstairs. David's beaten me into the shower, but he doesn't take long. No hair to wash, at least. I can't find the coffee pot, I say to him as he gets out of the shower. I'll look for it. I'll get the lunches, too. He mumbles while throwing on a sweater and jeans. By 7, I'm out of the shower and dressed for court. David is down the hall in Grace's bedroom, engaged in intense negotiations over the process of getting out of bed. David could wake a tiger without being bitten, but Grace knows how to play him. "Hey, mister." I flip on the light in Lincoln's room, both to help wake him up and to avoid tripping over something on the carpet. Walking through a 10-year-old boy's room is like navigating a minefield, except the consequences of a mistake are not death or dismemberment. They're more along the lines of stubbing a toe or, my favorite, stepping in something of mysterious origin, something squishy or slimy. On the bed is an Avenger's comforter, tucked and nestled into the shape of a boy. I poke my finger into the center mass and hear a moan. I reach under the bottom, find a foot, and tickle it, resulting in a reflexive kick and a protesting groan. I pull down the top of the comforter and find the face of a boy with messy dark hair, face flushed with heat, who looks like a younger version of the man I married. "Morning, buddy." I head over to his dresser and pull out a long-sleeved Blackhawks t-shirt, sweats, and underwear. The sock drawer is empty. Right. I washed them last night and left them in the dryer. "How'd you do in fantasy last night, bud?" "McCaffrey do okay." "McCaffrey's hurt," says Lincoln in his squeaky voice. "He's out for the season." "How about Lamar Jackson?" And thus I have exhausted my knowledge of fantasy football, a game Lincoln plays with his father in a league of 10-year-olds that David started up. Lincoln loves it, and talking about it is a good way to shake off his morning cobwebs. "Can I see your phone?" he asks, sitting up, eyes still closed. "Downstairs you can," I say. "After you get dressed and brush your hair and eat breakfast, including the fruit." Downstairs, David is looking through the kitchen pantry. "I can't find Grace's lunchbox," he says. "Not in her backpack either." I look over at the island, where Lincoln's lunchbox is open, filled with his food and covered in ice packs. Grace's food, leftover sushi from last night, carrots and ranch and sliced apples, is out on the island, but no lunchbox. I sigh. "Is she up yet?" David closes the pantry door. "Depends on what you mean by up. She's not out of bed yet?" I glance at the clock. It's almost 20 past 7. I take the stairs and march into her room. "Grace, get up right now." Grace opens her eyes, sits up, and tosses her covers. "Fian," she says as a 3-syllable word. I pass David, standing in the hallway, who says, "Why can't I get her to do that?" Because you spoil her, I do not say. Because you can't discipline a girl with an angelic face like that. Because Grace knows she has you wrapped around her little finger. Grace, did you leave your lunchbox at school? He asks. No, she scoffs. As if the question were beneath her. As if she were personally offended at the insinuation. Is it in the car? I brought it home on Friday. She slams closed the bathroom door. Morning is to Grace like rain is to a picnic. Back downstairs, I make breakfast. Peanut butter toast and veggie sausage for Lincoln. Scrambled eggs with green Tabasco for Grace. A bowl of fruit to share. I check Lincoln's backpack while I move around the eggs in the pan. His school iPad is inside. Lincoln, did you charge your school iPad? I ask as he waddles into the kitchen, still half asleep, clothed but barefoot, hair standing on end. I don't know. He looks over at me. Well, obviously, if you're asking, I didn't. Obviously. Whose responsibility is that? Is it mine or is it yours? He rubs his eyes, declining to answer on the ground that it might incriminate him. Where are your socks? Oh, right. The dryer, what the hell? David says, looking out the back window. What? I walk over to him. He points to the center of the backyard. Grace's lunchbox. I do a double take, then focus. Why is Grace's lunchbox in the backyard? For God's sake, Gracie. I head to the washer-dryer in the mudroom by the garage door to get Lincoln some socks. I hear David calling up to Grace about the lunchbox. I can't hear Grace's response per se, but I'm reminded of a growling tiger. I bend down and pop open the dryer. What the hell? What's up? David calls to me. I pull the coffee pot out of the dryer. I walk into the kitchen and show it to David. Great. You found it. In the dryer. He makes a face. I think we need a family meeting on where things go. Lunchboxes not in the backyard. Coffee pots not in the dryer. Seriously, I say. Is today bizarro day? He takes the pot from me and kisses my forehead. No, it's Monday morning. Lincoln, when you're done eating, feed Lulu, would ya, sport? Where's Lulu? The backyard, I say. No, she's not. Yes, I look out the window. Don't see her. But the backyard is bordered with shrubbery on all sides, and she often gets in the bushes when she's chasing small animals. I step out into the cool air and call out her name. She isn't there. Did we leave the gate open? No, the gate on the chain-link fence is closed, as usual. Lulu, I call again. Lulu. I grab Grace's lunchbox and bring it inside. David, the dog is gone. She's really gone. Okay. I'll go find her. David sighs and heads for the door. Welcome to Monday morning. 8:20. The last of the two kids, Lincoln, rides off on his bike with a perfunctory "I love you" on his way to school, 3 blocks away. By then, I've already read 3 texts from David, out looking for our dog Lulu. Not by Custers. The Custers have 3 Weimaraners whom Lulu loves. What a fucked up morning, true enough. And on way to Forest Preserve. The Forest Preserve. God help Lulu if she made it that far. She never has. She's been known to chase deer, who retreat to the preserve, but Lulu usually loses interest after they outrun her. Lulu won't know how to get back from the Forest Preserve, and she'll get lost within it. There's a good 3 square miles of woods, trails, streams, deer, to say nothing of the coyotes. Lulu, a harmless puppy, wouldn't stand a chance against a coyote. Mr. Walters, the 3rd-grade teacher 3 blocks away, lost a puppy to a coyote. He now carries a golf club around while he walks his new dog, always on a leash. I shudder away that thought and head in the opposite direction of David, toward the town square, texting my mom Chain to be on the lookout for Lulu, attaching a photo for the few of them who wouldn't recognize her. 22 strong. That chain of mothers covers all 4 directions from our house, on Cedar Lane. And then I'm off on foot through the neighborhood, zigzagging between front yards and backyards, crunching over the yellow and burnt orange leaves that dance across the yards in the wind, angling around tombstones and inflatable ghosts and witches and skeletons, pumpkins with evil grins and celebrity faces. Always calling Lulu want a treat, so she won't think she's in trouble and hide from me, as she's prone to do. You're not supposed to reward a dog's bad behavior, but I'm past rules. I just want her back. Lulu has been gone a solid hour now. At this point, the odds are not good for a dog. But I stiff-arm that mounting sense of panic. My mom chain texts back like a hail of gunfire, each vibration bringing me hope. Oh no. We'll be on lookout, haven't seen her, but we'll look. Poor Lulu. 8:30. Nothing. David tells me by phone, out of breath, jogging through the Hemingway Forest Preserve. How the hell did she get out? The gate was closed. No way she jumps that fence. We built it high enough a deer couldn't jump it. I have no idea. Maybe the gnomes who moved Grace's lunchbox and our coffee pot took Lulu for a walk. 8:40. I've hit downtown, the square as we call it, remade in cobblestone a few years ago to preserve the old-fashioned small-town theme, as if a town of 36,000 in central Illinois needed that reminder. Some of the stores have played along, with their old-fashioned awnings, retro signage, and brick facades. In the center of the square is a large statue of our town's founder, a fur trader named Abner Hemingway, there to disappoint any visitors who have a certain literary figure in mind when they detour off I-57 for a bite to eat or an overnight stay. David always quips that we should change our motto from small-town charm to sorry, not that guy. He estimates that his pub, less than a mile off the interstate, makes around half its annual revenue on a misimpression. Could Lulu have made it this far? With the passage of more than 60 minutes now, she could have gone in any direction. She could be in the preserve, up by the school, dodging traffic on First Street. Should I get in my Nissan and drive around to cover more ground? The smell of fresh croissants from Pilsner's Delights. My stomach would ordinarily growl were it not churning in knots. I'm wasting my time. I'm walking around the square, checking behind and around the mostly quiet storefronts, on the off chance that my dog has made it this far, which seems like such a long shot. Still, I do it. The general store, no. The barber shop, no. Not by the men's store or the ice cream parlor. The pharmacy, jeweler, karate studio, diner, print shop, sporting goods store, antiques shop, credit union, Thai restaurant, the other antiques shop, the women's boutique. 5 minutes to 9. I have court at 9:30. David already has suppliers waiting for him at the pub. We're running out of time before that moment, that dreaded, ugly moment of resignation, when we throw up our hands and decide to stop searching, to go to work and resort to putting up signs all over town. I already know the outcome if it comes to that. We'll never see that sweet little face again. Lost your dog. I turn and see a man with red hair, dressed in workout clothes, wearing sunglasses, sitting on one of the benches with a paper cup of coffee in hand. I don't recognize him, but the town's just big enough, thank God, that not everyone knows everyone. Someone like me, born and raised here, probably knows almost everyone in the street. But not this guy. He's probably a visitor making a stopover on his way to Memphis or Florida, staying at Hemingway's Inn over on Iroquois, thinking there will be memorabilia from Ernest himself. There is, and rooms named with cheesy references to For Whom the Bell Tolls and the Sun Also Rises. There are. She's a Cavalier King Charles, I tell him. 20 pounds. White with big brown spots. Haven't seen her, but I'll keep a lookout. Her tag has my phone number. Sure thing. I wouldn't worry. She'll probably find her way back home. It'll be like she never left. He gives me a big toothy smile before getting up and walking away. Like she never left? I highly doubt that strange red-headed guy. But he doesn't know Lulu. She could get lost inside a car. There is 0.0 chance Lulu will come back on her own. Either we find her or someone else does and calls us. Or she's lost forever. And 9, I shake my head. I have to head home, get in my car, and drive to court. Where are you, sweet girl? I whisper, my voice trembling. I won't give up looking. Promise. 3. I don't find Lulu on my walk back to the house. But I have to get this court appearance out of the way so I can come back home and keep searching. Nobody took her. David reassures me through my earbuds after I suggest the possibility while driving to court. David's on his way to the pub. That happens, I say, gripping the steering wheel. Dogfighters like to use little dogs for practice for the big dogs. They steal them, and Marcy, don't go there. She dug a hole under the fence or slipped through the bars or something. I don't know. She's running around the neighborhood somewhere, and we're gonna find her. I'll get done with this meeting and go back and spend the whole day looking for her if I have to. I try to let those words calm me, but we both know things are getting worse as every minute passes. And now we're not even out there looking for her. She could be back in our neighborhood, trotting around, tail wagging, looking for us, and we're not there. I slam on my brakes to avoid the car in front of me, stopping suddenly on 2nd Street. I reach for the horn, but it was my fault. Didn't see the red light. Get a grip, Marcy. Get a grip. I make it to the courthouse in the town next to ours, 3 minutes before the 9:30 call. It's a dumb status hearing on discovery. Meaningless. I'd skip it, but Judge Grimsley dismisses any case in which the plaintiff fails to show up for a hearing. This I'm doing instead of looking for Lulu. I reach into my bag for my court ID to skip the line and the metal detector. But it's not there. My ID isn't there. Huh? I look inside my bag. The ID is always inside the front compartment, attached to a clip for this very reason, so I can't misplace it. But the clip dangles nakedly. I drop the bag to the floor, squat down, and riffle through the entire bag. My case file, notes, laptop, pens, hand sanitizer, breath mints, lint brush, no court ID. I grip my hair. What's going on? What circle of hell has engulfed us this morning? The lunchbox, the coffee pot, Lulu, now my court ID. I see my client, a woman named Rena Lorenzo, standing down the hall outside the courtroom. She comes to every hearing, even the meaningless ones. I wave to her as I get in line with the others for the metal detector. I'm not back in my gray Nissan SUV, heading home, until well after 10. I'm driving around 1st Street, David tells me, finished with his supplier at the pub. Maybe you could look south of the house. It's been close to 3 hours, I say. Our sweet, harmless little dog, who has no clue how to help herself. I check text messages and update my mom chain, saying that no, we still haven't found Lulu. Please keep looking. I search through photos of Lulu on my phone, looking for the best one to put on the signs that will go up all over town. Lulu going down the slide with Lincoln, my son clutching the 3-month-old puppy in his hand. Lulu in a bath, a puff of soap on her head, wearing a tiara Grace put on her, her head cocked as she stares at the camera. Numerous close-ups that Grace takes all the time around the house. Those big brown eyes, framed by coffee-colored spots, the thin snout with the button nose. A dull pain in my stomach as I park in the driveway. David pulls his car up alongside mine. What a morning, he says when he gets out. I forgot my inventory list at home. I had to go look it up on my computer at work. Tell me about it. I couldn't find my court ID. If I lose that, your court ID's right there on the dash, he says, pointing inside my car. It's seriously? I look through the window. Yes, there it is. I let out air. I'm losing my mind this morning. I swear. You're focused on Lulu. What if she made it to the forest preserve after all? Ask. And she's walking around, so scared. And those coyotes, hey, David puts his hand on my shoulder. We can only do what we can do. And that's think and search. He's right, of course. I lean against the warm SUV. Okay, right. Well, what makes the most sense? We both hear it, the familiar high-pitched bark. We look at each other, then race to the backyard. Coming up to the fence, from inside the yard, is Lulu, her tail wagging eagerly, her bark more like a whine. Oh my God, honey. I open the gate and squat down, relief flooding through me as Lulu jumps all over me, knocking me back to a seated position. What the hell happened? David looks around. The gate's still closed. How'd she get back in? I don't know, and I don't care. Not for now, at least, as Lulu burrows her head in my lap and continues whining. Is it possible she was in the yard all along? Behind a bush or something? I don't know, and I don't care. Then I look up, as Lulu rushes over to David and gives him the same treatment she gave me. It's like she never left, I whisper. For near bedtime for the kiddos. At least this day can't get any worse. 14 times 12, says David, sitting on the couch in the family room off the kitchen. The Monday night football game on but muted. 168. Grace answers almost immediately, while texting on her phone. How? 14 times 10 is 140. 14 times 2 is 28. 140 plus 28 is 168. 16 times 13. Like David, Grace is a math whiz, taking double advanced math this year with the 7th graders, a year above her. She takes after me and looks, fair-haired, green eyes, but has David's brain. David does complex math in his head all the time. For fun, he says, geek stuff, but no ordinary brain is drawn to such mental machinations. Lincoln has returned to the kitchen table, a long string of cheese stretching off his bite of takeout pizza. Yep, I bailed on dinner. I have a gremlin on my shoulder I call Chill Mom, who assured me it was okay that I had to work late and pick up food to go. Whoever invented math was not a nice person, my son says. David leans his head back on the couch cushion, turned toward Lincoln. Don't think of it as an invention. Think of it as a discovery. Math is part of our world, like nature. Somebody just figured out how it operates. It's how we explain the world, like science. Why you own a pub is beyond me, I say, as I often do. He'd be a perfect math teacher, the enthusiasm, cornball humor, wicked knowledge, or a perfect financial whiz, playing the market and inventing algorithms. But since the day when, 8 months after I met him, he saw that vacant property located 4 blocks off the interstate and decided to open a pub, Hemingway's Pub, Natch, it's all he's done. David seems content, but watching him light up when he enters the world of numbers, I wonder if he's following his true calling. Life's short, after all. Money's great, but as they say, if you do what you love, you won't work a day in your life. As if I'm one to talk. David bounces off the couch and picks up a Nerf football, drops back to pass. Be honest, he says. Do you think it's too late for me to try out for quarterback for the Bears? Yes, the kids reply in unison. You're too old, Daddy, Grace notes. You're 42. That means you've turned 13 times. Well, yes, wait, how many times? 14 times, Grace says, correcting herself. 14. She smacks her forehead. Grace doesn't like being wrong. She scored 99 out of 100 on a science test last week and stewed all weekend about the one question she got wrong. I'll need to keep an eye on that perfectionist trait as she grows older. It could be as much of an albatross as an asset. Okay, fine. David drops the football. There's always my dream of being a singer and dancer. He does a bit of a stare, complete with the nimble footwork. What do you think? I think you should never do that in front of my friends, Grace deadpants. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, he says, walking over to her, tickling her. I'm going to follow you to school dancing and singing. I'm going to announce, I am Grace Bowers's father, And I'm sorry, but I just gotta dance. All right, bed, now I say, ready to put this bizarro day behind us. A half hour later, Lincoln nestles into bed under the covers. David strokes his hair. Excited for the Justin Fields costume mommy got you? I'm lucky he has a costume at all. Consumed as I was over the last 2 weeks with a trial before Judge Donnelly, my professional family life balance askew during that time, I desperately searched the internet last Friday night for a youth-sized Justin Fields jersey, finally finding one that would arrive before Halloween for the low rush delivery price of $39.99. I threw in mini shoulder pads and pants for good measure to appease my maternal guilt. Turns out you can put a price on love. Tomorrow will be fun, buddy. I tuck him in and kiss him on the cheek. Daddy, he says as David pulls away. Do you remember your mommy and daddy? Ever since David pulled that man out of the Cotton River, we've had variations of this conversation at night. I wonder if David's brush with death affected the kids more than I realize, the notion of their father's mortality. Oh, a little bit, says David. David's parents died in a house fire in Youngstown, Ohio, when he was 4 years old. Having no siblings or next of kin, David was placed in foster care. He had 3 families, so to speak, before he turned 18. Were you scared in the water? In the river when Mr. Peterson's car went in? Yeah, sure, Link, I was scared. But you know what kept me going? Lincoln shakes his head. Knowing that you and Grace and Mommy were waiting for me. Knowing that I'd never leave you guys. He gives Lincoln another kiss on the cheek. Never, ever. Careful, warns cautious Mom, the gremlin on my other shoulder, who competes with chill Mom. Don't make promises you can't keep. What if you have a brain aneurysm or get hit by a truck and poof, you're gone? But David doesn't go to such dark places. He sees the world in bright, vivid colors. I walk into the master bedroom. David comes in, too. I hear the click of the lock on the bedroom door. I know what that means. Grace isn't down yet, I say. She'll be in her bathroom for half an hour at least. His hands slide underneath my shirt. I feel myself reacting. David gets me. He gets me like no man ever has. Say yes, he says, and I'll give you the best 90 seconds of your day. Oh, the faux modesty. But he's right about one thing, if we wait for optimal conditions, we'll be too tired to do it. Lock the door, make it quick and quiet, and if Grace knocks, make up an excuse. Okay. Sailor, I say, whipping down the comforter to climb into bed. We both see it, to his left and my right, through the bedroom window overlooking the backyard. A burst of flickering light. A flame. Fire. 5. Stay with the kids, David says, rushing out the bedroom door, but I'm right behind him down the stairs. When we hit the first floor, we see the flames outside, on the patio leading into the backyard. The wispy orange threads just sneaking into our view through the glass French doors. Exactly what's on fire back there. A tree? A bush? The deck railing? If it's the deck railing, the whole thing will be in flames in a matter of seconds. I'm racing through options. We don't have a fire extinguisher. Why don't we have a fire extinguisher? There's a hose out back attached to a sprinkler. We could unhook it and use that. Where's my phone? I left it upstairs. We have to call the fire department. David whips open the doors and bounds onto the patio, looking to his left, doing a double take. Just as I'm reaching the patio myself, David says, "What the fuck?" I look to my left. The grill. Our Weber grill, the old-fashioned, egg-shaped, charcoal-burning kind David prefers over the fancy gas ones. The oval lid is popped open, and flames billow out from the core. Charcoal, freshly lit on fire. Like someone's starting a cookout. What the fuck is right, I whisper. David jogs down the rear walkway of our house, then pivots and heads into the backyard. Me, I can't take my eyes off the grill. The flames already subsiding as the charcoal begins its slow sizzle to a white-hot char. David hustles back to the patio out of breath. Whoever did it took off, he says. But why? Who would? I look at him. Should we call the police? David shrugs. And say what? Someone snuck behind our house and started a barbecue? It's a trespass, I say, but David's right. The cops would chalk it up to a teenage prank, a modern-day version of the ding-dong ditch game we used to play as kids, ringing someone's doorbell and running. And they'd probably be right. Well, I'm sure Kyle would be happy to rush right over, says David. Oh, stop. Seriously, what is this? Just stupid teenagers. I mean, I guess so. David paces around the patio, our table and chairs still intact, undisturbed. He walks along the rear walkway again, returns to the backyard. It's kind of hostile, though, you know? I was gonna say creepy. We're upstairs putting down the kids, and they're out here dumping charcoal into the grill, pouring lighter fluid, and lighting a match. Weird and hostile and creepy, all of the above, he says. But at least it was never a threat. It's a fire, but it's contained inside the grill. It's not like it was gonna set the patio on fire or anything. That's true. It wasn't malevolent in that way. So, what do we do? He shrugs. You hungry? I could throw some burgers on. I shoot him a look. It was meant to spook us, David. And as far as I'm concerned, it worked. David plays with that thought and checks his phone. Well, it's only 2.5 hours till Halloween. Maybe someone was just getting a head start on the creepy, spooky stuff. I'm sure that's all it was. But his face reads otherwise. That brain of his is turning over and over, trying to connect all the bizarre things that happened today. None of them individually cause for alarm. Collectively, maybe another story. But if something has come to mind, David doesn't say so. Maybe he has no answers and maybe there's nothing to answer. Or maybe he does and there is. We all have our secrets, after all. Spouses don't tell each other everything. 6. Finally, as I stand before my vanity, toothbrush working. I'm ready to put this ridiculous day behind us. The dog alone. Did she leave and return through a closed gate? Was she in our yard all along in the bushes and we missed her? Or did someone take her and return her? Not to mention the fire and the coffee pot and lunchbox and court ID. My phone buzzes with a text message. The message is from an old acquaintance, a coworker, Howard Shimkus. Well, not so much a coworker as one of the senior partners and top trial lawyers at Millard Holloway in Chicago. The text reads, "Today's the day. 15th anniversary. Oh, that's right. 15 years ago. I'd rather forget. I usually do forget, actually, my previous life a more distant memory every year, but then Howard sends me a text on this date, the day before Halloween, as if it's an annual tradition. He is correct that today is the day, though the whole thing became public news the following morning, leading the press to label it the Halloween massacre. 3 witnesses in total, all scheduled to testify against mob boss Michael Cagnina at his upcoming racketeering trial. A debt collector, an enforcer for Cagnina, a racetrack owner who had helped Cagnina launder money and run a gambling ring, and Howard's and my client Silas Renfro, Michael Cagnina's top assassin. All 3, along with half a dozen federal marshals, found burned beyond recognition, nothing but torch skeletons, inside the detention center where they were being kept as protected witnesses. Now close to 70 years old, Howard is in the twilight of his career as one of the top white shoe defense lawyers in Chicago, and here I am, far removed from those high-powered cases, back living in the town where I was born, chasing deadbeat husbands, handling adoptions and divorces. I am long forgotten to Howard, yet he thinks of me this one time every year. Maybe that's because I'm the only other person who knows the truth. Who's that on the phone? David asks, grabbing some dental floss. I scoop away my phone. Nobody, I say. Just a nervous client. 7. Question. Why does a woman who graduates summa cum laude from one of the best law schools in the country, then lands a job at one of the top law firms in Chicago, Come back to Hemingway freakin' Grove to live and practice small-town family law? Tommy Malone clicks off his handheld recorder and taps the brake as the car in front of his, a green Jeep driven by Darlene Faraday, comes to a stop on the road outside Hemingway's pub, left turn signal blinking. The parking lot is pretty full, impressive for a Monday night near midnight. The pub itself is done up well for tonight's pre-Halloween party. The giant statue of Ernest Hemingway stands front and center on the lawn overlooking the street, a giant witch's hat propped atop Ernie's head. The statue surrounded by ornate backlit tombstones and pumpkins. Fun, he thinks, without being too cheesy. Pretty damn expensive, too. Darlene's car turns into the lot. Tommy follows in with his rental. Darlene drives her car around to the rear of the building. Tommy stops much sooner, along the street side of the paved lot. He kills the engine and waits for Darlene. While waiting, he raises the recorder to his mouth again. Question: how do a lawyer with individual one-time clients and a bar owner with small profit margins manage to build a new house that must have set them back $1 million? In cash, no less, no mortgage. He hears the door slam on Darlene's car. He reaches under his seat and removes the hammer. Darlene takes the walkway up to the pub's side entrance, adjusting the purse strap over her shoulder. She's tall and fit at age 40, roughly the same build as Marcy Bowers, who is the same age. Pretty too, he thinks as Darlene enters the pub. Not like Marcy, though. Marcy is striking. Not just those eyes, those sculpted features, but the way she carried herself this morning as she hustled around the town square searching for her dog. Surely stressed and hurried, but burying all that under an implacable expression, even managing to be polite to Tommy, seated on the bench. Formidable, Tommy thinks. That's the word. Marcy Bowers is formidable. Tommy reaches into the glove compartment and removes a long rusty nail he found at a construction site down the street. He gets out of his rental car, hearing the vague sounds of music, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, from the pub. He walks over to Darlene's Jeep in the rear of the lot, looking around for anyone else, but they're all inside boozing it up and socializing. He stops at Darlene's Jeep, glances around again. Then he squats down and hammers the nail into the rear driver's side tire. Darlene Faraday bursts into a laugh, liking Tommy's wisecrack, though her amusement is probably fueled more by alcohol than by Tommy's sense of humor. I haven't done this since college, she says, getting food after the bars. Tommy and Darlene are at a truck stop diner just off the interstate, only a few blocks away from Hemingway's pub. Darlene's Jeep and Tommy's rental sedan are the only vehicles in the lot that don't have at least 8 wheels. I'm not keeping you up, I hope? The salon opens late on Tuesdays, she says. So a Monday night is like a Saturday night to me. A salon? You do hair. Darlene Faraday is the co-owner of a Hair Out of Place, a salon she opened 14 years ago. But Tommy's not supposed to know that. Sure do. I could give you a free haircut before you leave town if you'd like. I'd offer to color it, too. But I wouldn't dream of changing that hair of yours. Ah yes, the carrot top. A curse more than a blessing. Do you have any idea how many of my clients would kill to have red hair? It's distinctive. Especially on a man. Flirting with me, Darlene? Tommy can't tell. She's divorced, another thing he isn't supposed to know. He wouldn't mind going a round or two with her, especially if it would loosen her tongue. Well, I lucked out tonight, he says. I can't find much for background on Marcy Bowers or David Bowers. And here I run into a sorority sister of Marcy's. I think I'm the one who lucked out, she says. I wouldn't have the first idea how to change a tire. Oh, that was nothing. It wasn't nothing to me. Not at 1 in the morning. But I'm not sure I've been much help about Marcy. We aren't in touch as much as we used to be. All I can tell you is what I already said. She was super smart and serious, and she wanted out of HG, Right, but the way Darlene's saying it, same way she said it earlier when they first discussed Marcy, suggests resentment. Like Marcy thought she was too good for the town or something. But she got out, he says. And then she came back. She came back because her mother was dying and her father was already gone. Basically, hospice care for her mother, right? But then she stayed. That's what I find interesting. She didn't go back to Chicago. She stayed in Hemingway Grove. Darlene shrugs. Lot of people end up back here after exploring the world for a while. It's a good place to raise kids. Tommy sits back in his chair. Unfortunately, that's not interesting. It's not. Interesting? I mean, my editors want a human interest piece, right? Everybody knows David rescued that man from the river. Everyone's seen that video. For my profile to have any legs, I need something personal. You mean like scandalous? She asks. She looks away, a mischievous curl to her lips. Now we're getting somewhere. Darlene has a thought. He can tell. And he can tell she wants to tell him. Was there something that happened at her law firm in Chicago, maybe? He asks. She represented a lot of white-collar criminals. Darlene shakes her head. She seems to have lost touch with Marcy around that time after college. She stares into her coffee cup. She's thinking, considering. The best thing Tommy can do is stay quiet. Finally, Darlene looks up at him. Would this be off the record or whatever? Whatever you want. She nods, eager, he thinks, to spill. Well, some people thought she came back for Kyle. She means Kyle Yanofsky, Marcy's old flame, her high school sweetheart, currently a cop in Hemingway Grove. But Tommy plays dumb. But some of us, says Darlene, we thought it had something to do with her job at the fancy law firm. She said it was time for a change. But isn't that what you say when something went wrong? I mean, Marcy was so ambitious, and she was in this big-time law firm doing big-time things, and suddenly she drops everything. But she wouldn't talk about it. Tommy nods. I'll bet she wouldn't, he thinks. 9. Happy Halloween, I guess. No missing dogs or lunch boxes or coffee pots, at least. I watch Lincoln leave, the obligatory "I love you" as he rides off on his bike to school. I watch him pedal along the street. No sidewalks around here, and turn right until he's out of sight, with that ever-present niggling worry that something bad will happen. A stranger danger offering him a ride. A car blowing a stop sign and smacking my 10-year-old biker. The constantly raging battle between cautious mom and chill mom. The latter of whom whispers to me in her soothing voice that the kids are going to have to learn how to live in the world sooner or later, and sooner is better. Before I leave, I set the house alarm, something I've never done because, this is Hemingway Grove. But after yesterday, it feels like a good idea. I have court all morning. The last of the hearings involves my client Diane Worley, who sits in the front row while I stand at the bench before the Honorable George Slattery. Standing next to me, my opposing counsel argues in favor of his client, Diane's ex-husband, an asshole radiologist who left Diane and their 3 kids after he started making big money, trading Diane in for a younger, prettier model and moving to Chicago. When it's my turn, I say, "Let's rewind the clock, Your Honor." I remind him that Diane worked 2 jobs to support her husband, Ron, and 2 young kids while he completed med school and residency. That Ron divorced her 2 years after joining his lucrative radiology group, running off to Chicago with his pretty new girlfriend while their youngest, their third, was only 18 months old. That he agreed to the standard 28% of his income for child support. That since he started raking in the dough, Ron doesn't think she and the kids need 28%, even though he knew his income would fluctuate. That he's breaking his word after the fact. That Diane stopped working after Ron got into that radiology group. That she's long out of the workforce now and would have a hard time getting work as an accountant, at least at the level she once held. That their middle child's speech and occupational therapy bills are going up every month. The judge, with his bald white head, with his wildly unkempt gray eyebrows and deep circles under his eyes, which make him vaguely resemble a raccoon, turns to me when I'm done and says, I'm going to grant the husband's petition. I don't think the wife deserves a windfall for her husband's success. A windfall? I almost come out of my skin. This isn't maintenance. This is child support for the kids. Counsel. The judge turns on me. I'm making my ruling. I'm not going to punish the husband for his success. Sharing your newfound wealth with your children is not punishment, Your Honor. The judge leans forward. I am making my ruling, Ms. Bowers. Would you like to be held in contempt? I look away but remain silent. These old men, they have no idea what it's like for women in Diane's situation. Women who have sacrificed their prime employment years to raise children and later find themselves beholden to their ex-husband's generosity. My hands ball into fists, but there's nothing I can do that won't make matters worse. My phone buzzes. I slip it out of my pocket and peek at the face. Caller ID says it's my home alarm company. Probably a low battery on one of the sensors. Since we never turn on the alarm, a battery's probably gone dead and we didn't even know it. Get a date from the clerk, the judge finishes. That's all. My phone buzzes a second time. Same number. That can only mean one thing. As I look at a distraught Diane, shaking her head and holding back tears, I answer the phone. Hello? This is Marcy. This is Jade with Secure Alarm. We're registering a breach on the patio door. I'm not home. Nobody's home, I say. Would you like us to contact the police? Somebody's breaking into our home? Call the police, I say. I'll be right there. 10. Sergeant Kyle Yanofsky rolls his cruiser alongside another squad car on Prairie Drive, aimed in the opposite direction. In the car are two patrol officers, Blatt and Stevens. How's diaper training? Kyle asks Blatt, a senior patrol officer now, who was assigned to Stevens, the rookie. You let him drive, I see. Has he killed anyone yet? No, but the day ain't over. Blatt works the toothpick in his mouth. Mark Blatt always viewed himself as a cowboy, Kyle thinks. Always hoping today will be the day he pulls his service weapon in the line of duty. He should have picked a different town to serve and protect. Stevens, Kyle says, has Blatt told you the story of when he chased the streaker across the high school football field? Not yet, Sergeant. Well, he will. If you want to know what really happened, buy me a beer sometime. He was resisting, says Blatt. Yeah, sure. Kyle smirks at the memory and nods at Blatt. Tell him the one about the guy we curbed the night before Easter, the Range Rover. Think it was 2018. Blatt chuckles. Yeah. Kyle and I see this car that's weaving on Old Anna Road. It's like 2 in the morning. So we curb him and Kyle has the driver's side. Asks the guy where he's going. Guy says, I'm going to a lecture about the dangers of alcohol abuse, smoking, and staying out late. Kyle says, who's giving a lecture at 2 in the morning? The guy says, my wife. Kyle is laughing at the memory before the story's over. All right, ladies, go serve and protect. And Stevens, don't let Blatt give you shit about your sideburns. Stevens touches the side of his face. My sideburns? He looks at Blatt. What about my sideburns? A call cackles through the radio. All units, we have a home alarm distress signal at 343 Cedar. Patio door. 343 Cedar. Kyle looks at the officers. I know that address. That's 2 blocks away, says Stevens. Unit 12 responding, says Blatt to dispatch. 343 Cedar is Marcy's house. Unit 19 responding, Kyle says. 11. The kids aren't home. I keep reminding myself. My chest burning with dread while I drive. Whatever the burglars steal, they steal. It's all replaceable. My family is not. But our dog. Lulu will be freaked with the alarm going off. Whoever broke in, they wouldn't hurt Lulu, would they? I can come home, David says into my earbuds. Where are you? I ask him, not hearing the crowd noise I'd usually expect from the lunch rush. The pub, he says, out back taking out the trash. It's a madhouse. All hands on deck. Do you want me to come? Just wait, I say as I turn my car onto Cedar, within sight of our house. The police are here. 2 cars. Be careful, Mars. Let them do the heavy lifting. And call me. I park in the driveway and get out of my car, shaky, unnerved. A police officer, a large man, comes around from the side of the house. You're the homeowner? Mrs. Bowers? Yes. We don't see any outward sign of forced entry. We have officers by the patio door. Hey, Mars. It's Kyle walking through my backyard. I haven't seen him in over a year. Every once in a while we run into each other. It's become less awkward over the years, but still, it's awkward. Oh hey, I say. Doesn't look like anyone forced their way in, Kyle says. Okay if I enter and look around? God, please do, I say. Okay. Officer Blatt here is going to keep watch over the front of the house, in case whoever's inside runs out the front to escape, though he doesn't want to say that to me. Why don't you stay out here, just in case, he says. Maybe across the street, in case someone really is inside and there's a confrontation. I shudder at the thought of someone creeping through our house. Our things. My nerves jangling, I follow him to the patio door. There's another cop, skinny and young, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, hand on his holster. Closer to the door, I can hear the whooping siren, the burglar alarm going haywire inside. I'm going in too, I say. That's not a good idea. Let us do our jobs. My dog's in there. I'm going in. Kyle pauses but says nothing. He reaches for the door handle, grips it and turns it. The door opens, the sound of the burglar alarm piercing now. He turns back to me. This door's normally locked, I assume? Yes. I mean, it should be, especially last night, after the unexplained barbecue on our back patio at 9:30 at night. David slept near this door the rest of the night. No way he left it unlocked. The alarm probably scared him off, says Kyle. He's probably a mile away from here by now. Probably never even got inside. But that doesn't stop Kyle from drawing his service weapon off his hip holster. The other cop does the same. Kyle puts a protective hand on the other officer's gun and gently pushes it downward. Gun stays down unless Stevens, right? Roger that, Sergeant. Kyle nods. Okay. Let's have a look. 12. I follow the officers inside, heart pounding, adrenaline racing. As the alarm bellows out its woepy, OP cry, I reach over to the alarm pad, type in the key code to turn it off. The house rings from the sudden silence. For a moment, none of us moves, listening for sounds. Police officers, Kyle calls out with a reassuring authority. Whatever else, I can't deny that I'm glad he's here. Announce where you are and have your hands showing. I look around. The dining room, overlooking the patio, seems undisturbed. There are a few nice things in this room, including an ornate chandelier, but nothing you'd expect a burglar to snatch and grab. Lulu, I call out. Lulu, honey, Semir. Kyle puts out a hand. Marcy, step back onto the patio. You can't be inside. We'll look for your dog, I promise. Big dog? Small? Small. A Cavalier King Charles. Wouldn't hurt a flea. Okay. Now please go outside. This time I obey. I head back onto the patio not far from the barbecue grill, the lid now closed after last night's impromptu cookout from who knows who. I hear voices in the backyard. A man and a woman in conversation. 2 more cops I see, as they come into view, joining in the search inside the house. You probably shouldn't be so close, the female officer says to me. Why don't you go back to your car? They head inside, radioing their presence to the other officers. I stay where I am. Someone was inside our house. Someone walked through our house, touched our things, invaded our private space. With nothing else to do but make myself crazy, I check my phone. Diane, my client, has texted me, saying she hopes everything's okay at my house and asking about next steps in the dispute with her ex. She must feel like that old white male judge has no idea what her and her kids' lives are really like. She's right about that. Now we'll have to appeal, which will cost Diane more money, even after I cut my fee, which I always seem to be doing. The patio door opens, causing me to jump. I realize how nerve-wracked I am. Kyle steps out, holding Lulu in his arms. She breaks into a combination whine and yodel as I take her, her whole body trembling. She was down in the basement by the boiler, he says. Trying to get away from the sound of the alarm, I think. It's all clear inside, Marcy. Nothing taken as far as we can see. Nothing disturbed either. Your boy has an iPad on his bed. Your daughter has a laptop in her room. There's jewelry in your walk-in closet. Those are the first things a burglar would take. My guess, nobody ever got inside. Not past the door. They heard the alarm and decided to try another house. They want something quick and easy. But how did they get in? Door must have been unlocked. Could they have picked it? Ask. Kyle makes a face. Picking a lock takes a lot of effort and time. If the door was locked and they really wanted in, they probably would have smashed one of the door windows, reached inside, and unlocked the door. My guess. This is some random guy who was going around trying doors till he found one that opened. I look at him, start to speak, but don't. What? He asks. I shudder at the weight of the statement that was on the tip of my tongue. Saying it aloud makes it seem more real. I don't think this was random, I say. 13. The other officers file out. I profusely thank each of them. You take cops for granted until you need one. Kyle stays, especially after my last comment to him. I walk back into the house, putting down Lulu, who follows me. Kyle follows me inside, too, stays by me as I do a check of the entire house. My nerves are still rattled, but the sense of danger is gone, replaced with a mounting sense of violation. I enter every room, the kids' bedrooms, these sacred, safe, warm places where they sleep and play and study and dream of their lives, wondering if some creepster invaded their private space, touched things, wanting to disinfect every nook and cranny to remove the taint. I check for anything amiss, anything moved, anything disturbed, anything missing. All the while feeling ever so grateful that an armed police officer, that Kyle in particular, is escorting me. We end in the last room upstairs, the master bedroom. Nothing out of place, no reason to think the creepster invaded this private area. You said you don't think this was random, says Kyle. Some weird things have been happening, I say. I give him the rundown. Kyle doesn't speak, but his facial reactions to the various odd and borderline disturbing things only reinforce my concerns. You think of them individually and how inconsequential they are, and you blow them off. I mean, my coffee pot in my dryer? Who would go to the trouble of sneaking into my house to do that? And Lulu? Maybe somehow she got out and back in. But now you think differently, he says. Wouldn't you? Well, seriously, unless I've started hallucinating or sleepwalking, how did my coffee pot get inside the dryer overnight? It didn't walk over there by itself. God, I sound like my mother. Your house alarm wasn't set? We don't set it usually. Today was the first day. We had one installed when we built this house, but we never... I mean, look where we live, Kyle. Who robs houses in Hemingway Grove? I bring a hand to my face, shake my head. I'm beginning to think that somebody's doing something. I don't know who, I don't know why. Okay. His warmth against me, his arms around me. So seamless and natural that I don't know if I fell into his arms or he came to me. Of course, this is innocent. Of course, this is wrong. But so familiar, so comforting. So, his hand slowly runs up my back. No, I release myself, step back. Yeah, no, I'm right. Right. Obviously. His face flushed. Kyle steps back, puts his hands on his hips, nods his head toward the door. Yeah. So I'll probably go back downstairs? Sure. He leaves the bedroom and heads downstairs. He opens the French doors and steps onto the patio before turning back, now at a safe distance, cooler heads having prevailed. So we should pass a car by your house on a regular basis for a while, he says, regaining his balance, returning to the business at hand. Think about installing cameras. They're a good deterrent. Good idea. And thanks, Kyle. Thanks for doing this. It was good seeing you. His eyes meet mine and stay there for a beat too long. Then he blinks away the eye contact. Just doing my job. He turns and walks through the backyard without another word. 14. Oh, the Mandalorian. I love that guy. I drop a couple of fun-size candy bars into Ethan's pillowcase and wave to his parents, Greta and Tyler, standing on the sidewalk. Ethan, in that Star Wars costume, is only 5. I remember vividly when both Grace and Lincoln were that age, when I stood on those sidewalks watching them shuffle up walkways asking homeowners for candy, when my kids wouldn't dream of doing anything without their mommy or daddy nearby. And now Lincoln, after begging and pleading, has gone trick-or-treating without me. All for the best, chill mom tells me. You don't want to raise a mama's boy. The sun has long set. The trick-or-treaters are dwindling now, our bowl of candy less than half full. I check my phone. 10 after 7, I say. Lincoln said he'd be home by 7. Lemme call him. David looks at his phone, digs up the number for Lincoln's gizmo watch as I walk into the kitchen to check on the chili in the pot. We both hear the buzzing in the kitchen drawer. David, phone against his ear, walks over and pulls open the drawer. He punches out his phone. Gizmo watch is in the drawer, so we have no way of contacting Lincoln. He said he'd wear it. I should have double-checked. David turns to me. I'm sure it's fine. He's out with Will. I stir the chili. Take note of the bottle of green Tabasco sauce on the counter. David always sneaks some of that in when I'm not looking. Somebody could have done all these things that have been happening, I say. Our alarm wasn't set. They could have walked in, moved around Grace's lunchbox and the coffee pot, maybe gone into the garage and moved my court ID onto the dashboard. I know, but that's crazy. Maybe it is, I say, but it's less crazy than any other explanation. Nobody's been hurt, right? It's all ultimately harmless. They move around the lunchbox and coffee pot. They take Lulu but bring her back. They start a fire but only in our grill to contain it. They break into our house but don't take anything. Just for kicks? Like you said, ultimately harmless. David comes over and rubs my shoulders. This isn't bothering him as much as it's bothering me. I wiggle away from his touch. But that's the thing. Whoever it is, he's risking criminal charges. He's broken into our house twice. Just to do harmless stuff? Just having fun? Someone who wants to have fun wouldn't take that kind of risk. It's as if they're messing with us, David. Trying to send us a message or something. I walk over to the front door and look out. On the street, Grace says goodbye to her 3 friends, Monica, Ellie, and Rainey. A ladybug, Ray from Star Wars, and a waitress from a 1950s diner, respectively, and bounds up the walkway to the door. Still no Lincoln. Well, good evening, Your Honor. I say to my daughter, in her black robe and lace collar, the notorious RBG. Yeah, she says in her typical understated way. We are raising a very serious girl, apparently. David thinks it comes from me. Food's ready. Veggie chili and salad. Did you see Lincoln out there? No. Lincoln's not home yet. Not yet. Wash your hands, honey. Can I lay out the candy? She holds up a swollen pillowcase. She and Lincoln will set out their candy and make trades. Hey, there she is, the notorious RBG. David kisses Grace on the forehead. Or am I supposed to bow to you? Grace holds out her hand. Bow to me, good sir, she says with a British accent. And of course, David complies in grand fashion. David can bring out the playful in Grace in a way that I can't. 7:20, I say to him as Grace races into the family room to lay out her candy. David nods. Maybe he went to Will's house. That wasn't the plan. I know, but it's Halloween. Maybe I should call over there. I let out a nervous sigh. I wouldn't. It's just that with all this weird stuff, you know. I know. I'll go out and look for him. And I'll call Will's house on the way. Good. That would be good. Then I hear that squeaky prepubescent voice. I almost jump as the door pops open, cool air rushing in, and there's my miniature Chicago Bears quarterback, beaming. Hey, it's Justin Fields, David says, putting his hand on my shoulder, preempting me, trying to defuse the tension. He doesn't want me to bark at Lincoln, doesn't want him seeing our nerves. He's right about that, I guess. Lincoln was just a little late, and he didn't have his gizmo watch. He lost track of time. He's not used to keeping track of time. So I just muss his hair and watch him and David head into the family room, recounting where he and Will went, the huge candy bars the Lindermans gave out, the smoke machine the Wrights had on their lawn, and I breathe an enormous sigh of relief. Let the trade talks begin, David announces. I'm in the kitchen now, getting the chili ready to be served, warming milk for the hot cocoa after dinner. Grace will eat anything with honey and hates vanilla. Lincoln likes nuts and caramel the most. Biggest candy bar I've ever seen. Looks like a special treat. I should get 2 small bars for this one. No way. What's this? That's more like a gift. Can you open it? I look through the kitchen into the family room. David is trying to unwrap a small purple bag tied with a bow, while Lincoln predicts it's probably something chocolate. Oh my God! David drops the open bag, then puts out his arm. Stay. Back up. Back up. Back up. Get away. What? I rush into the family room as both kids get to their feet. David turns the bag over, the contents falling out. A mouse. Not a fake one, not plastic or rubber, a real one. A little shriveled gray rodent with its tail wrapped around it. Not moving. Dead. What the? David looks up at me. That's so cool, says Lincoln. A mouse. Somebody gave Lincoln a dead mouse? That's not a mouse, says Grace. Look at the tail. I get up close for a better look. She's right. It's not a mouse. It's a rat. 15. If we hear of any other reports, we'll let you know, says the police officer, a young man in uniform, standing in our foyer. Thanks, officer. David closes the door behind the officer, sets the house alarm, and turns to me. Okay. All the candy's in the trash. All Lincoln's candy. It was a point of contention. I wanted to toss every piece of candy both kids got. David persuaded me to leave Grace's candy. She wasn't with Lincoln, didn't hit that corner where Lincoln got his candy. And bless her heart, Grace volunteered to split her haul with Lincoln, probably sensing her parents' tension. What a disastrous end to the night. For the 3rd time I go through Grace's candy, checking that the wrappers are still sealed, looking for puncture holes, any evidence of tampering. They'll never find the guy, says David, moving to the kitchen, looking out the window into the backyard. Someone wearing a Darth Vader costume, standing on the corner by the Busey's house, handing out candy? That was the best description we could get from Lincoln, who became more upset the more we pressed him. Are we still clinging to the possibility that this was a prank and Lincoln just happened to be the victim? A coincidence? No. David stuffs his hands in his pockets. Not with everything else going on. I talked to Kyle about this, I say. Kyle? David's head snaps in my direction, but I see him try to moderate his response. When? He was one of the officers who responded to the house alarm today. David's eyebrows lift. You didn't mention that before. It was hardly important. David doesn't seem to think it was unimportant, but he doesn't press the matter. You told him everything that's been happening? I nod. He said they would drive patrols around the house during the day. And overnight, for that matter. That seems like a good idea, doesn't it? It does. Yeah, it definitely does. He turns back to the window. You're upset with me. He throws up his hands. I'm upset about all of this. The bigger question, I say, is who's doing this and why. I know. He turns to me again. Got any clients pissed off at you? Or other lawyers' clients you beat in court? That had never occurred to me. I can think about that. Anyone pissed off at you? Who gets pissed off at a tavern owner? Maybe some drunk we 86'd? I can't imagine. But you're right, none of this is random. Someone is trying to get our attention without actually hurting us. Yet, I say as I gather up Grace's candy. Without hurting us yet. 16. I remember his eyes more than anything. Probably because that's the only part of his face I ever saw. By the time he hired Howard Shimkus and, by extension me as Howard's young associate, to be his lawyer, Silas Renfro had been taken into custody by federal authorities as part of the investigation into mob boss Michael Cognina. He had had plastic surgery to alter his facial features. And he didn't want anyone, not even his lawyers, to see his new face. The whole thing was cloak and dagger. Unlike anything I've ever seen, said Howard, a highly respected attorney with 20 years' experience prosecuting, and then defending white-collar and violent criminals. We were picked up in downtown Chicago by undercover federal marshals and placed in the back of a van without windows. We didn't know where we traveled, only that it was 2 hours away from downtown. We were led directly into a building, presumably an old government office reinforced to house important government witnesses. Inside, it was a fortress with concrete barriers, remote locking doors, bulletproof glass, and federal marshals armed with rifles and automatic weapons. We were led past a series of cells, which we were told were empty, before we reached the one housing Silas Renfro. The door was solid metal with a single slot, a long rectangular peephole at approximately waist level, so guards could see Silas's position inside the cell before entering, preventing an ambush. 2 chairs were put out for Howard and me just outside the cell, with a desk in between. This isn't private enough, said Howard to the marshal. It's what your client wanted, the marshal snapped. I looked at the opaque metal door, then the rectangular peephole, where I saw a pair of eyes ocean blue, looking back at me. I almost jumped in my seat. I know Howard already, said Silas from behind the door. What's your name? His voice sounded robotic. He was using a voice-altering microphone, as if this whole thing weren't surreal enough. Hello, Mr. Renfro. I'm Marcy Dietrich, I said. I'm an associate of Howard. My compliments, Howard, he said. His blue eyes turning to Howard, one eye winking. I was eye candy, in other words, not a serious attorney. The curse of any young female lawyer trying to break in. Howard said, Nice to see you again, Silas. But Silas's eyes were back on me. Marcy, tell me what you know about me. I wasn't expecting to do much of the talking, but I'd surely done my homework. You're Michael Cognina's reputed assassin, I said. You've been accused or suspected in the alleged murders of... No, he said. You can do away with reputed and accused and suspected and alleged. Everything they say about me is true. I glanced over at Howard. But the client was directing the questions to me, so it was up to me to answer. How many people have I killed, Marcy? I swallowed hard. 14, I say. 14 that they know of. Excellent, he said. Excellent qualifier. 14 that they know of. Do you want to know what the real number is? However intimidated I felt, I couldn't back down. If you'd like to tell me, I said. 32, Marcy. I've killed 32 people. Do you know what I felt about those murders? Each and every one of them. Silas, said Howard, reasserting himself, why don't we? I'd like an answer to my question, said Silas. And then we can proceed as you wish, Howard. Marcy, my question. I looked into those piercing eyes, focused on me. In that moment, I felt like I could see him better just by looking at those eyes than if I'd been able to study his entire face. Nothing, I said. You felt nothing. His eyes narrowed a bit. I was pretty sure he was smiling. 17. My eyes pop open, fear seizing me, though the tendrils of the nightmare have faded from my memory. My heart pounding, my eyes stinging from perspiration. I turn to David's side of the bed, which is empty, the covers pulled down, the indentation of his head on the pillow. I pat the bed for my phone and find it. The phone glows back at me with a time of 2:38 in the morning. Lulu, sleeping at the foot of the bed, lets out a loud sigh but otherwise doesn't move. I hear movement downstairs, footfalls as if pacing. The faint murmur of David's voice, low and deep. I don't have my contacts in but fumble for my cheater glasses on the nightstand. Then I send him a quick text message. Everything okay? I hit send. A ping sounds from inside the bedroom. David's phone, resting on his nightstand, a power cord stuck inside it. He doesn't have his phone with him? Then who is he talking to and how? My feet drop onto the rug. My head swims in fogginess. I've tossed and turned all night, with all the craziness happening. I've hardly slept, though I somehow managed to miss David's getting out of bed. I walk into the hallway, lean on the banister that spirals down to the foyer by the front door. It's not that simple, okay? David whispers, almost a hiss. I take the stairs down, my hand on the railing, as I hear David say something quickly that I can't make out. Hey Mars, you okay? David, who must have heard me, walks into the foyer as I'm halfway down the stairs. Who were you talking to? I whisper. Just a private security company, he says. At 2:30 in the morning? Those places have 24/7 service. I was thinking about hiring somebody. He meets me on the stairs. Maybe I'm overreacting, getting creeped out in the middle of the night. I just wanted to talk to them at least. Okay, but how? Ask. Your phone's on the nightstand. Oh yeah, I know, the landline. The landline? I ask as we head back up the stairs. We never used the landline phone. We debated even installing one when we built this house. My phone was dying. You were saying it's not that simple? What's not that simple? David falls into our bed. They're gonna call back later today. We'll see if it makes sense to have someone stay around here for a while. I climb into bed. Okay, but it feels like it's not okay. I need sleep, he says. I'm exhausted. I put my head on the pillow and stare at the ceiling, thinking about the words I heard him say, the tone of his voice, feeling like I'm missing something. David rolls over, facing me, touching my arm. I was just explaining to the guy on the phone that I had been thinking all these things happening to us were silly coincidences. But maybe it's not that simple. That's all it was. That doesn't land well with me. That's not what it sounded like. It sounded like the resolution of an argument. Something more emotional, more personal, more intimate. He was snapping at someone. He was flustered, upset. It's not that simple. Okay? I look at him but don't say anything. What's not that simple? David closes his eyes and goes silent. I stay silent too, but don't close my eyes for hours. Teen. Camille looks out the window of her fifth-floor apartment on First Street, the day after Halloween. The snow is beginning to fall, and in Hemingway Grove it usually sticks. Day 63, she whispers. She checks her phone for the time. 11:15. She can just barely squeeze it in. She moves the coffee table against the couch, pushes back the love seat to give herself some room. She starts with stretching. Lunges and leg swings, cactus and eagle arms, spinal twists and bridges. Then she walks over to the bathroom, jumps up, and grabs the pull-up bar mounted over the bathroom door. Locks her legs at 45 degrees and bangs out 25 pull-ups in rapid succession. She drops to the floor for push-ups, 25 of them at a gunshot pace, her nose touching the carpet each time, back straight as a ruler. She repeats the routine, spent when she's finished. Not the longest or greatest workout, but it will have to do for now. She checks her phone again for the time. She showers, good and hot, letting the water scald her face. She towels off and wipes a circle on the steamy mirror to look at herself. Staring back at her is a 40-year-old woman, physically in the best shape of her life, muscles toned and taut, only 6 months removed from her third triathlon. Maybe a few new lines on her face, some softening of the skin beneath the eyes, but her dark hair still isn't showing gray. She was never much for glamour, never cared much for the opinions of others. She wants to look good for herself, wants to feel young and vibrant, not old and creaky. Day 63. She doesn't look any different. She doesn't feel any different. Not physically, at least. This is what you get, she thinks. This is what you get when you fall in love with a married man. She dresses and heads to the window again. Sees his car pass on First Street. There is a parking lot for the building, but he won't turn in. He will park at least a block away and approach the building by an indirect route. He will be bundled up, a watch cap pulled low over his forehead, his coat collar high around his neck. He will do everything he can to avoid notice, to conceal his appearance. Hemingway Grove is a small town, after all. It's hard to stay anonymous, especially if you own a popular bar and restaurant. Even more so if a video of you performing a dramatic river rescue just went viral. 15 minutes later, a knock at her door. She looks through the peephole. David, though inside the apartment building now, still wears his cap and jacket, the last remnants of melting snow dripping off him. Camille removes the chain guard and opens the door. 19. It's not that simple, okay? The words won't leave my brain, no matter how forcefully I try to evict them. Unable to stay seated behind my desk, pacing my office, trying to focus on some motions and an interlocutory appeal I have to draft, but always returning to those words David spoke over the phone when he didn't think I could hear him. It's not that simple, okay? By noon, I'm losing my concentration. I want to see him. Sometimes I'll drive to the pub for lunch, but usually I wait until after the rush, after 1 o'clock. Today I'm not in the mood to wait. I reach the pub at 1:15. The lot is half full. A good crowd, but nothing crazy. Inside, the bar area, with its exposed brick, shiny oak tabletops, booths with leather seats, and brushed nickel overhanging lamps, is busy but not slammed. The bartender is Gwyn, an Italian beauty. She has looks that would qualify for a magazine cover, a cup size that would make any woman envious. I'm guessing they're fake, and silky dark hair that bobs around in a ponytail. There isn't a man in the bar who isn't ogling her. She gives me a little wave while she draws on the tap, pouring a beer. She's never been particularly friendly and seems even less so now. The male customers sure love her, though. Is David here? Ask. No, he's not. I'm not sure where, she says. The dining area in the back is humming with activity. Most of the staff recognizes me with quick waves or nods, but they don't have time to chat, buzzing between tables for orders or going back and forth from the dining area to the kitchen. Marcy, hi. One of the assistant managers, Dennis touches my shoulder as he passes. Hi, Dennis. Is he in the back? Oh, David had to step out. Said he'd be a few hours. Oh, okay. Shoot. He's not here. That's what I get for an unannounced pop-in. I pull out my phone and type a text. Stopped by to say hi but missed you. Returning soon? I poise my finger over the green send button. But I don't send it. Instead I pause. Take a breath. It's not that simple. Okay? I hit the backspace button and erase the entire text. I type this one instead. Thinking of stopping by for quick lunch. Are you free? This time I hit send. I stand outside his office door, listening to the familiar symphony of the kitchen. Burgers sizzling, pots scraping, hot oil hissing, people calling out to each other in English and Spanish, until my phone buzzes. A response from David. We are crushed right now, all hands on deck, maybe later? I read that text over and over, searching for any conceivable interpretation that isn't a flat-out lie. What possible reason could he have to lie to me about where he is? I can't let my mind go there. With a burning in my chest, I put the phone in my purse and head for the exit. Out the window it has started to snow, the wet, slushy kind. A waiter, a 30-something guy named Jesse who's been with David for years, calls out to me. Careful out there, Mrs. B. He says, something bad's coming our way. I look at him and nod, force a smile. Or it's already here, I mumble. 20. I know. I know. I get it, David says inside Camille's apartment, hands in the air, as if surrendering. He drops into the love seat, hands covering his face. If you know, then do it. Camille keeps her distance. David's phone buzzes. He fishes it out of his pocket and reads it, groaning. His thumbs type a response. Who's that? She asks. Marcy. David nods. She wants to stop by the pub for a quick lunch. And what are you telling her? That we're slammed right now. It's a bad time. He hits a button, sending the text, then tosses the phone on the love seat. More lies, says Camille. He looks up at her. What do you expect me to tell her? She walks over to the window overlooking First Street. The snowfall is picking up. They're predicting 3 to 4 inches. You have to tell Marcy, she says. It's long past time. David bounces off the love seat, scooping up his phone with a sweep. It's not that simple, Cam. He shakes his head with a fury, blows out air, looks up at the ceiling. It's not that simple. The same answer he gave to her last night on the phone. Do it now, David, she says. Or I promise you, it will get worse. 21. Sergeant Kyle Yanofsky reads the intake reports from last night over lunch. Part of the paperwork that comes with his rank, though it's his least favorite part of the job. He does it over a late lunch, a tuna sub with chips. The intake was higher than usual last night, given that it was Halloween, which usually spawns overactive imaginations and worried neighbors, even in a quiet town like Hemingway Grove. Wait, the Bowers house. Officer Dunleavy took the call last night. Kyle reads it, does a double take. A dead rat, he whispers. Someone put a dead rat in the Bowers kids' trick-or-treat bag? Wrapped it up and everything? Kyle puts down the reports, spins around in his chair, and goes to his computer. He types in a search and pulls up a news video from 13 years ago. A reporter from Channel 7 News in Chicago. A woman whose hair flaps in the wind as she speaks. We are live outside the federal courthouse in downtown Chicago, where reputed organized crime boss Michael Kignina was just sentenced to over 16 years in prison following his conviction on multiple counts of tax evasion. Right? Kyle remembers. The feds, Al Capone, Kignina, couldn't get him on the violence or extortion, so they got him on tax evasion. Kignina, who was believed to run the crime family that dominated organized crime from Chicago to Kansas City, was suspected in the Halloween massacre of 2 years ago, when 3 witnesses scheduled to testify against him were assassinated, all in the same day, right? Cal remembers that well, too. Everybody heard about it. It happened not long before Marcy came back to Hemingway Grove for good. He always wondered if her representation of one of those dead witnesses had something to do with her return to HG. He pulls up what he can on the witness whom Marcy represented, Silas Renfro. He finds a documentary on PBS from around that same time, well over a decade ago. A narrator with a baritone voice tells the story as photographs and video of mob boss Michael Cagnina move on and off of the screen. Little is known of Silas Renfro, the man long believed to be the mysterious gunman who carried out the execution orders given by Cagnina during the violent reign of the Cagnina crime family. Though authorities long suspected him, Renfro was rarely photographed and kept such a low profile that he was often referred to as Silent Silas. Renfro never paid taxes, never held a job, never put his name on a mortgage or lease or utility bill. That didn't stop the FBI, ultimately, from apprehending him after months of surveillance. Renfro was one of the 3 witnesses killed in the so-called Halloween massacre after gunmen stormed a secret detention center outside of Rockford, Illinois, murdering half a dozen federal marshals before killing the 3 witnesses scheduled to testify against Cagnina. Though they could never prove their claims, the FBI has long suspected that Cagnina was behind the execution of these 3 witnesses. For his final search, he clicks on another video, this one from not long ago, also from a Chicago news station, but the reporting is taking place hundreds of miles west of there, outside a federal supermax prison. Joan, any minute now, former mob boss Michael Cagnina will be released from federal custody in Florence, Colorado, after serving over 13 years of his 16-year sentence for tax evasion. Cal shakes his head. Jesus. Michael Cagnina got sprung this past May, only 5 months ago. And now Marcy's having all this trouble. Can't be a coincidence. 22. Special Agent Francis Blair, at his desk in the FBI field office in Chicago, leans back in his chair, eyes closed, as he listens to the contents of the wiretap through his earbuds. 2 men talking. I got 3 tickets to the show tonight. What time does it start? I'll probably get there about 6:30. The ticket is a pound of meth. The show is the meat, the drop-off from the manufacturer to the distributors. Blair doesn't work narcotics, he's still in organized crime. And the conversation on the audio recording isn't taking place in Chicago but nearly 1,200 miles away in Tampa, Florida. A city far removed from Blair's jurisdiction. A city that otherwise would hold no importance for him other than this simple fact. It is now the home of Michael Cagnina, the mob boss released from prison only 5 months ago. And these 2 men on the wiretap? Former associates of Cagnina. He takes out the earbuds just as his supervisor walks past his office and stops. Greets Blair with a "How you doing? How's the task force treating you?" asks the supervisor. The task force that Blair got roped into, he means an operation run by U.S. Customs to catch a ring of cargo thieves. I'm going in for the initial meet today, he says. Is that what you're listening to? His supervisor nods, gestures toward the earbuds Blair just tossed. They've got wires up? No, this isn't the task force shit. These are from DEA out of Tampa. Blair's supervisor, only a year from retirement now, makes a face. DEA? Tampa? The hell are you doing? Listen. Oh, don't tell me this is about Cagnina. Blair lifts a shoulder. Just checking to see if he's getting back in the game. And is he? Not as far as I can tell, Blair concedes. You gotta let Cagnina go, says his supervisor. What's done is done. He's down in Florida now. And he's retired. Right, I know, says Blair. I took my shot and missed. Missed? 13 years in the pen isn't missing, Frankie. Who cares if it was tax evasion? You put him out of business. Yeah, maybe, but not for the shit that would have put him away for life. Guy murders 3 witnesses. and nobody lays a glove on him for that. Well, hey, least you're not bitter. His supervisor taps the door but points at him before leaving. Frankie, he says, leave Michael Cagnina alone. 23. If only I knew 15 years ago what I know now. If only the partner I worked for, Howard Shimkus, hadn't been so busy with other cases. You don't have to go alone, Howard told me in his spacious partner's office as paralegals and assistants packed his trial bags. Really, Marcy? Silas can wait until this trial's over, and then I'll go with you. The trial should be over in 3 weeks. The feds had just made their formal plea offer to Silas in return for testifying against mob boss Michael Cagnina, and normally Howard and I would have delivered that plea offer to Silas personally. No phone calls or emails were allowed. Those were traceable forms of communication, and the government was determined to keep Silas's whereabouts a secret. Only clandestine in-person visits were permitted. But Howard, in demand as a high-profile defense lawyer, had a fraud trial about to start in federal court in southern Illinois, so he couldn't afford the full day it took to visit Silas. 2-hour blind drives to and from the undisclosed location where Silas was held, plus the visit itself. Howard sensed it, I knew. Sensed that Silas had gotten under my skin the first time, the only time we'd met up to that point. But the last thing a young associate like me wanted to do was confirm as much, make the senior partner think I couldn't handle my stint in the big leagues. No problem, I assured Howard. I can handle it solo. Sitting in the windowless rear compartment of the van, driven by federal marshals, I didn't even know which direction we were traveling in. All I knew was that it had to be far from downtown Chicago. I had nothing to do for 2 hours but occupy myself with work, reviewing Silas's file and the plea offer. 32 kills, he'd told me the first and only time I'd met him. Suspected in 14 murders, but the real number was more than twice that. By the time I was out of the van, 2 hours later, I was nauseated, motion sick. I tried to enjoy a few seconds of fresh air between the van and the fortified entrance to the building where the feds held my client. Or maybe I was just feeling nerves. I walked past the barriers, the automated doors, the bulletproof glass, through the maze of hallways, reaching my chair placed in the hallway outside his holding cell. Hello, Marcy Dietrich, through the slot in the metal door, Silas's deep blue eyes. The bionic voice with the voice scrambler he used. I tried to picture him but couldn't. Nobody had photographs of him. He had managed to obscure his identity entirely. If the feds had photos of him, they didn't share them with us. Anyway, Silas had helped himself to substantial plastic surgery before he surrendered to the authorities. So however he used to look would bear little resemblance to his current appearance, even if I had the X-ray vision to penetrate the metal door. Mr. Renfro, Howard sends his... I told you last time to call me Silas Marcy. And yes, I know Howard couldn't make it. He is very much in demand, that one. He is, I said, feeling the tension in my voice. I straightened my posture and took a deep breath. You'd like to be like Howard, I assume? An attorney everyone wants to hire? Prominent and wealthy? I'd never thought about it that way. I wanted out, I knew that much, out of Hemingway Grove onto a challenging career in the law in the big city. Where it would lead I hadn't forecasted. It could be you're taking a job with a big law firm just to pay off your law school debt. Many people in your position do that. Or maybe you want the acclaim of working for a prestigious firm like Millard Holloway. A tremendous stepping stone, if nothing else. A stamp of approval. I raised a shoulder. I suppose I'm just trying to learn as much as I can for right now. What comes down the road? I don't... No, he said. Marcy, you undoubtedly had several offers out of law school. The top of your class from University of Chicago. Any number of law firms would have taken you and put you in some department representing the large corporations that pay those princely legal fees. One robber baron suing another. But you didn't choose them. You joined a firm with a substantial criminal defense practice. You wanted to work for Howard Shimkus. Why criminal law, Marcy? Of all the things available to you, I sat back in my chair, feeling stripped bare. A simple question, one that I'd never really asked myself. He was right. I was drawn to criminal law. I'd lived a prim and proper life. I followed the rules. I was the high school valedictorian who dated the varsity quarterback, the sorority girl and honor student, the editor of the law review at U of C, always serious and straight. Little Miss Perfect. I'd stayed right down the middle, and I wanted to explore the extremes. I wanted to represent the people who broke the rules, who took incalculable risks, who spat in the face of convention, who did things I'd never have dreamed of doing myself. You want to live vicariously through people like me, Silas said. Take a walk on the wild side without getting too wild. I'd spent all of 1 hour with this man, and he was dissecting me. So how do you like it? He asked. You know what I've done. All the people I've killed. Do you simply tolerate representing me? Or do you enjoy it? I look at it professionally, I said. I don't judge my clients. Of course you do, Marcy. You may be too polished to say so, but you either enjoy it or you don't. And you certainly judge me. You wouldn't be human if you didn't. Mr. Renfro, I think our time would be. If I'm making you uncomfortable, Marcy, I'll stop. I didn't mean to rattle a nice young lady like you. You didn't rattle me. I realize how intimidated you must be. I looked down. He was baiting me, trying to piss me off. It was working. I looked back up at him. I think you're a monster, I said. The hallway went quiet. Silas kept his eyes on me. I kept mine on him. I considered the possibility that I had just committed career suicide. His eyes narrowed, which again made me think he was smiling. But he waited me out, probably wondering if I would fill in the silence with a profuse apology. But I was playing his game now. I wasn't going to back down. And yet you're representing me, he said. Yes. The thought of representing me thrills you, doesn't it? Yes. If I decided to go to trial, you'd represent me to your fullest, wouldn't you? Yes. You think you could actually win, don't? I know I could. The sound of Silas chuckling through voice alteration sounded like something from a movie, like a hideous robotic monster, Darth Vader on laughing gas. Now we're getting somewhere, Marcy, he said. 24. Special Agent Francis Blair runs his hand over his unshaved face. Looking the part in his puffy red vest, unbuttoned flannel shirt with a black t-shirt underneath, ratty jeans and work boots. Inside the van with him is the technical team and the head of this task force, Agent Neary with U.S. Customs, a career government guy, gray-haired and wrinkled, a smoker's gravelly voice. You're a long way from mobsters and organized crime, he says to Blair by way of apology. Appreciate your help on this. Blair looks at his watch. So we know nothing about who's showing up? No idea, says Neary. They say you'll know. And then you'll ask the question. Any chance I can bum a smoke off ya? Blair says. Exactly. And then he'll say, think I can spare one. That's the code. Then the contact will show Blair the crates holding the stolen video game consoles. We won't have eyes or ears inside, you understand, says Neary. Once you get past the gate, you're flying without a net. Blair already knows that, of course. The task force is following covering protocol by making sure they reiterate to their agent that he's about to go in cold, so if this whole thing goes to shit, they can say they warned him. He has to go solo because of the security guards, who are corrupt, part of the theft ring. They pat down everyone entering the freight area, ostensibly looking for contraband and weapons, but they're really searching for wires and hidden body cameras. So the FBI can't sneak in there and install surveillance. And Blair can't go in mic'd up. No wire, no body cam, no badge, no weapon, no backup. Flying without a net, as Neary said. I get it, says Blair. If they make me, I'm toast. Blair pops out of the van, a block down from the freight company's main entrance. The whipping winds off nearby Lake Michigan lift Blair's hair as he approaches the gate and the guard station. A beefy guard steps out from the booth. Checks Blair's papers, Blair's fake name, front company. The guard pats Blair down and runs a wand over him. Satisfied, he hands Blair a hard hat and a lanyard bearing Blair's fake name. Blair heads to Cargo Area C, where he's supposed to meet his contact, a person with a pack of cigarettes showing, leading to the confirmation code. Any chance I can bum a smoke off ya? Think I can spare one. He is surrounded by huge drums, crates stacked high, large rectangular containers the size of boats, men and women in hard hats and colored jackets buzzing back and forth. He passes 20 people at least, mostly men, all in hard hats, IDs dangling from lanyards on their chests. He scans each of them, their shirts and pants, looking for a pack of cigarettes. That's all he has to go on. The contact, on the other hand, knows Blair's fake name, Pete Martin, and will see it on the ID around Blair's neck. He also knows that Blair will be wearing a puffy red vest and flannel shirt. More men pass, including one holding the hand of a small child, which rules him out. You lost? Need help finding something? Blair turns back. It's the man with the small child. The name Joe Driscoll on his ID. A pack of smokes sticking out from his front pocket. Blair tries not to be too obvious about checking the man out so he can remember his features later, when the bust goes down. The man is black, bald, maybe 6'2", 180 pounds, maybe mid-30s, wearing a haggard expression, raccoon eyes. The little girl, probably no more than age 4, in her own little hard hat, has a distinctive look to her that Blair immediately flags as Down syndrome. No, says Blair, recovering from his surprise. But any chance I could bum a smoke off ya? The man, Joe Driscoll, nods. Think I can spare one. Jackpot. Driscoll removes the pack of cigarettes and hands it to Blair. Here, he says, I can show you where you need to go. Driscoll starts walking, his young daughter alongside him. Blair keeps pace, the little girl between the two men. I'm Jody, the little girl says to Blair. Nice to meet you, Jody. Had to bring her with me today, says Driscoll. My mommy's in the hospital, says the girl. Blair looks down at her. Oh, gosh. Sorry about that. She's getting radiation. Radiation. Cancer. Oof. Okay. Sugar, that's private stuff, remember? Says Driscoll. Right down this way. They turn down a row of stacks, 20 feet high at least, nearly blocking the midday sun, leaving them in cool shadows. Driscoll turns to Blair, holds out a key. Go ahead and check it out. Blair will now take the key, open the crate, and confirm that it contains the video game consoles before closing it back up. But first, he looks into the eyes of this man, Driscoll. Take care, Blair says quietly. Rough business you're in. The man chuckles, though it sounds more like a grunt. Like I have a choice, he says. Blair watches Driscoll leave with his daughter. Christ, he thinks. Driscoll's wife has cancer, his daughter Down syndrome. And now he'll go down on a federal conspiracy charge for this theft ring, no matter how small his role, 5 years minimum in the pen. A few minutes later, Blair has left the freight yard, heading back down the street, looking out over Lake Michigan's rippling waters. The van is waiting for him as expected. He climbs in. How'd we do? Asks his superior, Agent Neary. Blair shows him the key. The goods are ready to go, he says. We're in play. Yeah. And who was the contact? The contact was a bit player, not a ringleader. A guy doing a minor job for a few needed bucks for his struggling family. Joe Driscoll. Black, bald, 6'2", 180 pounds, mid-30s. I didn't get a name, says Blair. His lanyard was twisted around. Couldn't see it. I tried. But I didn't want to be too obvious about it. He was a short white guy. Overweight, gray hair, wore a goatee, probably late 40s. Neary nods. Think you could recognize him again? Maybe, says Blair. Hard to say. 25. I stagger out of the pub like a zombie, my chest burning, still stinging with disbelief as I read, for the 10th time, the text exchange I just had with David. Me, thinking of stopping by for quick lunch. Are you free, David? We are crushed right now, all hands on deck, maybe later? And yet David is not inside the pub. A flat-out, undeniable lie. It's not that simple. Okay? He said to someone on the phone last night, whispering downstairs on the landline. And his explanation didn't ring true. I sit in my car, shaking, unable to bring myself to turn on the ignition. I pick up my phone and start typing a search. How to tell. The first prompt is, if your spouse is cheating, God. Am I that much of a cliché? I put down the phone. No, I'm not going to be that woman. If I have a question, I'll ask it, no matter how crushing the answer might be. This isn't me harboring doubts, afraid to speak my mind. I will just ask him. Why, David? Why did you lie about being busy at work when you weren't actually at work? Where were you? Does this have something to do with all these things happening to our family? Yes, I decide as I drive back to the office for my appointment. I will just ask him. At the office, I meet with my client Diane Worley, who has just reviewed a draft of the appeal I will file in the case where the judge let her ex-husband off the hook for additional child support. This is so good, Marcy. Diane sets down the document on my desk. And you did it so fast. It took me more than 6 hours to get it into shape. But as always, I will cut my bill in half for a client like Diane, who can't afford high legal fees. It was fresh in my mind, I say. And the sooner we file, the sooner we overturn that ruling. You think there's a chance? I do, yes. A decent chance. You never know with judges. I look around my office. Nothing fancy. Diplomas on the walls, family photos on my desk, a glamorous view of the parking lot through my window. But it's mine. I may not enjoy matrimonial law as much as criminal defense, but at least I feel good about my clients now. And at least I call my own shots now. I don't know if the appellate court will overturn this decision. How teeth-gnashingly frustrating it must be for Diane, knowing that the fate of her and her children's financial well-being rests in the hands of a selfish ex-husband, blessed by a trial judge, and her husband off with another life, a young trophy wife at his side. Diane, can I— Oh, you know what? Never mind, I say. What? You can ask me anything. Well, I drum my fingers on the desk. How did you know? When did you first? How did I know my husband was cheating on me? She allows a bitter smile. Oh, well, probably the first sign was that he was exercising more. Not an issue. David works out almost every day I've known him. Later on, I learned he'd opened a separate bank account and thrown some money in it and attached a debit card to it. He had the bills sent to work so I'd never see them. A separate bank account. Okay. She leans forward. But the real kicker for me was the burner phone. A burner phone. A prepaid phone. It's not that simple. Okay? Was David really talking on the landline when he whispered those words? Or did he have a second phone? Diane nods. When I caught him using another phone, I knew. Unless you're a drug dealer or a terrorist, why else would you have a separate prepaid phone? 26. Happy hour at Hemingway's pub. It's the third time this week Tommy Malone has been here, always between the hours of 4 and 7. He's kept to himself, sitting alone in a booth in the bar, wearing a baseball cap to downplay his memorable red hair. He lays out some work in front of him, sales numbers and graphs and charts that are utterly meaningless, and he has earbuds in sync to his phone. He looks like someone getting a little work done but enjoying a few cocktails while doing so. Between the work laid out and the earbuds, he figures nobody will bother him. So far it's worked all 3 days. In reality, Tommy is counting the drinks the bartenders pour and the finger food they serve, counting the number of times the bartenders use the cash register or credit card machine. He already knows the prices they're charging for wine, straight liquor, martinis, draft beers, premium draft beers, bottled beer, and mixed drinks, plus the appetizers. 2 mixed drinks, 1 wine, he says into the microphone on his earbuds. His words transcribed onto his phone. Cash register, $5.38. Credit card, $6.22. For drafts, non-premium, like that all night or at least between the hours of 4 and 7. He knows he won't catch every single transaction. Or he might confuse a draft beer for a premium or miss the fact that a Jack and Coke was a double. But he's pretty damn close. And the overall count is the most important thing. The late, great Jimmy Buffett is wasting away in Margaritaville over the speakers blasting in the corners. There are currently 25 people spread out among the long bar, the high-top tables, and the booths. Off to the right is the dining area, reachable only by walking past a hostess station. Tommy's not bothering with the food. Drinks are easier to catalog, and a sample is all he needs anyway. Tommy's seen more than his share of taverns, and Hemingway's pub is cleaner, classier than most. Well lit, fresh paint on the walls, new flat-screen TVs. An impressive and colorful collection of bourbons and vodkas and tequilas and rums behind the bar. The stone statue of Hemingway outside the pub is a nice touch, a replica, or so it says on a plate at its base, of a statue of Hemingway in Pamplona, Spain, beckoning tourists and travelers to come have a drink with Papa. The security system is surprisingly low rent, purchased through a local vendor. Alarm pads by each of the 3 entrances, plus a motion detector and glass break sensor. David Bowers is here, got back to the pub mid-afternoon, though Tommy waited until 4 to come in. No chance David would talk to Tommy. Not if Tommy introduced himself as a freelance reporter for USA Today. David has declined all interview requests about the heroic river rescue. From what Tommy's seen over the last 3 days, David Bowers is all about the receipts. He chats up the customers a bit, but otherwise seems to leave the management to one of his people. David collects the receipts from the cash register at the bar. He collects the receipts from the register by the dining room. He disappears into some back office. Tommy would really like to see that back office where David works. Tommy walks up to the bar for a refill from the busta bartender, Gwyn, who has a face he'd expect to find on a Miss Italy contestant. She knows how to work it, too. Dressed just provocatively enough but leaving something to the imagination. Those tight leather pants, a revealing skin-tight white shirt with a flannel hanging loosely over it. In town on business? She says to Tommy as she puts a second bourbon in front of him. Can't really hide that red hair. Don't I know it? Hey, is what I'm hearing true? Your owner over there. He's the guy that rescued the man from the river like a month ago. That's him. Gwyn looks over at David, who has reappeared behind the bar with a bunch of receipts in his hand. Our resident hero. Not that he'd admit that. Let me buy him a drink, says Tommy. Pour us a Baker's. Oh, David doesn't drink. No? He owns a bar and doesn't drink. She shrugs. Never has, as far as I know. Interesting. My girlfriend went nuts over that video of him rescuing that man, Tommy says. Me, I've never seen anything so brave. No way I'd have the guts to do what he did. Any chance? Any chance I could take a picture with him and send it to her? David, Gwyn says as she walks away, attending to another customer. Customer wants a picture with the Cotton River hero. David walks over and greets Tommy with an extended hand, lighting up with a smile. Could be an act for the customer, sure, but Tommy senses otherwise. That's David's default position. Tommy figures happy and positive energy and all that shit. Having a good time tonight? He asks Tommy. Everything good? Yeah, great. Nice selection of bourbon. So, any chance at a photo? So I can impress my girlfriend? Nah, I'm not into that stuff. How about a drink on the house instead? David manages to blow him off without seeming like he's blowing him off. Ah, okay. Hey, could you sign something? He laughs. Like an autograph? David shakes his head but ultimately shrugs. I guess that's fine. He grabs the back of a blank receipt, poises his left hand over it with a pen. Actually, I'd feel like a pompous jerk signing an autograph. Tommy decides not to push it and returns to the booth. He didn't really want the autograph anyway. He just wanted to see which hand David would use to write. Left. He used his left hand. Tommy leaves at 7 and walks around to the rear of the restaurant, where his rental car is parked and where, not coincidentally, the supply entrance to the restaurant is located. The entrance is surrounded by a tall wooden fence, but for purely cosmetic reasons, concealing the dumpsters and air conditioner, not security. It's easy enough to open the swinging gate to gain access to the entrance, which is protected by a knobless metal door that looks quite thick. Next to it, an alarm pad. Tommy turns back to the swinging gate. He reaches up and removes his device, a small motion-sensitive contraption he stuck high up on the interior of the gate 2 days ago. The device, facing the metal door and alarm pad, surely has picked up the alarm code by now, because this is the entrance used by the manager who opens the restaurant every morning. Tommy drops the device into his pocket, walks to his car, and drives away. See you tomorrow night, David, he says to himself. 27. Agent Blair takes the elevator to the 4th floor, shows his credentials at the front desk, and heads down the hallway. Rebecca Crandall is on the phone when he walks in. She gives him a surprised happy look when she sees him and motions for him to sit. Well, don't I feel honored? She says, hanging up the phone, pushing herself out of her chair, and giving Blair a hug. A visit from no less than Special Agent Francis Xavier Blair. She pats him on the chest. How you doing, Frankie? Never had it so good, he says, his standard line. Blair goes way back with Becky Crandall, back to their days together at the Bureau, before Becky moved over to a different part of the Alphabet Soup Club, becoming a supervisor in the criminal division of the IRS's Chicago office. They play some quick catch-up. Becky's on her second marriage and has 3 kids, all in their teens. Blair's personal life, on the other hand, is not much of a story. 1 divorce, nobody since, and no kids to show for it. You're still in OC, I hear, she says. Blair makes a face. Yeah, but I got roped into a task force with customs. Cargo theft. Real exciting stuff. Anyway, OC isn't the organized crime it used to be. Now it means street gangs and drugs, maybe a few small-time extortion rings. No more Michael Cagninas. Hey, she says, snapping her fingers, I thought of you, 5-6 months ago? When Cagnina got sprung. Blair makes a face. What a world, right? 13 years he gets. All the rackets he ran, the people he terrorized and killed. Not to mention killing the 3 witnesses who would have nailed him on all that. And all he goes down for is a paper crime. Becky nods, gets serious, checking him out. Somebody needs to let the past go, she says. Yeah, he only went down for tax evasion, but that's something, at least. That's 13 years inside. Every damn person says that. But Blair can't let it go. He won't let it go. That's why you've stayed in the Bureau in organized crime, no less, all this time, says Becky. Am I right? I mean, you're the only one left. Everyone else on that team moved on from the Bureau after that debacle with the witnesses. Not you, though. What, you're hoping Cagnina will reopen for business so you can catch him? Blair waves her off. Nothing like that. I'm just a glutton for punishment is all. Becky isn't buying it. She gives him a sidelong glance, a smirk on her face. Seriously, Francis Xavier. Get Michael Cagnina out of your head. She drops her hands on the desk. So why the visit? Looking to move over to revenue, so you can see my smiling face every day. Blair tosses a file on her desk. She picks it up. Let me guess, she says. You want the IRS to give you the what, to dig up whatever we can on some person of interest, but you won't give us the why. Blair smiles. That about covers it. Sorry. It's sensitive stuff. So who's the lucky person of interest? She opens the file. Bowers, she reads. Hemingway Grove? Blair nods. And I need it right away, he says. 28. A fresh start, Silas Renfro said to me through his bionic voice. His blue eyes visible through the slot of the holding cell. You don't ever think about that? Fresh starts. It was the fourth time I'd met with Silas over the course of 3 weeks, while the partner from my firm, Howard Shimkus, was on a trial downstate. It was the second Monday of October, Columbus Day, a day when all the courts were closed, so I had time freed up to make the trek here with my federal escort. Ostensibly, Silas and I were still debating whether to accept the plea deal the government had offered him. We could also make a counteroffer or reject the deal and prepare for trial. But Silas was always changing the subject, always turning it away from the case and on to me, or even to current events as best he could follow them from this solitary lockup. I had the real sense that Silas was lonely. Oh, what am I saying? You're so young, he said, correcting himself. Your life right now is a fresh start. You haven't lived long enough to have regrets yet. That wasn't entirely true. There was Kyle, my boyfriend through high school and college and most of law school. I wasn't sure I would have logged our breakup under the category of regret, because my diagnosis was correct. Kyle was born and raised in Hemingway Grove and wanted to live his whole life there. Me, I wanted out. I wanted Chicago or some other big city, or some adventure at least. So I was confident I'd made the right decision in breaking things off. But that didn't make it sting any less. Maybe I should just pull a Heron. Say goodbye to this place, Silas said. But I'd hate to deprive you of my company. Whimsy and sarcasm did not translate well when delivered through a voice-altering microphone. Human feelings expressed in a robot's voice. Nor did I understand what Silas meant by a heron, which as far as I knew was a long-necked bird. But it sure seemed like he was talking about suicide. We should get back to the plea offer, I said, lifting a packet of papers from my lap as I sat in the chair outside his cell. Or decide whether we should take our chances at trial. Trial, he said, in apparent mockery. Again, hard to discern in his altered voice. Do you really think Mickey Two Guns will stand trial for what he's done? Mickey Two Guns, one of the many nicknames for Michael Cagnina, apparently the one Silas favored. Why wouldn't he? I asked. You think he'll take a plea? He laughed, or at least it sounded like a laugh. No, Marcy, I do not think he will take a plea. Not in a million years. As best as I could discern with that voice, he was talking down to me, stating the obvious. I didn't understand what was so obvious. You really are young, he said. Then explain, please. I didn't hide my irritation. Condescension was my Achilles heel. I'd rather someone spit in my face than patronize me. I have a better chance of becoming Pope, Silas said, than surviving in here long enough to testify against Michael Cagnina. 29. 7 o'clock. The kids are back from their various activities. Grace's dance lesson, Lincoln's indoor soccer practice, and they're eating noodles with red sauce and broccoli the way Grace likes it. We all look up as David comes in from the garage through the mudroom. I feel a twinge as I see him, looking sleep-deprived, dark circles beneath his eyes, as he forces a smile. How we doing, gang? Sorry. Things have been crazy. There's pasta, I tell him. I nibbled on something at work. He rubs his hands while he looks out the kitchen window into the backyard. Grace had a question on math, I say. Sure, yeah. Let me make one phone call. He disappears from the kitchen not 2 minutes after arriving. Dinner is almost over, then the kids will help me, or at least they're supposed to help me, clean up. Grace, put away your phone, I say, catching her while she's supposed to be wiping the table. Did you practice piano? Yes. No, she didn't, says Lincoln. Hey, yes, I did, genius. Hey! I jump at the sound of David's voice, surprised both by his reappearance and by the harshness of his voice. He points a finger at Grace. No, genius, comment. Calling someone a genius is an insult? She protests. When you say it like that, of course it is, and you know it. Cut it out, Grace. Fine. She puts down her phone. Next time I'll call him an idiot. Would that be better? Grace, I say. Don't get cute, young lady. David slams his hand down on the kitchen island with a whomp. I'm not in the mood for cute. Okay, wow, okay, I say. I think we've covered it. David turns to me. We've made a point of not stepping on each other when addressing the kids, not undermining the other's authority. But he's never been physical with his anger. I don't think I've ever seen him hit or slap something when he's mad. And over this? The kids have pushed things way further than this before. Grace, I say, apologize to Lincoln for calling him genius. Do it now. David takes a step back, blows out a breath of air, glancing at me again. Whatever, he snaps. He turns and walks out of the kitchen again. While Grace fumbles out an apology to Lincoln, I follow David, about to climb the stairs. Let's go get some air, I say. Go for a walk. He turns back to me. Now? It's like, there's at least 3 inches of snow outside. Yes, now, I say. You and I need to talk. It's not a great time, Mars. No, David, I say, steeling myself against the shiver running through me. It's long past time. 30 Camille holds a cup of ginger tea as she stands by the picture window in her 5th-floor apartment, overlooking the downtown. She is careful not to brush against the telescope mounted on a tripod by the window, positioned just so. She carefully moves her eye to the eyepiece. David's house, a good half-mile away, looks peaceful right now. A few inches of freshly fallen snow clinging to the rooftop, the snow in his yard glistening in the landscape lighting. Most of the downstairs is lit up. She catches a glimpse of the sun, Lincoln, passing by a window, tossing a football in the air. She adjusts the focus, looking through David's bedroom window, then zooms the focus back out to the entire house, even most of the yard. This morning, David left before 6. Marcy got the kids out the door and went to work, setting the house alarm before doing so. After school, Grace had her dance lesson, Lincoln his soccer practice. David just got home a half hour ago. Camille puts down the tea and pulls a blanket over her shoulders. The heat in this apartment isn't great, and some cold air escapes by this window. Her phone buzzes. It's her best friend, Zoe. She considers not answering but punches the green button. Feeling any better? Zoe asks. The ginger tea helps. Haven't vomited in 5 hours. Camille peers again through the telescope. The house looks relatively still, quiet. What's the latest? Zoe asks. Let me guess. He's still not going to leave his wife. I hate it when you say it like that. They're married on paper only. They don't even sleep in the same bedroom. Says him, Zoe replies. How do you know he's telling you the truth? Oh, that's right. You don't. You're making me feel like a homewrecker, Z. He doesn't love her and she doesn't love him. He just doesn't want to rock the boat. He's waiting for the right time. I know. God, Camille thinks, is she becoming that predictable? Is she just rationalizing? But everything she's telling Zoe is true. He doesn't love his wife. She doesn't love him. Zoe doesn't believe that, but Zoe doesn't know him. Well, so have you told him? Zoe asks. Have I told him what? That I'm pregnant. Yeah, Camille. Have you told him you're pregnant? Kind of an important piece of information, don't you think? It might make a difference. She breathes out. I told him, yes. And he's going to tell his wife. He's going to leave her. We're going to get married and raise our child together. Camille looks back through the telescope, tensing as she sees David and Marcy leaving out the front door. Gotta go, Z, talk soon. She punches out the phone. She focuses in on them. Marcy, not looking happy, walking in front of David as they move down the porch. David, with his coat collar up, cap on his head, looks even less happy, worried, even. The expressions on their faces, the body language, distant, unaffectionate. Did she confront you, David? Camille whispers. Is this the moment of truth? 31. Just blurt it out. I tell myself as the cold air stings me on the front porch of our house. Just say it. Then it will be over. Then whatever happens, happens. No matter how horrible. Marcy, let's at least stay close to home, David says to me as we head down our front walk to the street. With all the weird stuff happening lately, I reach the street and turn around. We can stop right here if you want. Okay, sure. What's going on? I swallow over the lump in my throat, try to even out my breathing. He's looking at me intently, but it seems also with apprehension. Today, I went to see you at the pub. For lunch. You said you were too busy. But the pub wasn't busy, and, more important, you weren't there. You, his eyes narrow. When you texted me today, you were already at the pub. You were, what, testing me or something? No, I say, my voice trembling. You are not going to turn this around on me. Yes, I was testing you. I was seeing if you'd lie to me. And guess what? You did. Why? Why did you test me? My mouth drops open. You're really going to play that game? Misdirect, distract, avoid the question? Okay, David, you know what? I catch myself raising my voice. Nobody else is dumb enough to be out here in the cold right now. But voices carry. No matter the rage and hurt I'm feeling, I will not make a spectacle out here. I will not do that to our children. Okay, fine, I say. I'll play the game. I tested you because you lied to me the other night when you were downstairs on the phone, whispering in the middle of the night. It's not that simple. Okay? Remember those words? You said you were talking to a security company. That wasn't true, was it? David lets out a sigh, looks away, shaking his head. 2 lies, I say. And all these strange things happening to us. Why, David? David puts out his hands like he's trying to frame an answer, trying to pinpoint how to begin. I never thought that communicating with me, his wife, his life partner, his soulmate, would require such effort. Are you having an affair? I ask, and despite myself, all my efforts, my eyes well up, my throat chokes up. Oh, for God's sake, no. He moves toward me, arms out. Marcy, of course not, but I step back. I'm not that easy. No matter how desperately I want him to deny an affair, to hear those words from him, I'm not that easy. Then what? Oh God. His head falls back a moment. Then he says, we're having money problems. He lowers his head, eyes closed. Money problems? The pub isn't doing well lately, he says, a hand shielding his eyes. The economy and everything. I'm trying to make it work. I'm talking to the bank about refinancing the loan on the building. This is all about money? I say, cocking my head. Well, I don't know about all that weird stuff with the dog and the lunchbox and the coffee pot and breaking into our house. I have no idea. But yesterday, for example, when I wasn't at the pub and I wasn't honest with you, I was at the bank working on a loan refi. I didn't want you to know. Replace one piece of bad news with another. But nothing compares to the thought of your spouse giving himself to another woman. I feel relief flood through me. And the phone call? It's not that simple. Okay? What was that? Same thing. I was talking to one of my managers, the one who takes the early morning deliveries. Yes. We've fallen, he shakes his head. We've fallen behind on payments. Our produced delivery didn't come. That's a killer for us. He told me to start laying off some people, but it's not that simple, okay? You lay off employees, you can't stay open, you sink even deeper into debt. Anyway, I didn't want you to know. I didn't want you to know any of it, Mars. Why? Why wouldn't you want me to? Because I promised I'd always provide for you and our family. That's why, he says. I made that promise to you. I never asked you to make me that promise, if you'll recall. I always planned on maintaining a law practice. I don't need to be taken care of. We're a team. If we're having problems, then we deal with them together. I know. He looks up at me. I know. Don't ever lie to me again, David, I say. He puts his hand to his chest. I won't. He walks over, leans his forehead against mine. Marcy Dietrich Bowers, how could you think for 1 second that I was cheating on you? Really? Me? He presses his lips to mine. Money problems, they're money problems, we can figure something out. There is only one David. There is only one Bowers family. You and the kids are the only things that matter to me in this world. He whispers. You're it. You're everything. 32. I lock the bedroom door after Grace and Lincoln are down for the night. David and I tear at each other's clothes. I want him with a desperation I've never felt, a sense of urgency born of relief. Yes, times are tough for us, financial problems. But we can handle that. David is still mine. He always was. He throws me on the bed and climbs on top of me. I wrap my legs around his waist. Everything is okay. Everything that matters is okay. David knows me, he knows the buttons to punch, my buttons. The first time, I cry out in spite of trying to keep quiet with the kids down the hall. David putting his hand over my mouth and chuckling. Sweat from his brow trickling onto my face. My body on fire as David thrusts inside me. Two animals going at it as we used to when we first started dating. When we realized that this thing was more than just a thing, it was real, it was forever. The second time, I mute myself, folding my lips inside my mouth while I let out a slow guttural moan. David can no longer hold back. This time, it's my hand over his mouth, his jaw clenched, while his body shudders. He collapses on me, all but smothering me in a way that would feel like smothering if it were anyone else. But it's David. It's my husband. No, don't move, I whisper as he starts to pull out. Stay here. Stay with me. This is it. This is what I want. We can handle anything if we're together. Money's just money, I whisper. We can figure something out if we have to. We could take out a mortgage. We could sell the house and get something smaller. I could sell the restaurant, he says, still catching his breath. We could move to freakin' Hawaii and start over. You could teach math, I say. You could go back to criminal defense. Whatever we want, I say, still coming down from the high. Whatever we want, he says. A fresh start. I don't know how serious we are, but there's a certain thrill to envisioning it. It is possible. We can do it. If you believe it hard enough, you can make it be true, David whispers. 33. I still remember that morning 15 years ago. Halloween morning. I was in my law office, sipping a Starbucks coffee and getting ready to draft an appellate brief, when my secretary buzzed me on the intercom with two breathless messages. Howard Shimkus was on the phone, needing to speak with me urgently, and two FBI agents were in the outer office, demanding to see me. Taking a call from one of our senior partners took priority. You're not gonna believe this, Marcy, Howard said. Silas Renfro is dead. Silas he's all three witnesses in that secret detention center. They got to all three witnesses. They're all dead. They stormed the place, killed all the marshals, then the three witnesses, then torched the place. Burned everything and everyone to a crisp. I remembered Silas's words to me only weeks earlier. There was no chance he'd survive long enough to testify against Michael Cognina. The FBI just paid me a visit. Some guys from the Springfield office, said Howard. What a coincidence. I have 2 FBI agents waiting outside my office right now. Those agents, to say the least, were agitated. Even more so when they questioned me about everything I knew, to which I politely but firmly replied that anything Silas and I discussed was protected by attorney-client privilege. Lady, half a dozen U.S. Marshals were killed along with the 3 witnesses, said the lead FBI agent, a guy named Francis Blair, as if that fact allowed me to make an exception to the most sacred rule a lawyer follows. And besides, what could I tell them? That Silas predicted that Cognina would somehow discover the location of the secret detention center and rub out the people testifying against him? I didn't see how that would help anyway. Eventually the agents left and I read online about what was being called the Halloween Massacre. It had taken place up north in a suburb of Rockford, a town called Roscoe, where the detention center was located. The 3 witnesses shot, decapitated, and set on fire. A half-dozen U.S. Marshals killed in a gunfight. The whole detention center torched. It wasn't until a week later, when Howard finally completed his long fraud trial in downstate Illinois, that he and I had a chance to talk about the whole thing at length. We were at the bar at the Union League Club, Howard drinking scotch, me a glass of wine. By then, the shock had worn off. The Halloween Massacre had taken on celebrity status, and no lawyer enjoyed notoriety more than Howard. He'd even started to have a sense of humor about it. To Silas, he said, raising his glass, "Not his first of scotch. We hardly knew ye. Literally. We never saw your face. We never heard your real voice. And we had no fucking idea where we were when we visited you. Now," he patted my arm, "give me stories. A blow-by-blow of everything you discussed." So I did. How Silas preferred talking about anything other than the charges against him. How he tried to get to know me personally and talk about myself. How he even started getting a little too personal, including what I took to be a reference to suicide. He said something about pulling a heron or something and saying goodbye. Howard's round head whipped in my direction. He said, "What? Say that again." He said if he could pull a heron and say good, oh shit. Sweet holy motherfuck. Howard fell back against his chair, losing the color in his face. Then he reached for my arm. "Who have you? Wait, you didn't. Tell me you didn't say this to the FBI." "No, of course not," I said. "It was a privileged conversation. But what does it mean? I thought a heron was some bird that looks like a goose. This is some old-fashioned figure of speech or something." But Howard wasn't listening to my question. He was looking up at the ceiling. "Oh, Jesus Christ," he whispered as his eyes closed. He sat there for a while like that, eyes shut, head back, as if in meditation. He always had a flair for drama. It's probably what made him a good trial lawyer. It sounded like he was talking about killing himself, I said. Howard let out a small sound but otherwise didn't react. "I'm in the dark here, Howard," I said. "Help me out." "No. Stay in the dark. The dark is good. The dark is your friend. But you can't leave me hanging, Marcy. I want you to listen to me. You can't ever repeat that to anyone else. Anyone, ever." He opened his eyes, rejoining planet Earth, and leveled his stare on me. "And as far as I'm concerned, you never told me either." Howard wouldn't explain any further or give me any idea what that cryptic phrase meant. But me being me, I couldn't let it go. I thought about it, then started searching the internet. Took some time. A lot of trial and error. But eventually, I discovered the meaning of pulling a heron. I wish I hadn't. I wish I'd let it go. Because what I discovered changed my life forever. 34. Tommy Malone walks through the frigid darkness, returning to Hemingway's pub on foot. Not a terrible walk from the hotel where he's staying, toting a bag over his shoulder. The parking lot is empty at 2 in the morning and well shoveled from the snowfall, but he watches out for the possibility of ice. At the back entrance, he types 6 numbers into the alarm pad, the same 6 numbers his device captured the early morning manager typing into the pad the last few mornings. Sure enough, the thick metal door pops open, allowing Tommy inside. Tommy figures he has until 5 in the morning, 3 hours from now, before anyone shows up at this place. That's been the routine over the last several days of his surveillance, at least you never really know. He keeps his flashlight low to the floor, just enough to allow him to navigate through the supply room and the kitchen, which smells strongly of disinfectant, until he reaches the back office. This is where he will know for sure. The door is locked but not, thank God, with a code. Just a straightforward single-cylinder deadbolt lock. In his business, you learn how to get past these things pretty quickly. And he does. Less than 2 minutes with the tension tool and jiggler, and he's inside David's office. He risks flipping on a light, figuring that an interior room, with the door closed, won't emit any light outside the restaurant to any patrol officer or looky-loo who might be driving by. David's office is military-level neat, with 3 stacks of paper on the desk, shelves filled with folders labeled clearly. He notes a bit of dust on the desk, which tells him that whoever is charged with cleaning up the restaurant isn't allowed in this office. Only you're allowed in here, Tommy whispers. Isn't that right, David? He needs the receipts from the last 3 nights, taken from the cash registers between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m., when Tommy was here watching. He finds the folder for the receipts from this week and looks them over. For each day there are 3 stacks of receipts. 3 stacks, but there are only 2 cash registers. Maybe the 3rd stack is for credit card receipts? But no, Tommy finds as he leafs through the receipts for yesterday. The credit card slips are included along with the cash receipts. What's this 3rd stack? That's when he sees it. Hell, it's sitting right there in front of him, right next to the computer. A 3rd cash register. A cash register inside David's office? He smiles. His job just got much easier. He doesn't bother with the dining room register. He didn't pay attention to food, only to drinks. He riffles through the bar receipts, doing math on his phone's calculator, counting all the beverages purchased at the bar yesterday between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. He does the count quickly once, then repeats it. Each time, he gets the same number. 127 drinks of various kinds were purchased during that 3-hour window and rung up at the bar. That sounds right. Tommy, watching from the booth yesterday, had a count of 124. He was off by a handful, which he figured might happen no matter how careful he tried to be. Wait, he realizes he didn't count his own drinks, dumbass, in the calculation. He had 3 bourbons. So the count of 127 beverages matches exactly. Leaving aside the receipts from the dining room, that leaves the mysterious 3rd stack, from the cash register so close to Tommy right now that he could reach out and touch it. He riffles through the stack quickly, counting the number of drinks purchased according to these receipts. He does it once, then again, and because his 2 counts are different, he counts a 3rd time more slowly and meticulously. Finally, he's sure of the number. 58. The receipts from the mysterious 3rd register record 58 additional drinks purchased between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. yesterday. Drinks, of course, that were never actually purchased. And every single one of these phantom drink purchases, every single damn one of them was rung up as a cash purchase. Of course they were. Tommy sits back in his chair. I fucking knew it, he whispers. He pulls the receipts for the 2 days before yesterday from the 3-ring binder and repeats the process, comparing them to the counts he made while watching from his booth in the bar. And the results aren't much different. 3 days ago, David's mysterious 3rd cash register showed 62 additional purchases of booze, again, all in cash. 2 days ago, the inflated number was 51 additional drinks. And yes, all in cash. 62, 51, 58. David's mixing the numbers up from day to day, keeping it relatively level because he's not an idiot. That would be the smart play. Keep a nice, fairly steady total from day to day of fake purchases. Nothing that would jump out to a bank looking at your daily deposits. And this is just for the sale of drinks, alcohol and mixers that have long shelf lives. Imagine what David could do with the food, some of which inevitably goes bad before it gets used and has to be tossed. Every item of food the pub throws out David could pretend was sold and consumed and ring up a cash transaction for it. Tommy closes the binder and puts it back where he found it. He takes a deep breath and releases it. To review, David Bowers is the town hero, an internet sensation, after diving into a river to save a drowning man. He's a local business owner who has operated a popular restaurant for more than a decade. He's left-handed. He doesn't drink. And he's one hell of a money launderer. 35. The fog's so thick I can't see anything before me but faint shadows. The ground beneath me uneven and treacherous. While I search for him, call out, David, David, and then I feel a pressure in my chest, my breathing growing shallow. David, David, David. My eyes open into the large brown eyes of Lulu, lying on my chest, her nose sniffing my mouth, small whines escaping her. I hear the growls and churns within her skinny midsection. She's always had a sensitive stomach. She does this to me a lot. She needs to go outside in the middle of the night. I pat the bed for my phone and squint at it, not having my contacts in. It's just past 3:30 in the morning. David's body rises and falls in a soothing rhythm next to me. The house is quiet with the exception of my little dog's whines. Okay. Already I whisper, causing Lulu to pop to attention and hop off the bed. I clutch my phone while my feet find my slippers, basically fuzzy sandals, on the floor. Down the stairs we go, my right hand on the railing, my left shining the phone's flashlight on the stairs, while the remnants of the dream cling to me like cobwebs. At the turn of the staircase, I glance out the large picture window overlooking the intersection of Cedar and Wilbur. The trees quiver in the wind. Shadows move about. I can't put my finger on it, but something feels wrong. I'm wearing only a long pajama top, wishing immediately that I'd thrown on something else, because the downstairs feels drafty. I punch in the alarm code to deactivate the alarm and open the back door for Lulu to go out. The harsh air smacks me, so I step back, praying this will be the only time tonight that Lulu has an emergency. I glance over to the living room, where the halogen light we installed over the baby grand piano is on, something I've talked to Grace about. And the piano's fallboard is up. I've told Grace time and again to pull it down over the keys when she's done practicing to avoid dust buildup. I close the fallboard gently over the keys and walk over by the window to flip off the light switch. The little corner of the room falls dark. I startle when I see, through the window, a car parked up the street on Wilbur. Nothing unusual about people parking their cars along the street, but this car, some kind of boxy SUV, is clearly running. Its headlights are off, but there's no missing the fumes from the exhaust. On a night like this, with temperatures below freezing, it would be impossible to sit in a car without the heat running. I check my phone again to make sure I have this right. It's 3:30 in the morning. So this isn't a parent picking up a kid for before-school athletic practice or a music lesson. This isn't even someone doing a paper route. This is a car trying to minimize its presence with the lights off, a person sitting idly in a car that is directly facing my house. Lulu barks to be let in. I rush to the door, let her back in, close the door and lock it, and punch in the code to reactivate the alarm. Then I return to the window, this time pulling back the curtain entirely so I have a clear look. I can't possibly make out the license plate or the make or model of the vehicle, much less see the occupants. I think of shouting upstairs to David, but the kids might hear. I don't want to leave this spot at the window again. I somehow feel safer with my eyes on that car. So I decide on a compromise. On my phone, I find David on my favorites list and punch the link. Then bring the lit-up phone to my ear, making sure that my actions are clear and visible to the driver up the street as the phone rings. In an instant, the SUV whips backward, does a 180, then heads north on Wilbur, away from me. I don't come close to getting a license plate. I don't know what kind of car it was or have any identifiers. I don't know who was inside the car or what they want. I only know one thing for certain. That car was definitely watching our house. 36. David peers through the window, grimacing. And tell them what? He asks. That a car was parked up the street, and then it left? You can't say anything about the car other than that it was an SUV. It left when the driver saw me making a phone call. It peeled away as soon as I put my phone against my ear. David nods. So you couldn't make out anything at all about the car except that it was boxy? You couldn't see the driver at all? But the driver could clearly see you through the living room window. He probably could. Maybe he had binoculars, which we can't prove. Well, if he was watching our house, which we can't prove either. He probably did have binoculars. He gives me a look of exasperation. Why are you fighting me on this? I shout, catching the volume of my voice. Don't you care about all the strange stuff happening to us? Of course I do, Mars. You're the lawyer here. Think like one. We have nothing to tell the police. I mean, go ahead. He flips his hand. If you want to call them, call them. He drops into a chair, rubbing his eyes. What's going on, David? He looks up at me. I don't know. Your financial problems, I say. How bad are they? Well, how am I supposed to? Did you borrow money from someone? Do you owe money to someone who won't take it so well if you don't pay it back? What? Did I borrow money from a loan shark? He laughs. Are you serious? Then what the hell is happening to us? We're being targeted, David. So far, it hasn't been violent. But who's to say it won't escalate? Meanwhile, you're sitting over there playing the fiddle while Rome is burning. He pushes himself out of his chair and lets out a breath. He picks up his phone, dials 3 digits, and puts the phone against his ear. Hi, this is David Bowers at 343 Cedar Lane in Hemingway Grove. I'd like to report a suspicious car sitting outside our house. It just left, but we're afraid it will come back. Great. Thank you. He kills the phone. We'll hire security. Around-the-clock security. With what money? Ask. We're not broke, Mars. The business is struggling, yes, but we have money in the bank. Let's do it. Around the clock. Maybe that will scare off whoever's doing this. 37. At 5:30, Kalyanovsky is already awake and showered, preparing to throw on his uniform, when his phone buzzes. He reaches the Bowers home at 6. The sun is still over an hour from showing its face as he pulls along the curb. The cold hits him hard when he steps out of his ride. Officer Virginia Risley is there, standing by her squadrol, wearing her uniform jacket, hands on her hips when he pulls up. Sorry to bother you, Sarge, but you had a flag on any incident involving the Bowers. Yeah, I did, Ginny. Glad you called. You go back with Mr. Bowers? She asks. I grew up with Marcy Bowers, he says. Hardly know David. He leaves out the part about Marcy dumping him because, she claimed, she didn't want to settle down in HG, only to later do that very thing, settle down in HG with another man. Well, Mr. Bowers had to leave for work. Mrs. Bowers's daughter has to get up now for music before school. So we're pretty much done. We told her we'd increase the patrols around her house. That's fine, says Kyle. I don't need to talk to them. Just tell me what I need to know. Ginny exhales, frosty air leaving her mouth as she gives him the brief rundown. Okay, so let's look at the ALPRs for the Northeast Quad, says Kyle. Call Ramona over at Town Services and tell her I want them ASAP. Kind of time window we're looking at, around 3:30 in the morning, Can't be too much data. Okay, boss. Ginny gives him a look. Something concerning you here? Oh, they've had some strange stuff happen, he says. She's a lawyer and he owns Hemingway's pub. Maybe someone has a grudge or something. Who knows these days? He puts his hand on Ginny's shoulder. Get the information right away and let me see it the minute you do. Sure thing, Sarge. Hey, you're up and in uniform pretty early. Kyle nods. Got an out-of-town meeting this morning, he says. Where you headed? Chatsworth, he says. Chatsworth? What? Did someone steal a cow or something? Kyle obligingly smiles. He wishes his meeting were that frivolous. It may be his best chance to figure out what the hell is going on with the Bowers family. 38. Sergeant Yanofsky. Is it? Oliver Grafton raises a hand to Kyle. It's Kyle, Agent Grafton. Thanks for seeing me. Call me Ollie. Everyone always did. Never had much time for the formality myself. Everyone else at the bureau, they sort of got off on it, if you know what I mean, the whole special agent crap. I always preferred plain old Ollie. Or Graf if not. Grafton is more than 10 years removed from the FBI now. Retired at age 69 and living alone in a house around 50 miles from Hemingway Grove in a town called Chatsworth. Kyle's great-uncle lived out here. Kyle tries out the name to Grafton, who says it rings a bell. You grew up here, then, says Kyle, sitting at the kitchen table across from Grafton. Grafton nods. Born and raised in this house. Never thought I'd come back. Joined up with the bureau, the Central District, Springfield, after law school and transferred to Chicago in the late 90s. After I retired and then my wife passed, and the house was just sitting here, I figured, why not? It's not a bad place to retire, actually. He looks at Kyle. But you didn't come out here to hear about my life. You want to hear about Mikey the Knife? Kyle smiles at the nickname, one of many he's heard. Or Mickey Two Guns. Grafton chuckles. Michael Cognina. You probably heard he got out not long ago. Heard he's down in Tampa, St. Pete. You worked that case, says Kyle. Back in the day, yeah, I did. Don't remind me, the way everything went south. The bitch of it wasn't the bureau's fault, those witnesses getting killed. That was on the marshal's office. But we all knew when the case against him went in the sewer that it would be us front and center in the shitstorm. He waves a hand. Well, we got him anyway, even if it was on a tax charge. I'm looking at something going on in my town, says Kyle. One of the people in my town was a defense attorney for Silas Renfro in that case. Grafton purses his lips, nods for a long time, almost as if showing respect. Silent Silas, he says. He was a ghost. We looked for him for months until he surrendered to us. One of the most cold-blooded, ruthless killers ever born. As much as we hated to lose him as a witness against Cognina, it seemed like there was some rough justice in seeing him get lit on fire and burned to a crisp. I understand. Kyle plays with his hands. Some strange things are happening to this woman. Silas's former lawyer. People are messing with her. Broke into her home. Moved things around. Put a dead rat in her kid's Halloween bag. A dead rat. Huh. That seems to get Grafton's attention. But why would Cognina have a beef with her? I mean, lawyers annoy all of us, but we don't blame them for what their clients do. That's what I can't figure, says Kyle. It's just that all this weird stuff is happening to her all of a sudden, and Cognina just got out of prison 5 months ago. Seems like it might be connected. Grafton's eyes narrow. Silas's lawyer, he mumbles. Silas, of all people. Why do you say that? Oh, well, it's probably nothing. Really just an old wives' tale. Tell me. Please, says Kyle, feeling like he's getting some traction. Hell, it's not even an old wives' tale. Just something one of the agents said once. After the whole thing was over. After Kaggs was convicted on tax evasion, and we had at least something to show for years of hard work. Yeah? What did this agent say? And he was half in the bag at that. Most of us were. A big blowout after the conviction. You know how cops can drink. Thing was, I was on some medication at the time, so I had to watch myself. He shakes his head. Yeah, Frankie Blair, one of the lead agents. That boy could drink back in the day. Kyle is about to come out of his skin. What did Agent Blair say, Ollie? He said, and I'm pretty sure this is a quote, it stuck with me so much. He said, "Are we really sure that Silas is dead?" Kyle draws back. I'm not following. Like he faked his own death, says Grafton. Put another body in his place and escaped. Could you even imagine? And where would a guy like that even go? Kyle tries with all his might to maintain a poker face. Where, indeed, would a guy like that go? Probably someplace nondescript. A small town where you could live anonymously. Until something thrusts you into the spotlight. Something like a heroic rescue of a drowning man in a choppy river. All captured on a video that goes viral. No, Kyle thinks. Can't be. Did Silas Renfro move to Hemingway Grove and marry his former lawyer? 39. When I walked into the office of the senior partner, Howard Shimkus, 15 years ago, I didn't realize that my legal career in Chicago was about to end. It was almost 2 weeks since the federal government had notified us of Silas Renfro's death, but only days since Howard and I had talked about it. Oh, good. The motion to dismiss? He asked when I walked in holding a document in my hand. When I put it down on his desk, he took one look at it, and immediately knew it wasn't the pleading he'd been expecting. Jesus, Marcy. What are you doing? Liam Heron, I said, pointing at the printout of the online article I just handed him. Escaped from a maximum security prison in Northern Ireland in 1971. Lured a guard into a laundry shack, killed him, changed clothes with him, then set fire to the shack. Prison officials thought it was Heron who died. By the time they learned otherwise, Heron was long gone. Howard kept a poker face, nodding carefully. That's what it means, Howard. Pulling a Heron. He wasn't talking about a bird. He was talking about killing a prison guard and changing places with him. Escaping. Howard was good. A trial lawyer of his experience was long adept at handling surprises, at holding still amid a hurricane. He brought his hands together in a steeple. That's why you were so upset when I mentioned that phrase, I said. Because it means Silas Renfro escaped. We don't know that Silas did any such thing, he said. His voice a strange mixture of calm and aggression. Do we? Do you have some special insight into what happened in that detention facility that no one else seems to have? I didn't, and he knew I didn't. I had no proof. What I had, however, was Howard's reaction that night when I mentioned Silas's Heron reference, swearing me to secrecy, praying with all his might that I hadn't mentioned it to the FBI. To say nothing of the attorney-client privilege, said Howard. Ever heard of that? I've also heard of Rule 11, I said. Committing a fraud on the court. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Close that door. Close it. Howard got to his feet as I shut his office door. You're waiting for me to draft the motion to dismiss, I said. We have to file a suggestion of death to get the criminal charges against Silas dropped. We have to tell the court in writing that he's dead. But he's not. We can say in writing that the government has informed us he's dead. We know that part's true. He seemed proud of himself for that very lawyerly distinction. But inside, I felt something snap. I knew it then, as sure as I ever knew anything. Howard knew what Silas had done. He knew in advance what Silas was planning. That's why he didn't want to be around for any meetings with Silas, why he sent me instead, using his other trial as an excuse. He wanted to create as much distance from Silas as possible, so he could plead ignorance when it happened. And I was just a young associate who could be manipulated, bossed around if I became a problem. This firm doesn't sell out its clients, he said. We get that reputation, we're as good as dead in the legal community. There's a difference, I countered. between selling out a client and being part of the client's fraud. Howard's face turned a shade of purple. He darted a finger in my direction. I don't want to hear that word again from you. Get that motion to dismiss on file today. I don't even need to see it. I can't sign it, I said. Of course you can. It's the most routine of routine motions. It will be granted without any. No, I said. I won't sign it. I'm not going to say he's dead. Because I no longer believe he is. Felt like the ground was shaking beneath me. Howard let out a small chuckle, though he was far from amused. He mentioned something about my future at the firm, my future as a lawyer, but all that was now moot. I knew I could never work for Howard Shimkus again, and thus I was done at Millard Holloway. I'd flamed out at one of the top-tier Chicago law firms within a couple of years. I could have made a big deal of this, I guess. I could have run to the ARDC, our Attorney Disciplinary Commission, or gone to the FBI with my speculation. But it felt, suddenly, as if I were an alien on the planet they call the practice of law. I had to leave. I had to go somewhere else entirely. Wipe the stink off myself and reboot. I went home to HG. I needed a break, and my mother was quite ill. 3 months became 6, 6 became 9, and then she was in hospice care, waiting out the last months of her life from a hospital bed in her home. I mostly cared for her, caught up on light reading, and went for long runs along the Cotton River. A little more than a year later, during one of those long runs along the river, I met another jogger. His name was David Bowers. 40. Camille tosses herself over on the bed, unable to sleep. The afternoon sun beams through the blinds in stripes. She looks at the clock. Almost 3 p.m. She needs to get up anyway. She's beyond exhausted and nauseated but on edge, too. It wasn't hard to tell what happened last night, watching David and Marcy through her telescope while they stood outside their home. They went from squaring off and accusatory to embracing, lovey-dovey, walking arm in arm back into the house. David somehow deceived Marcy into thinking everything was okay. What on earth is he waiting for? He's making it more difficult for everyone involved by not breaking the news to Marcy sooner rather than later. She hears a knock at her door. She pops up in bed, instantly alert. Who the hell would be knocking on her door? She moves to the door slowly, staying off to the side. Who is it? Police, ma'am, comes the reply. She checks through the peephole. Sure enough, a man on the younger side, handsome and well-built, wearing the police coat with furry collar. A local. She opens the door but leaves the chain on. Camille Stryker? I'm Sergeant Kyle Yanofsky, Hemingway Grove PD, he says. Mind if I come in a second? I do mind, actually. That seems to surprise the sergeant, who blinks hard. You won't let me come in? Do you have a warrant, officer? He's not an officer. He called himself a sergeant. But she's in a pissy mood. No, I do not have a warrant. Then no, you can't come in. He takes a breath, trying to be civil. We're going to have a conversation with you behind that door chain and me out in the hallway? Looks that way, she says. You can start by telling me what this is about. I think you know what this is about, Ms. Stryker. She gives him a chilly smile. She's pregnant, nauseated, tired, and grumpy. Not a good combination. But she has to be careful, too. No sense in aggravating the local cops. After a few more moments of awkward silence, the sergeant clears his throat. The reason I'm here, he says, is that I want to know what you were doing outside the Bowers home at 3:30 in the morning. 41. We have a license plate reader that captured your plate crossing the intersection of Wilbur and Front Street at 3:41 a.m. Sergeant Yanofsky tells Camille. Is that a crime? She asks. Driving at 3:41 a.m.? I'm not familiar with the local laws. He doesn't think she's cute. What are you doing in Hemingway Grove, ma'am? Is that a crime? Being in Hemingway Grove? The sergeant frowns. There's no reason to make this difficult. Make what difficult? This conversation we're having? I could end it at any time. I'm under no obligation to talk to you. But I haven't closed the door yet. So if the Bowers family called 911 last night, says the sergeant. After seeing a car idling outside their house in the middle of the night, David called the police on her? That doesn't make sense. Marcy, she thinks. It must have been Marcy. This is what happens, David, when you keep secrets. It always gets messy. What reason do you have to be watching the Bowers house, Miss Stryker? Who said I was watching the Bowers house? Are you saying you weren't? I'm just wondering why you think that. Yeah, she's needlessly egging him on. Annoying a cop who's asking the right questions. The only problem is, she won't answer them. What are you doing in HG? He asks for the second time. You don't live here. You don't work here. You live in Chicago. But I didn't always live in Chicago, Sergeant. You've done your homework, but you haven't dug that deep. Camille makes a point of checking her watch. Anything else, officer? Okay, you won't answer my questions. That's your prerogative. Thank you, she says. We done? She starts to close the door, but he puts a hand out to stop it. One more question, he says. Do you know the name Silas Renfro? Her heart skips a beat. Bye now, she says, closing the door. She falls against the wall and draws a deep breath. The nausea inside her is rising. Whoever named it morning sickness didn't give away the complete story. But it's more than that. It's her nerves, too. The cops have noticed her now. She's no longer invisible. And yes, she most certainly knows the name Silas Renfro. 42. Special Agent Francis Blair walks into Becky Crandall's office at the IRS's Criminal Division in Chicago. Hope I'm not stopping by too late, he says. I know you revenue folks like to call it a day about 4. Fuck off, Francis. She removes her glasses, tucks her hair behind her ears. Nice scruff, by the way. The facial hair, 3 days' growth of beard. I'm undercover. A task force with customs. Might have mentioned to you. A sting op cargo theft. Been working it about a year now. Well, don't you live the exciting life? Yeah, don't I? Tell me you have something good for me, Beck. You tell me something first, she says. Does this have anything to do with Michael Cagnina? He takes a seat across from her. Why do you ask that? Okay. She leans back in her leather chair. The runaround. Answer a question with a question. I don't need to know, right? Never mind our history. Never mind I worked that fucking Cagnina case with you back in the day. Blair throws up his hands. Not my call, Becky. She pushes a file across the desk to him. Hemingway's pub is owned by DCB Enterprises. His initials, David Christopher Bowers. An offshore corporation. Offshore. Humph. Yeah, humph. Not illegal, though. Anyway, you know much about the place? The pub? He shrugs. Not really. Why? It's done really, really well as a business. Very strong revenues. Very strong. It serves food and sells booze. But it must be really popular with revenues like that. It's located right off the interstate. I know that much. Blair opens the file. So I suppose with a name like that, it probably draws a lot of one-off customers, travelers. Plus the local town regulars. Shit. What do I know about restaurants? Well, I don't know much either, says Becky. But I do look at a lot of financials. This place is doing better than most. Blair looks over the numbers. Yeah, seems like it. You're thinking, what, he's laundering money? She shrugs. It's an ideal vehicle. Personally, if I were going to launder money, a restaurant would be my first choice. A combo restaurant and bar, actually. Drinks are so easy to fudge. But I can't tell if there's laundering just by looking at financials. Got it. You see who's preparing his tax returns, though? No. Who? She sighs. Down in the corner. Dumbass. He finds it. David Bowers is doing his own corporate tax returns? He sure is. Now, that's not anything necessarily suspicious, either. But if I were laundering money, I wouldn't just pick a restaurant and bar. I'd also do the tax returns myself. Okay. What else? David Bowers is paying himself at least $500,000 a year. Pretty nice coin for a place like Hemingway Grove. Shit. I'd take that up here in Chicago. Me too, pal. One year it was as high as $750. He varies it. But never less than $500 a year. Awfully good pay for a guy running a bar and restaurant. Just saying. That's probably how he was able to build his house with cash. She looks at Blair. Did you know that? That he has no mortgage on his new house. Paid for it in cash. Yeah, I know that, says Blair. Her eyes narrow. You know that. So you've been looking at this guy already. He lifts a shoulder. Need to know, Beck? She wags a finger at him, getting more comfortable with her thought. I googled this guy David Bowers. Took me 2 seconds to find about 1,000 videos of him making that dramatic river rescue. Pretty freakin' heroic stuff. It was sure. No sense in being disagreeable on that point. Made his face go viral, says Becky. I'm thinking maybe some facial recognition technology with the Bureau might have picked something up. Blair blinks and tries to keep a straight face. Meaning you think you know who this guy is, she adds. Not that you'll tell me. Not that I could, he counters. I mean, even if, hypothetically, you were right. She smiles, shakes her head. And you're still gonna pretend this isn't about Michael Cagnina? Beck, I never said one way or the other. For fuck's sake, Frankie. I'm like 7 months from retirement. I'm not looking to get in on anything that's gonna get me whacked. I don't even carry a service weapon anymore. I got 1 foot out the door. I'm gonna take a consulting job with a bank and live the good life any day now. She leans forward. I won't tell anyone. Just let me live vicariously through a former partner. Okay, fine, Beck. But tell me first. What makes you ask? She chuckles. You mean besides the fact that you have Cagnina on the brain? That he's your white whale? Besides that? Yeah. Besides that? Okay. Besides that. Because I remember, and so do you, Frankie, that we always thought Cagnina managed to stash away some dough before we closed in on him. Right? Didn't we always think that? Like, $16–17 million? Course I remember. So I've got nothing exciting to do here in this gig, says Becky. And maybe my imagination is getting the better of me. Or maybe it's just my advanced age. But I'm thinking if Michael Cagnina stowed that money away, about the only way he'd ever be able to spend it is if somebody cleaned it for him first. Blair smiles. Becky was always a smart one. I fucking knew it. She slaps her hand down on her desk. You found Cagnina's money launderer, haven't you? 43. Tommy Malone drives by the Bowers home for the second time. It's past 10 in the morning. Nobody should be home. David and Marcy at work, Lincoln and Grace at school. The snow is a problem. The temperatures have eased slightly around here, starting the thawing process, but there are still plenty of patches of crispy snow on the ground. He'll have to be careful about footprints. He parks 2 blocks away and walks. Checks his phone first, the app for his eye. First time he broke into the Bowers home, before they started setting their intruder alarm, he installed the small device in their mudroom high above the washer and dryer. To the homeowner, a tiny thing hardly noticeable alongside the carbon monoxide detector, barely worth a second glance. But for the intruder, miles away with a remote laptop, there's a nice view of the alarm pad every time someone punches in the code. It's worked for Tommy every time, just as it worked for him when he got inside Hemingway's pub through the rear door. He walks slowly, casually, his breath still showing in the air before him. It hasn't warmed up that much, and he thinks about how far he's come. From snatching their dog, Lulu, to tossing their coffee pot in the clothes dryer, to dropping a dead rat in the boys' Halloween bag, to seeing David washing money through that restaurant. And now this will decide it once and for all. He walks up the driveway, adjusting the neon orange vest that village workers wear. Sanitation, electrical, whatever. The vest and denim jeans and tool belt make everybody think municipal employee. Without missing a beat, he lifts the latch on the gate and enters the backyard. There are patches of snow on the ground, but a clear, if wet, path to the back door. He gets through the lock easily enough and hears the intruder alarm. He has the code memorized by now. No need to check the app. He punches in the numbers, and the alarm goes silent. He tosses a few dog biscuits to the floor to satiate the yapping dog, Lulu, who remembers him and isn't a fan. More where that came from. This shouldn't take too long. He pulls the can of spray paint off his tool belt. Red spray paint is a nice touch. It only takes him 30 seconds to finish the message on the bright white wall. Lulu is just finishing up the doggy treats when Tommy returns to the alarm pad. He sets the alarm once more, giving him 45 seconds to close the door behind him before the alarm will turn to a loud shrill. But he doesn't close the back door behind him. He leaves it wide open. It won't take long now before he knows for sure. 44. Kyle Yanofsky pulls his car into the Bowers' driveway, the second police vehicle to arrive. He checks the time before he bounces from the car. Coming up on 11 in the morning. The sun has decided to make a cameo appearance, causing him to squint. Officer Ginny Risley is waiting for him on the driveway. She's probably sorry that the Bowers family lives in her assigned district. Everything okay? He asks her. Everything's stable, she says. Okay, might be a different story. Tell me. Kyle puts his hands on his hips. Normal home intruder alarm call, she says. Hatch and I respond. Hatch meaning Lee Hatcher, her partner. We beat the homeowner to the house. Mr. Bowers, says Kyle. David, right? So we're first on the scene. The back door's wide open, she continues. The door was left open? That's odd. So we enter, right? An open door like that, we're gonna go in every time. She looks at him for approval. That's right, Ginny. Keep going. Well, Mr. Bowers is not far behind us. He walks in and he's pissed. Or maybe that's too harsh. He's upset that we're inside. He couldn't get us out of that house fast enough, Sarge. He didn't even want us to secure the interior. Most people, they're spooked as hell. They want us to do a walkthrough and make sure the bad guys aren't hiding in a closet or something. Right. Just then, Kyle can hear them coming around from the rear of the house through the backyard. Officer Hatcher and David Bowers. Ginny hears them, too. She leans in closer to Kyle. I saw something in there, she says as Hatch and David come through the gate. Kyle steels himself. It's been a long time. It shouldn't still affect him. Kyle, right? David extends a hand. Hey, David. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you too. I want to thank your two officers here. Getting here so quickly. Totally professional. Sure. Just doing their jobs. Two of our best, Kyle adds. David rubs his hands together. I can probably take it from here. No harm, no foul. No real damage. A little spray paint, some dumb kids. Spray paint. Kyle glances at Ginny. He's getting the same vibe as she did. David seems awfully eager for them to leave. Well, I'm glad to hear it was nothing serious, he says. He turns to Ginny. We have enough for a police report? Well, that's the thing, Ginny starts. Oh, no need for a police report, says David. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Well, for insurance, if nothing else. Nah, I won't bother with insurance. To clean up some spray paint? The hike in premiums isn't worth it. You guys have been great. David starts to backpedal. Really, thanks for everything. I can take it from here. And with that, David disappears through the backyard. Weird, right? Ginny says to Kyle. Very. Kyle looks at his two officers. What, did they force entry? That damage alone is worth insurance. If they forced entry, it was a pick, says Ginny. No damage. And they spray painted. Yeah, they spray painted, says Hatch. But what I think. What Ginny and I think. He looks at Ginny. She nods. We think he knew the alarm code. We think he picked the lock, disarmed the code. Then he reset it when he left. Why do you think that? Kyle asks. Ginny this time. An alarm's going off, you know you don't have much time inside, right? The cops will be coming quickly. And he took the time to write a note in spray paint. That doesn't seem like something you do if you're in a hurry to take off. Oh, they wrote a note? They didn't just spray around. No, they didn't. It was a note. But here's the thing, Sarge. He disarms the alarm and leaves a note. Spray paints it on the wall. Right? Okay. Yeah. But then before he leaves, he resets the alarm. But leaves the back door wide open. Oh, right. Kyle's tracking their thinking now. He resets the alarm but keeps the door wide open. So after a brief grace period, like 30 seconds, a minute, whatever, that alarm is set and it will detect the open door and go off again. Full bore. Right? And the cops will come. Just like we did. Whoever did this, says Hatch, we think he wanted us to come. But why would he want the cops to come? They both raise their shoulders. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Well, what does the note say? Ginny smirks. She pulls out her phone. I'll text you the picture I took, she says. 45. Tommy Malone sits at a restaurant a mile away from the Bowers house. His earbud is in as he listens to the sounds from the police scanner. Listening in a town like Hemingway Grove is a lot easier than listening to the chatter in a place like Chicago. All units, we have a home alarm distress signal at 343 Cedar. Patio door. That's 343 Cedar. Unit 14 responding. Copy that. 14. Tommy takes a sip of his soda. Pulls the lettuce out of his turkey BLT. Unit 14 to dispatch. The patio door is open. We've announced our office with no response. We're heading inside. Copy that. 14. Dispatch. Contact Sergeant Yanofsky per his direction. Tommy perks up. Sergeant Yanofsky. Per his direction. Sergeant Yanofsky has some special interest in the Bowers family? Dispatch to Unit 19. Dispatch to Unit 19. Dispatch, this is Unit 19. Sergeant, Officer Risley is responding to a home alarm distress call at 343 Cedar and requested you be notified. Copy that, dispatch. Unit 19 responding. The plot thickens. He finishes the fries, the only thing on his plate worth eating, and sips his Coke. Dispatch, this is Unit 14 at 343 Cedar Lane. The homeowner advises he does not wish to file a report. We're terminating. Checkmate. Tommy closes his eyes. He knew it. He knew it all along. David Bowers didn't want to report this. He wanted to downplay what happened. He didn't want them to see the note. He probably wanted the cops out of that house as soon as possible. He picks up the cell phone and dials the number. It's him, boss, he says. We fucking found him. 46. Kyle Yanofsky drives away from the Bowers house with more questions than answers. Who is doing this to the Bowers family? Is he right about David? And how does Camille Stryker fit into the equation? And what about Marcy? How much does she know? His phone rings. Officer Risley, whom he just left at the Bowers house. He puts it on speakerphone. Hey, Ginny. Everything okay? Yeah, Sarge, I just forgot to tell you. You asked me to look into that lease at the apartment building? Camille Stryker, right? Turns out David Bowers is paying for it. Month to month. Told the landlord she was his cousin. Thanks, Ginny. Cal punches out the phone. Who the hell is Camille Stryker? She lived in Chicago most of her life. He knows her professional background, but not much more. But what she does, or at least did, for a living can't be a coincidence. That and the fact that ever since she arrived in town, strange things have been happening to the Bowers family. He finds the number and dials it, still on speakerphone. This is Ollie. Agent Grafton. It's Sergeant Yanofsky from the Hemingway Grove PD. Sure, Sergeant. Remember, it's Ollie. Or Graf. Right, sorry. Ollie. Ollie, can I bother you with another question on that same topic we discussed? Silas Renfro, you mean? Yes, exactly, says Kyle. Would you happen to remember if Silas Renfro had a girlfriend or wife? 47. Well, you're in good health, no question. You're doing everything right. You're taking the prenatal vitamins. Your diet is the right one, and you're exercising just the appropriate amount. But we know it's still very early. Dr. Morales, a middle-aged woman herself, looks over her glasses at Camille. So we keep our expectations at an even keel, right? Right? Sure. Camille hears herself saying the words, but isn't sure she believes them. At age 40, she didn't think she'd ever have a child. She wasn't planning to have one either. But ever since she got the news from the at-home test, waiting those agonizing 5 minutes and then finding 2 pink lines, not one, on the tiny face of the tester, ever since then, the idea of being a mother has slowly grown and taken shape, just like the child itself, to the point where she can't imagine being anything but a mother now. But she knows the risks at her age. And she isn't quite at 3 months, even. It is way too early for her to have her hopes this high. The good doctor is right. Do you have help? Dr. Morales asks. Is the father in the picture? Camille lets out a small laugh. How much time do you have? None of my business. Just wondering in terms of help. I would say he's in the picture. Camille rocks her head from side to side. How much in the picture is the real question. Okay. Got it. He's married. Not to me. Camille catches herself. Why did she just say that? Why would she volunteer that information to someone who, if not a complete stranger, certainly isn't a close friend? Probably because she isn't a close friend. And she's sworn to secrecy. Or maybe pregnancy does something to your social filters. Her moods lately, though she's kind of enjoyed losing the filters. I see. Well, the doctor puts down her laptop. I'd just like you to have a support network. That's the only reason I ask. I'm good. She's not sure why she said that either. Good is probably not the right word. Scared, uncertain, shaky. All those words fit better. She makes her next appointment at the front desk. Congratulations, the receptionist says to her, a little more loudly and enthusiastically than Camille would have liked. Why don't you announce it to the whole waiting room? The waiting room itself holds only 2 people. One a young woman, white, with a long brown ponytail, who is reading a book. The other, a black woman who is visibly pregnant. Her young boy sitting next to her watching some kind of electronic screen. Nobody seems to be paying much attention to Camille. She returns to her car in the parking garage and heads back toward Hemingway Grove. David set her up with a doctor in HG, but she'd prefer Dr. Morales, who's been her OBGYN for more than a decade. She planned the appointment for noon in Chicago, so she could avoid rush hour traffic returning to Hemingway Grove. She travels the 90 miles in less than 2 hours, mostly highway travel, finally exiting onto the ramp for HG, passing Hemingway's pub along the way, with its shiny sign and neat landscaping. She turns into the ground-level parking lot in her apartment building. Waiting there, leaning against a police cruiser, is Sergeant Kyle Yanofsky. She gets out of her Jeep and looks at him with raised eyebrows. Officer Yanofsky, using the inferior rank again. What a nice surprise. Afternoon, Miss Stryker, he says. How was your doctor's appointment? 48. Let me guess, Camille says. The young woman in the ponytail in the waiting room. You had me followed. Just doing my due diligence. You're within your rights to refuse to talk to me, as you seem to know all too well. Sergeant Yanofsky shrugs. I'm within my rights to find my answers other ways. Like, by violating my privacy. He squints into the sunlight. See, Miss Stryker, I'm pretty much done fucking around. He levels his stare on her. There are things happening in my town. Things that aren't right. And I'm afraid they're about to get worse. Such as, I have a theory, Miss Stryker. Wanna hear it? Does it matter if I do? She smirks at him. Sure. You could tell me to go fly a kite, which is pretty much what you did the last time I tried to talk to you. You could walk away right now, and I couldn't stop you. But you're not going to walk away. His turn to smirk. You want to know what I'm thinking? Maybe she's underestimated this guy. Probably her bias as a city girl, making this guy for a lightweight, a small-town hayseed. Kyle Yanofsky looks the part through and through, born and raised here. A varsity football player and decent student who never dreamed of venturing far from the place he's always called home. But who is she to judge or make assumptions? Any woman who has had to make it in the professional world should know about stereotypes. That's her mistake. She won't make it again. It's a free country, she says. I've got a minute. That's what I thought. The sergeant nods. Something is happening to the Bowers family. Little things at first. Things being moved around their house. Their dog was stolen but then returned a few hours later. Someone started their barbecue grill one night. Someone dropped a dead rat in the little boy's Halloween bag. Someone screwing with them, basically. Not hurting them, but screwing with them. Right? Go on. Then it escalates to break-ins. Break-ins to their house. This last one, this morning, they sent the Bowers family a message. What message? She catches herself, seeming too eager. Oh, I think you know what the message was, says Yanofsky. He gives her a moment to comment, then continues. Anyway, this theory of mine. I asked you before if you ever heard the name Silas Renfro. Care to answer that question this time? No, well, he's a hitman for the mob. Specifically, a hitman for Michael Cagnina. The authorities believe that Silas Renfro was murdered before he could testify against Cagnina. But there's kind of an unofficial theory circulating that Silas Renfro didn't die in that detention center. He staged the whole thing and escaped. And my theory is that Silas Renfro is alive and well and living in Hemingway Grove. Jesus, she thinks. I really did underestimate this guy. She looks out over First Street. Light traffic, cars on their way to pick up children from school, maybe do some shopping or go to a medical appointment. All oblivious to what's happening in this town. My theory says that David Bowers is Silas Renfro. He continues. And if there's a wanted assassin living in my town, I kinda wanna know that. You understand? She doesn't answer. She's wondering how good a poker face she has. Now, if my sources at the FBI are correct, and I'm pretty sure they are, the word is that Silas Renfro had a sweetheart. A woman whose ballpark age now would be about 40. Just like you. She zips up her jacket as the wind picks up. More than anything, it's something to take the focus off her expression. It's getting harder to seem unaffected by what he's saying. 40 and never married, he adds. Sounds like quite a story you have there, officer. I'm 40 and single, so I must be the girlfriend of some hitman who's believed to be dead. Now Yanofsky goes quiet for a time, waiting for her to elaborate. But she won't. She won't say anything more than necessary. You know, the feds could never figure it out how that detention center got raided and all those U.S. Marshals and witnesses got killed. It was a top-secret location. Everyone thought there was someone on the inside. A mole. In fact, way I hear it, every agent involved got questioned, and a lot of reputations and careers were destroyed. Sorry to hear that. Are you? He angles his head. Camille, Your background is tech support. You're a computer girl, right? Used to be, yeah. Yeah, but you didn't work for some big company or some freak internet startup. All that high-tech stuff you did? You did it for the U.S. Marshals Service in Chicago. She breaks eye contact. She will never look at a small-town cop the same way again. All those agents being investigated to see who the mole was, the one who helped Kagnina's boys attack that secret detention facility, says the sergeant. I'll bet they never once looked at some bureaucrat sitting in a little cubicle in front of a computer in a building on South Dearborn in Chicago. She finds herself shaking her head. You helped him, Camille, he says. You used all your tricky tech skills, unlocking back doors and breaking through passwords and all that computer stuff. You found the secret location, didn't you? And you told Kagnina. You helped your boyfriend escape. And you found a spot for him to relocate. Not too close to Chicago, but close enough. No, she whispers. Why he married Marcy, I don't know yet. Good cover, I suppose. And it worked, right? For years. Until David goes and rescues that drowning man and his face goes viral. Some facial rec software hits on the image. Your boyfriend, Silas, is suddenly exposed. Among others to Michael Kagnina, fresh out of prison. How am I doing so far? You're doing exceptionally well, she thinks. And it's getting progressively harder to play dumb. 49. He has her. Cal knows it. He can read it all over her face, no matter how defiant she tries to appear. She's like a boxer taking blow after blow and not fighting back. Tell you what I don't get yet, he says. Why is Kagnina screwing with your boyfriend now? What beef does he have with Silas? Or, asking the same thing a different way, why is Silas hiding from Kagnina? Camille is still putting up her best front. But the look of resignation, if not outright defeat, is all over her. She brushes away a strand of hair and looks out over traffic. He's not without sympathy here. She's pregnant, for Christ's sake, and David is obviously the father, but he doesn't have time for sympathy. If the mob has come to Hemingway Grove, he needs to know. I mean, from my view, Camille, you'd think after Silas killed all those witnesses against him, Kagnina would want to pin a medal on Silas's chest. But instead, he's screwing with him, toying with him, all that shit he's pulled. Like he's trying to prompt him or flush him out. He's trying to do it under the radar, low-key, subtle. The mob isn't usually known for its subtlety. That actually prompts a brief smile, at least a relaxation of her expression. And with that, apparently, a shift in her focus, as if she's shaken out of a trance. I have to go, she says. I can't help you. Talk to David Bowers if you have questions about David Bowers. I'm sorry. No, Kyle steps in her path. This has to stop before there's violence. You're pregnant. Camille, do you really want violence right now? Tell me I'm right. Or tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me what I'm missing. Tell me something before it's too late. I'm sorry, Sergeant. I have to go. I'm sorry. She pushes past him and heads into the building. 50. Special Agent Francis Blair opens an extra button on his flannel shirt, revealing more of the black t-shirt underneath. Checks his cover outfit once more in the bathroom mirror. He looks the part of a trucker, a longtime union guy who's now a crook, a thief. He'll be glad when this is over. All the rigmarole you see has to go through. Living in a different apartment, not his own. Memorizing his cover. Looking over his shoulder every time he steps out of his cover and returns to his normal life. Wondering every time he enters the FBI building on Roosevelt whether someone might snap his photo. It's been 11 months now, living in this shitbox of a rental unit in Ukrainian village. The heist is next week. He can't wait for the sting to go down so he can return to his normal life and just be Special Agent Francis Blair. Or does he? He looks again in the mirror, a 55-year-old man, a guy who should be a special agent in charge by now, or at least an ASAC, but he's not even a supervisor. Nothing more than a line agent at his ripe old age? A washout? relegated to undercover on a customs task force. A promising young agent whose career was derailed by a mobster named Michael Cognina. He hears his phone buzz. Not his cover phone, but his real one, plugged into a charger in the small kitchen area. He's surprised when he sees the name on caller ID. Ollie Grafton, he answers. How long has it been? Special FX. Ollie replies. Right, he forgot that Graf used to use that nickname for Blair, riffing off his initials. They go through some small talk, Graf ribbing Blair about still being in organized crime, Blair asking him if he's worn out the rocking chair yet in retirement down in Chatsworth. Listen, reason I'm calling, says Graf, seeing as how you're the only one from the Cognina team still at the bureau. There's a cop from Hemingway Grove just paid me a visit the other day. Followed up with a phone call today, asking some interesting questions. Hemingway Grove? That doesn't sound good. Questions about none other than Silas Renfro, says Grafton. Is that a blast from the past or what? 51. N.O.? Grace. I say into my earbuds as I pull out of the parking lot. It's Wednesday, and I'm still on edge. We talked about this. I'm picking you up from school. Don't walk home. Why not? How about because I said so? Does that ever work anymore? Better than the real reason. I'm freaked about that car watching our house last week around 3 in the morning. Because I don't want the kids coming home before I'm there. Because I'd like to have armed escorts follow them everywhere they go until I know what the hell is happening to our family. Just wait for me, Grace. You in Lincoln. I'll be there in 10 minutes. My stomach aching, and not from hunger, I navigate around some cars and traffic, being more impatient than usual. I'm halfway to the school when I see flashing lights behind me. A cop pulling me over? Now? Great. I pull over to the side of the road on 3rd Street. I retrieve my license and registration. Was I speeding? I probably was. In the rearview mirror, I see a familiar face approaching. I buzz down the window. Kyle? He leans in, jaw set, his mouth a straight line. Upset at least, if not angry. You were speeding and committed improper lane changes. Just for the record, he says. It's a valid stop. Probably so. But that's not why he's pulling me over. I have to get my kids, I say. Can we make this fast? Can we make this fast? Sure, Marcy, we can make this fast. Here's fast for you. Have you been playing me all along? I don't. Huh. I put the car into park and shake my head. I don't You know why people are doing things to your family, don't you? You're acting as if all this bizarre stuff is happening and you have no idea why. He makes a show of it with his hands. But you know why, right? Kyle. I reach out, but he steps back. Put your hands on the steering wheel, Marcy. Are you kidding? I search his face but find nothing suggesting it's a joke. That's a lawful order from a sworn officer. Hands on the steering wheel. You're a former defense lawyer, right? You know the drill. Okay. I wrap both hands around the steering wheel. I am no longer a threat to your safety, Sergeant. Now would you please tell me what you think I've done or what you think I know? My concern edging toward anger, too. But my heart is racing. Kyle knows something that I don't. He leans in again, his face coloring. You brought this to our town. You brought him to our town. Brought who to our town? Kyle, what the hell are you talking about? Your husband, he snaps. Tell me his name. His name? You mean like his full name? David Christopher Bowers. He stares at me for what seems like forever, searching my face, while he seethes. I've known Kyle most of my life. He's always been physical, a wrestler and football player, a handyman, later a cop, but his demeanor was always genial. Probably too laid back for my liking at the end of the day. But in all those years, I have never seen pure rage on his face, as I do now. He was an orphan, right? He says. Parents died in a house fire when he was a toddler, so any photos of him with mom and dad would have burned up. No phone cameras back then, no cloud backups. So no photos of him with his parents. That's convenient. Kyle, I say, surprised at the weakness in my voice. Then what? He bounced around foster homes. So nobody he'd call mom or dad or stepmom and stepdad or any family at all. Probably no photos, or at least no photos he kept. Also convenient. Basically, no evidence at all of his childhood. I shake my head. You're saying David isn't really overload. Failure to compute. This can't be right. This isn't true. But he seems so sure of himself. Marcy, I am going to give you one more chance. Kyle draws out each word, his voice shaking. This time, I want David's real name. 52. David Bowers bends over at the waist, hands on his knees. Behind him, the rear door of Hemingway's pub. He really said that? He whispers. Silas Renfro? He really said that. Despite herself, Camille is tempted to feel sorry for David, who looks utterly broken and terrified. Sergeant Yanofsky has proved to be a pretty quick study. David straightens up, puts his hands on his head, looks up at the darkening sky. If he's looking for divine intervention, he's out of luck. David made his own bed. You've been wishing this away, David? He nods, finally looks at her. That's exactly what I've been doing. Hoping if I denied it to myself and everyone else, it would go away. I figured nobody could prove anything, right? So just deny, deny, deny. Nothing else made sense. All things considered, she thinks that probably was as good a play as anything else. But now it's over. David can clearly see that now. Camille feels a wave of queasiness. Takes a step to steady herself. Still with the nausea? David looks at her. Still with the nausea. How's the baby doing? Fine. David shivers, rubs his arms. Can't be warmer than 30 degrees out here, and all he has on is a flannel shirt and khakis. But his nerves must be playing a role too. You're going to tell Marcy everything, she says. He nods. No choice now. Everything, she repeats. Yeah, everything. It's gonna kill her. He blows out air. It's gonna kill her. Give her some credit. She's a strong lady. David heads toward the door, his posture slumped. A defeated, broken man. Then he turns back to her. How long we known each other, Cam? Oh geez. She looks up. All that time. He puts out a hand. All that time nobody ever knew about They never knew about us. They never knew about me. And I swear, I thought nobody ever would. And then you had to go save a drowning man in a river. A grim smirk plays on his face. No good deed goes unpunished, I guess. 53. I laugh when I hear the name. Actually laugh. Kyle is obviously not joking, but I laugh anyway. That's absurd, I say. Kyle, still at my car window holding up traffic on 3rd Street, is having none of it. I'm done with your crap, Mars. I swear to God I am. My crap? I think I'd know if I were married to Silas Renfro. My point exactly, he says. You were his lawyer. You knew him. You're one of the only people who saw his face. He could deny it to anyone else, but you were the one person who would know. So why are you playing this game? I blink hard, feeling a jolt. Something sinks inside me. What? Kyle says. What? Talk to me, Marcy. I didn't, I say. I never saw his face. I look at Kyle. He wouldn't let anyone see his face. Not even his lawyers. We spoke through a solid wall. I saw his eyes, like through a peephole. That was it. I bring a hand to my face. No, it's absurd. Preposterous, right? Then why is my entire body shaking all of a sudden? Silas Renfro didn't die in that detention center. Did he, Marcy? Attorney-client, attorney-client, attorney-client. I never knew for sure, I manage. I had my doubts. Camille Stryker, he says. What, who? You don't know that name? Camille Stryker. I shake my head. No. Kyle looks me over, battling with himself, trying to decide whom to trust. What did you think of that note left on your wall? Note? What note? The note on your foyer. Someone broke into your home last Friday. What? I almost jump out of my seat. What are you talking about? You don't know that? David got the call from the alarm company. He didn't. Kyle's eyes rise, his expression changing. He didn't tell you? No, he didn't tell me. What happened at my house? He pulls out his phone. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was broken. Truth be told, David couldn't get us out of there fast enough. I don't understand. I don't understand what is happening. You said they left a note. Yeah, they spray-painted a note on your foyer wall. Kyle holds up his phone. One of the officers snapped a picture. He hands me his phone. There it is, in red spray paint across the wall of my foyer, just below the Picasso print. I know who you are. Oh my God, I whisper. You really didn't. You didn't know, says Kyle. I have to go. I have to go right now. I put the car in gear and drive to the school. 54. Grace and Lincoln bark at each other in the back seat. Something about the PlayStation. Ordinarily, I'd be on them about getting along, about being half as nice to each other as they are to every other person in the world. But right now I feel about as stable as a jug of nitroglycerin next to an open flame. I pull into the garage and kill the engine. Wait here, I say. Wait in the car a minute. Why do we have to wait? Because I told you to wait in the car, Grace Catherine. I slam the door. I try to act composed, not race like a madwoman into the house from the garage. It isn't easy. Once inside, I rush to the front of the house, the foyer, and mentally prepare myself as I turn to look at the wall. It's just a plain white wall, blank except for the Picasso print centered in the middle. A plain white wall, but with a nice shiny fresh coat of paint. I sink to the floor, a burn rippling through my chest. Feeling like up has suddenly become down and down is now up. David painted over the words. He hid this whole incident from me and covered up the message. A message from someone who knows who he really is, a category of people that apparently does not include me. My husband has been lying to me. All these years, my husband has been lying to me. 55. Grace, I'm sorry I snapped at you. Both of you, please clean out your lunch boxes. Lincoln, cello before dinner. Grace, piano. I say this while gathering my bag from the car so the kids won't see my face directly. Won't see the tears, won't notice the makeup smeared on my face. The kids jump out of the car and head inside. They expect me to follow them. But I do not. Instead, I pull down the ceiling ladder and climb up into the attic above the garage. Dark and creaky. A cold, open space, filled with Christmas decorations and old boxes. When I reach the top of the stairs, I find the switch to turn on the single light bulb in the center of the space. I walk carefully, navigating the haphazardly placed boxes, there being no need for order up here. Every footstep producing a groan from the wooden floor. I veer around the box's marked ornaments, step over the one marked WREATHS, angle past the faux Christmas tree. In the far corner of the attic, personal records, placed in long plastic bins with lids, 2 rows, each stacked 3 high. I separate them and spread them out on the floor. The lids identify the contents. Grace ages 0 to 3, Lincoln ages 0, 3, and so on, all written in black magic marker on masking tape. There is one bin marked taxes/finances. Since I married David, I have never done our taxes or scrutinized our finances. A box containing this information would be the last one he'd expect me to open. I don't want to do this. I can't believe the path of my life has swerved in such a way that I need to do this. But I do. I pry open the top of the bin. Inside are large legal-size envelopes, each fully stuffed, the tax year noted in magic marker. I open the most recent one, pulling out nearly 100 pages of documents and forms. W-2s and spreadsheets, estimated payment vouchers, records of charitable contributions clipped together. Nothing. I stuff them back in the envelope. I work in reverse chronological order back to the previous year, then the year before that, finding the same sorts of documents, same results. I comb through the rest of the envelopes and find one marked tax year 2008. Years before I knew him. Again, probably the last envelope in this box that I would be expected to check. I remove the contents. They are not tax forms. First, inside a plastic sheath are several copies of his birth certificate. A certificate of live birth, embossed with a seal. David Christopher Bowers, born in Chippewa County Hospital in Montevideo, Minnesota, mother Roberta and Bowers, father Edward Orleans Bowers. A certificate from the Chippewa County Home for Boys, the orphanage where David lived for several years. A certificate of transfer to temporary care, signed by a guardian ad litem after David went to live with the first of several foster families. All this fake, Kyle would say. The birth certificate, the orphanage certificate, the GL transfer. None of it real, all of it doctored. Next, 2 pages plucked from a photo album, 3 photos a page, stuffed in individual plastic pouches, 3 hole punches on the side of each page. The first page, photographs of 3 people at some celebratory event. Seemingly a mother, father, and son, posing for photos. An older man in a suit and tie with gray curly hair, a roundness to his cheeks, a slight paunch at the midsection. An older woman, probably late 40s or early 50s, light-complected with dark hair pulled back, wearing a long sparkly dress. In between them a younger man, a boy really, maybe high school age or college, wearing a tie pulled down from the collar, his arms around the man and woman. The young man would pass for a relative of David but not David himself. He is heavy-set, with a wider nose, ears that protrude off his head, brown eyes instead of blue, and a mess of curly dark hair. But David has no relatives. He is an only child, as were his mother and father. No siblings, aunts, or uncles. I channel Kyle's voice. How convenient. Okay, think harder. Looking at these photos, comparing them to David now, he could have lost weight, obviously, since this photo. And the curly hair? He's always shaved his head. Ever since I knew him. He said it was because his hairline was receding and he liked the look of it shaved. Whatever. That's not the point right now. The added weight and curly hair don't mean this boy isn't David. But the nose and protruding ears, those would require surgery. But with surgery, yeah, maybe. This could be a childhood photo of David. No, I say quietly but firmly. No way. This is all crazy. I may not be able to recognize Silas Renfro's face, but I would recognize his vibe. He was a ruthless killer. David couldn't have faked that away. Not completely, not forever. Have some faith in yourself, Marcy. You'd know the difference between a loving family man and a cold-blooded assassin. Right? I know who you are, the spray-painted note said. Am I missing the meaning? The only other page. 3 more pictures of the same 3 people but earlier in time. The boy younger, maybe 11 or 12, in a baseball uniform holding a trophy, the mother and father beside him, hamming it up for the camera. I breathe out a sigh. I'm getting nowhere. Nowhere except a train to insanity. Then I notice, behind the 2 pages of photos, a manila envelope. Seemingly nothing inside. I shake it and hear a small rattle. Open it up. Keys. Keys to safe deposit boxes. 5 in total. Tiny cards attached to each by a string, bearing the typewritten words Purnell Bank followed by a number. Purnell Bank number 323, Purnell Bank number 324, and so on. That's not our bank. I've never heard of that bank. David has 5 safe deposit boxes I don't know about. 56. It doesn't happen all at once. Takes time. Time, first, sitting absolutely still up in the attic in the near dark with that one flickering light bulb, staring at those safe deposit box keys. Keys literally and metaphorically to things unknown, a different world, a different life, perhaps. I don't know, not yet. But I do know this. There is no legitimate reason that a person would need 5 different safe deposit boxes. But there are plenty of illegitimate reasons. Then snapping out of my funk and heading back downstairs. Cooking shrimp and risotto for dinner and chopping broccoli and tossing it into a pan with garlic and soy sauce and burning the absolute shit out of my finger. Then opening my laptop after dinner, the kids off, more likely than not, to their screens, their phones, texting with friends or playing games or watching videos. Things on which I would normally crack down as cop mom, but that tonight provide me with welcome space, solitude, time to think about what I know to be true about my life and what I do not. The laptop. Not hard to find. Prenell Bank online. It's in Champaign, home of our state's flagship university, and just an hour's drive from here. David could easily drive there and back in any given day, sneaking away from the pub without my ever knowing it. And then typing the words Michael Cognina into a search engine. I don't know why it didn't occur to me that this man, a man I never met, never laid eyes on in the flesh, could be the source of all this crazy stuff happening to our family. I knew he'd been released from prison within the past year. And yes, I always suspected that his former assassin, my former client Silas Renfro, had escaped that detention center in Rockford. But no, whether it should have or not, it never once crossed my mind. When I walked away from Howard Shimkus and left Millard Halloway and moved back here to HG, I put anything regarding Michael Cognina in the rearview mirror. Sure, I heard he was convicted of tax evasion. Everyone in the country heard about that. Beyond that, I had no interest in hearing his or Silas's name ever again. I had no interest in learning another single fact about any of those people. But now I do, so I type on my keyboard. I learn, and I think. I think about David, everything I know about him, everything I know about us. An hour that turns into 2 hours that turns into 3. And finally it clicks. It sends another burn through my chest, jump-starts my pulse, forces my eyes shut, sends tears slithering down my cheeks once more. I let them fall for a short time, listening with one ear for any sound of the children coming down the stairs. They can't see me like this. What this will ultimately mean for them I do not know. I will protect them. That will be job number 1. Doing anything and everything to protect my children. Even if it costs me everything else. I put the kids down at 9:30. Lincoln is restless, wanting Daddy to be here to tuck him in. Grace is more concerned with making sure the unreliable power cord to her iPad is working and that the device is charging overnight, because its battery is very low and she has to take a test on that tablet during first period tomorrow. I hold my breath through all that, shoving everything else out of my mind, determined to make tonight's lights out a routine one. Nothing unusual, just the Bowers family doing what the Bowers family does. Because something tells me that this may be their last night of normal. And now I will simply wait. I will sit in the family room with a glass of wine. And I will wait for David, or more accurately, the man who's always called himself David, who's been lying to me for more than a dozen years, to come home. 57. David Bowers leaves through the rear exit. As always, his coat on, scarf wrapped around his neck, watch cap on as well. He closes the rear door but, instead of leaving, lets out a long breath and rests his head against the door. A tough night for him, apparently. It's about to get tougher. Tommy Malone appears from the shadows, his gun drawn. "Don't move, David," he says. "Don't move." David jumps at the sight of Tommy, whose face is concealed by a black balaclava, covering him from the neck up, including his hair, leaving only holes for his eyes and mouth. David's eyes move to the gun, and 45 Hong Kong dollars with a long suppressor. "Don't move," Tommy repeats. "Don't make me shoot you." David manages to get his hands in the air, his breathing heavy, exhaling puffs into the frozen air outside. Michael Cagnina says, "Hi, David." David shakes his head. He's not going to give it up easily. Who? Michael Cagnina. He's hoping to get back in touch with... I don't know that name. Speaking of names, says Tommy, can we stop pretending yours is David? How about I just call you... My name is David. David Bowers. Damn, if Tommy didn't know better, he might buy this act. David's had a lot of practice playing pretend. What do you want? Says David. You're here to rob me? You know why I'm here, pal. Tommy takes another step forward. I'll shoot you if I have to, but I don't wanna... Look, you can have my wallet. I have money inside the restaurant. I can open it up. You can have whatever you want. I'll open it up. He reaches into his pocket for his keys. No, says Tommy. Calm the fuck. David tosses a ring of keys to Tommy. And then, as Tommy's attention is momentarily diverted, David makes his move. The problem with a suppressor on a gun, it keeps a gunshot nice and quiet, but it doubles the length of the firearm. David pushes down the suppressor with his left hand as he lunges at Tommy. Tommy moves backward instinctively, but not before David manages to connect the crown of his head against Tommy's mouth. A partially successful headbutt. The gun goes off with a thwip. David lets out a grunt as he falls into Tommy. Tommy manages to keep his balance as he steps back, David collapsing to the ground at his feet, and a pool of blood forming beneath David. Look what you fucking made me do, he cries. Then he turns and runs from the parking lot. 58. Midnight. My second glass of wine. I won't have another. I could use a little liquid courage for what's coming. But I want a clear head. My phone buzzes. I pick it up, expecting it to be David. It's not. Kyle, I say. Marcy, you're okay? His voice urgent, breathless. Yes, I'm on my way to you, he says. I'm bringing Officer Risley with me. I get to my feet. What hap, Marcy, listen to me. David's been shot. He's in an ambulance on his way to St. Benedict's. I search for words. He's lost a lot of blood. That's all I know. Officer Risley will stay at your house with the kids. I'm almost to you. Through the window, I see the reflections of sirens flashing. On automatic pilot, I grab a coat and head to the front door. A female police officer rushes up the front walkway. 2 kids, I say. Grace and Lincoln. I know, she says. If they wake up, I'll have them call you first thing. Now go. We'll be fine here. I race to the car and hop in the front seat. Is he alive? I say to Kyle. I don't know. Buckle up, he says before he floors the accelerator. 59. Kyle pulls his cruiser right up to the entrance of the emergency department. I'm out the door of his car before I realize it, feeling my feet running toward the double doors. People everywhere. A busy night. But Kyle takes my arm and badges his way past a door and security. I feel underwater now, unable to comprehend, unable to process Kyle's voice to some doctor, and then he pulls me along some more, lots of shouting and bumping, twisting and turning, and then my feet are planted and I'm in front of a doctor. Mrs. Bowers, I'm Dr. Grant, bald like David with wild bushy gray eyebrows and a long face, the man who is going to tell me. Tell me, the bullet nicked the femoral artery, he says, pointing to his inner leg. He's lost a lot of blood. We've managed to stabilize him, but he's going into surgery immediately. Is he? What are his? Can you save him? That's exactly what we'll try to do, Mrs. Bowers. He touches my arm. It could be hours before. It could be hours before the surgery will be done. Hours before I talk to him. If I ever talk to him. I snap out of my trance, bat and scratch and claw my way through the cobwebs. I want to see him. I look at the doctor, then at Kyle. I want to see him. Mrs. Bowers, I'm afraid I might never talk to him again. Please. The doctor's expression relents. 30 seconds, he says. Room 4. My focus suddenly razor sharp. I race to the door and look in. Blood everywhere. Doctors and nurses and assistants. Already turning the gurney toward the door. All I see of David is a heavy bandage over his exposed left leg. Stop! I shout. She needs 30 seconds with him. Kyle says. The doctor said okay. Everyone out. 30 seconds. God bless Kyle. Cop says it, they do it. I part the sea of white coats and surgical scrubs as they leave us alone in the room. I see David. My David. Not my David. Not my David at all. He looks 20 years older, withered and weak. He's been intubated, a thick tube in his mouth, and 4 in his neck. His eyelids flutter, struggling to open. When his eyes focus, when he sees me, he grimaces with pain. I put my face close to his. I know who you are, I say. I put my lips against his ear, whispering the name so quietly that only he could hear it. No matter the privacy we've been given, nobody else can hear this name. Then I lean back again, look at him square. Blink once if I'm right, twice if I'm wrong. I already know, but I need his confirmation. I need to see him acknowledge the truth once and for all. He blinks once. It was all a lie, I whisper. His eyes water up. Was I a lie? He blinks twice. A tear rolls down his face into his ear. He even manages to move his head side to side. Okay, I believe him. I do believe that much. He loves me. He loves our kids. He loves our family, what we've created. That is the only thing allowing my voice to stay strong and steady, my legs to stay functional, my brain to stay focused and alert. Even now. The detention center? Ask. That's when you first saw me? He blinks once. I reach into my pocket, remove the ring of safe deposit keys. This is where it is? I whisper. He blinks once. I lean down and press my lips against his forehead. I love you. The kids love you. Don't leave us. Stay alive, mister. For us. He blinks away another tear. Mrs. Bowers, we really have to go. I put out my hand, a stop sign. But he's right. My time with David is up. Don't worry about anything else, I whisper to him. I'll take it from here. Book 2. 60. When I was in high school, our health teacher tried to give us an idea of what it's like to care for a baby. She gave us an egg, and we had to carry it with us for a week without ever letting it crack. Everywhere I went, 24 hours a day, I had to make sure nothing happened to that egg. Walking to school, sitting down for a meal, getting ready in the bathroom, always I had to preserve that fragile little oval egg. That's what it feels like now. Balancing an egg in the palm of my hand, as I navigate landmines, as the earth quakes beneath me, as I shoulder the winds of a hurricane, as people known and unknown hurl objects at me and try to force me into a fail. Except that now the precious cargo I hold in my hands is the lives of my children. Everything I do from this point forward must be with an eye toward Grace and Lincoln. I have to keep them safe. I have to prepare them for the possibility of a life without a father and the fact that their lives will never be the same again. But first, I need to get through this problem. A problem I do not fully understand. One I must navigate without David's help. I don't know who wants what. I don't know whom to trust. I know a few things and I suspect a few others. I am flying on a wing and a prayer. All these thoughts run through my mind as I sit inside a bathroom stall in the hospital with the police outside demanding answers to questions. Some of which I can't give them, some of which I won't. I will not think about the fact that the man I have called my husband has lied to me repeatedly over the years. Lies of omission, outright lies, you name it. I will not think about the fact that my entire adult life has been a hoax, a fraud. I will not panic. I will not engage in self-pity. I will not even entertain anger. Those will be for later. I have to remain completely focused and on mission. I have to have eyes in the back of my head. I have to stay 2 steps ahead of the police and the people who want to hurt us. What am I willing to do for my kids? It's a question all parents ask themselves. A rhetorical question usually. Would you give your life for your children? Almost every parent would say yes. Would you lie for your children? Almost every parent would say yes. Would you break the law for your children? Would you kill for your children? Questions I've never confronted. Never thought I would have to confront. But now I do. I leave the stall and face myself in the bathroom mirror. The answer is yes to both questions. I know it now with a certainty that straightens my spine, that sends adrenaline to my every limb. I would break the law for my kids. I would kill for my kids. Waiting outside the bathroom for me is Sergeant Kyle Yanofsky, my old flame, the man I once thought I'd marry. Now, first and foremost, he is a law enforcement officer who may or may not have my best interests at heart. Ready to talk? He says. I am physically tired, emotionally spent, stressed, and unsteady. I'm about the furthest thing from ready to talk. Ready, I say. 61. Kyle takes me into a small room inside the hospital, some kind of lounge. There is a couch and a chair and a coffee station, where an old-fashioned glass pot rests on a burner, the smell of overcooked, stale coffee permeating the room. An old radiator with peeling paint hisses, the air almost overbearingly warm. On Kyle's phone, I watch the grainy black and white security footage from behind David's pub, showing the attack. A man wearing a ski mask accosts David as he's locking the rear door. The gun is long, a suppressor is attached, which must have given David the idea of reaching for it and redirecting it. It almost worked, after David tossed his keys to the suspect. David got his hand on the suppressor and even slammed his head into the attacker's face. But the suspect fired the weapon and ended it right there. I don't suppose you recognize the assailant. Kyle, who is holding up his phone, pauses it. With the balaclava and all, the ski mask. Oh. No, obviously I don't recognize the man. Any idea who it might be? None. As if I'm on autopilot. I don't know who it is, but I have an idea. Play it again, I ask. He replays the video clip from the start. It's no fun to watch. David getting shot and writhing in pain as blood gushes from his thigh. Hard to see for the second time. But I had to make sure. And now I'm sure. The assailant didn't want to kill David. That wasn't his plan. He wanted something from David, but not his life. I look at Kyle. You actually thought I might recognize this person while he's wearing a mask over his face or a balaclava or whatever you call it? Worth a shot. Kyle lifts a shoulder. Whether you can see his face or not, do you have any idea who would do this to David? The second time he's asked. I shake my head. But of course I do have an idea. Probably the same person who spray-painted. I know who you are on the wall of your foyer last week. I don't answer. Kyle fiddles with his phone, closes the video and opens something else before turning the phone to me again. A photo. A photo of the foyer wall in my house as it currently looks, freshly painted to cover up the spray paint. I had Officer Risley, the one at your house, babysitting. I had her take a picture 10 minutes ago, he says. Looks like somebody went to the trouble of painting over that spray paint pretty darn quickly. Who painted over it? Again, I don't answer. Was it you, Marcy? Not wanting your kids to see it? Or was it David? Not wanting you to see it? He touches my arm, but I pull it away. Don't touch me. Fine, fine. He raises his hand. But see, that matters to me, Marcy. Because I believed you when I pulled you over today, and you told me you had no idea about that spray-painted message. David hadn't told you. If it were me, in that situation, I'd have told my wife right away. But he didn't. Did he cover up the spray paint, too? I'm following him now. If David covered it up, if he repainted that wall, that makes me still in the dark. Innocent. He's wondering what role I've played in this. Am I an innocent dupe or a guilty co-conspirator? I decide it's time to take off the victim's hat and put on the lawyer's. Are you questioning the wife of the victim? I say, or interrogating a suspect? Honestly, Kyle takes a step back. At this point, I don't know. I steel myself, look him square in the eye. Then maybe you should read me my rights, Sergeant. But then it hits me, the years as a criminal defense attorney returning. I'm not in custody. I'm just standing in a hospital room, free to leave. So he doesn't have to Mirandize me. Sneaky. I'm done here, I say. Kyle shakes his head. I don't think so, Marcy. No? You're telling me I'm not free to leave? Then arrest me. Oh, you're free to leave, he says. But you won't. No? Just watch me. But something keeps my feet planted. Why won't I leave? He nods to me, plays with his phone. Because that video of the shooting? You want to see the rest of it, Marcy? 62. Kyle replays the video clip, starting it with David collapsing and the masked assailant running out of the camera's range. David, lying helpless by the rear door, desperate, initially clutches his thigh. But then he reaches into his jeans pocket and removes a phone, looks at it and tosses it. That's his phone, says Kyle. The one registered to his name, David then reaches into his jeans pocket again and wrangles out a second phone. A second phone. David had a second phone. I'd been wondering about that. That late-night call he made downstairs in the kitchen, which I overheard, while his cell phone was charging in the bedroom. The words I heard him whisper in a hiss. It's not that simple. Okay? That's his burner phone, Kyle tells me, stating the obvious. The video rolls on. David pushes a button on the burner and raises the phone to his ear. A single button, meaning he had the person on speed dial. He talks into the phone for around 10 seconds. Then he all but collapses, his head dropping lifelessly against the concrete as he goes into shock, the phone still clutched in his hand. Any idea who he called? Kyle asks. I let out a breath, look at the floor as the heat rises to my face. Not you, he says, again stating the obvious. Goading me. He knows he might be dying, and his last call isn't to you? Do you have a point? I snap. Or do you enjoy being an asshole? Kyle puts his phone in his pocket, trying to control his emotions. Marcy, I promise you, I'm not enjoying 1 minute of this. Who was he calling? Keep it under control, Marcy. Stay on mission. I have no idea, I say, though I do. Camille Stryker. Kyle looks at me for a reaction. I told you her name earlier today when I pulled you over. You said you didn't know the name. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold, even though it's quite warm in this room. And I still don't know her name. Is that who he called? I don't know yet. Neither phone is registered, not David's or the one he called. Both are burners, which is interesting right there. He again looks at me for a reaction. I just sent some detectives to her apartment. She isn't there. We tried to do a real-time trace on that phone, but now it's turned off conveniently. In case you're wondering, in case you don't already know, Camille lives in the Hampton Apartments by First Street. On a lease paid for by your husband. Stay focused. He's trying to get a rise out of you. I sit on the couch and bury my face in my hands. Marcy, the man in the operating room right now is not David Bowers. The Silas Renfro. I can't prove it yet, but I will. And Camille Stryker is his longtime girlfriend. She was a computer technician in the U.S. Marshal Service back in the day. She found out where Silas's secret location was in Rockford and helped engineer his breakout. She's his girl. She's always been his girl. And now she's pregnant, by the way. My hands remain over my face, elbows on my knees, as I take all that in. That was his final punch. He wants me to break. Whatever it is I know, whatever it is I suspect, he wants me to spill it. But I can't. Not yet. Not until I'm ready. Am I a suspect? I ask for the second time, this time through my fingers. I already told you. I'm still trying to figure that out. I draw a deep breath, sit up straight, and pat my knees. I'm not answering any more questions. I get to my feet and head for the door. He steps to the side to block me. Marcy, no. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. This isn't high school, Kyle. This isn't a spat. You're a cop, and apparently I'm a suspect. I have rights. What? He cocks his head, looking at me with a combination of frustration and abject disappointment. What happened to you, Mars? What happened to me? What happened is that my husband is hanging on to his life right now, and I've just come to learn that he's not the man he's always claimed to be. And my entire family is in danger. That's what happened to me. I'm going home, I say. When my kids wake up, I need to be there. I walk through the emergency department and let them know I'm going home, making sure they have my cell phone for any updates on David. Then I head through the sliding doors into the open air, far chillier than I remember. I don't have a ride. It would take forever to get a cab or an Uber this time of night. But I don't want to be around the police anymore. I'll walk home if I have to. I'm 2 blocks away from the hospital, rubbing my arms for warmth at 2:30 in the morning, seeing my breath hanging in the air, when a car pulls up alongside me. A Jeep whose shape resembles that of the car that was sitting outside my house the other night. The window buzzes down. I walk over, but not too close, leaning down to see into the car. A woman about my age, pretty. Long, kinky hair. Marcy, she says. I'm Camille. Do you know who I am? I nod. I have a feeling I do, I say. 63. Kyle holds the phone against his ear and replays the audio from the 911 call made earlier tonight. A woman's voice, urgent but calm, businesslike. A man's been shot. He's lying in the back of Hemingway's pub by the interstate. I don't know the address, but he's bleeding out. Send an ambulance. The call cuts off immediately afterward. The caller doesn't give her name. No way to be certain, but that voice sure sounds a lot like Camille Stryker's. That would make the most sense. David called her and told her what happened, and she called 911 for him. But he could have called 911 himself. Why call Camille first? A tearful goodbye? Was Camille his true love and Marcy just his cover story? Did Marcy know she was a cover story? No, couldn't be. Marcy wouldn't have lived a lie like that. Not Marcy. He dials Officer Risley, staying at Marcy's house for now, watching her children overnight. Hey, Sarge. Hey, Ginny. Is Marcy Bowers home yet? Nope. She's not with you? She left a little while ago. Didn't want to answer any more questions. Not sure. Not sure what to make of that. Want me to take a run at her when she gets home? It occurs to Kyle he drove Marcy here. She didn't have a ride home. She stormed out so quickly that he didn't think to ask if she needed a ride. That's okay, he says. But do me a favor. Keep a squad car outside her house tonight. He punches out the phone. Sergeant Yanofsky? Kyle turns at the sound of his name. A man, roughly shaved, dark hair peppered with gray, wearing a dress shirt open at the collar and blue jeans. Special Agent Francis Blair, FBI, he says. Chicago office. Blair, that's the name that Ollie Grafton mentioned. The FBI agent who wondered whether Silas Renfro really died in that attack on the FBI compound in Rockford. Thought I might be hearing from the Bureau. You worked the Michael Cagnina case. Blair nods. You have good information. What can you tell me about what happened? Kyle gives his best summary of the events of the night. Then he turns to his general suspicions about David Bowers. When he's finished, Blair looks duly impressed. So you think the guy in the operating room is Silas Renfro? That's a guess, but an educated one. Blair nods absently. He looks tired. He must have rushed down here from Chicago when he heard the news. Well, it's a damn good educated guess, Sergeant, he says. Let's get his DNA, test it, and prove it. I told the doctors to preserve him as much as possible, says Kyle. And there's blood all over the crime scene. Blair makes a face. You got the clothes he was wearing? Of course. Those clothes have blood on them. My team can extract that easily. He nods. Better I handle it. I can get the results faster. Good. It will be nice to have some help. Kyle's felt like a one-man operation looking into these matters. With someone from the Bureau on board, an expert on Michael Cagnina at that, his confidence is growing. He's going to solve this thing. If he really is Silas Renfro, says Kyle, you've got him on dozens of offenses, I assume. Oh, he's Silas, all right. Blair lets out a loud chuckle. And once I prove it, he says, I'm going to hang a dozen federal M1s around his neck and personally sit in the front row while they stick a needle in his arm. He looks at Kyle. That a straight enough answer? 64. My chest burning, I slide into the passenger seat of the Jeep driven by Camille Stryker, a woman who has known David longer than I have, who has known a different person from the one I've known, who has known about me all along while I didn't know about her. She is wearing a flannel shirt with a winter vest over it, but even through the thick clothing I can see that she's a workout fanatic. Her features are soft, though, long eyelashes and a tiny nose. You're in danger, she says. Your family's in danger. Where are your kids? Sleeping at home, with a police car outside my house and a cop sitting inside. Okay, good. She blows out a breath. Good. I appreciate your concern, but it would have been nice if someone had let me in on the news a little earlier. My sarcasm isn't helping matters, but it's better than putting my hands on her throat. My first instinct. She starts driving. The police must be looking for me, she says. I thought we should talk first. She glances over at me. I suppose I should say I'm sorry. I don't need your apology. She nods. Well, for what it's worth, I told him to tell you. All along I wanted him to tell you. But David, he made a decision. When all the stuff was happening to you guys, someone moving things around in your house, putting a dead rat in your son's Halloween bag, stealing your dog, all that, David figured they were seeing how he'd react. They weren't sure he was their guy. He looked so different than he did before. That much I can believe after seeing the photos of him I found in the attic. He went from a chubby, brown-eyed, curly-haired kid, with ears that stuck out cartoonishly, to a bald, physically fit, blue-eyed man with his ears pinned back. A lifestyle change and some plastic surgery did wonders for him. So he figured his best play was to act like he didn't know what was happening, she continues. To play dumb, basically. He figured if he ran, if he took you and the kids and fled town, it would be confirming their suspicions. He'd have to be on the run forever. He thought he could bluff his way through it. Actually, it probably was his best move. The only mistake he made was not telling you. Exactly. He was hoping to keep all his secrets, just that. Secrets. He thought you might do something rash, she says. That you might insist on running. He thought you were safer not knowing. That was part of it, I'm sure. The other part, he thought I might leave him if I knew the truth. What's done is done, I say. I don't have time for hindsight or sorrow or regret or anger. Not now. Later. I take it he's in surgery for a while? She asks. That's why you're going home? I nod. Do they have a prognosis? They don't know. I try to block out that fear, shove it into a separate compartment of my brain and lock it up. If I let everything that scares me affect me, I'll become paralyzed. If I let myself be consumed by my feelings for this woman who has shared secrets with my husband, I won't be able to function. I can't let that happen. I need to learn what she knows. And, more important, what she doesn't know. When did it end? Ask. Your and David's relationship, should I call it? About 3 years ago. He sent me packing. Why? Ask. Why'd he do that? She shrugs. He said he just wanted to be alone with his family. I think back. 3 years ago. Yes, that makes sense. 3 years ago was when we decided to build the new house, when I pointed at the for sale sign on the vacant lot at 343 Cedar Lane and said, here, this is where we should build it. And yet you're back, I note. We kept in touch over the years. I guess it's hard to let go completely. A light rain falls, pitter-patter on the windshield. I look out the window and see that Camille is driving in the direction of my house. This time of night, with no traffic, I'll be home in less than 10 minutes. The police think David is Silas Renfro, that you're his girlfriend, and that you helped break David out of that detention facility in Rockford, I say. I know. I already had a nice visit from that ex-boyfriend of yours. The sergeant. What did you tell him? Nothing, she says. What are you going to tell him now? A smile briefly plays on her lips. Nothing. I made a vow and I'm going to keep it. Why? What do you think I should tell him? Nothing. She pulls the car over to the curb, puts it in park, and turns to me. Did they get a video of the shooting? I nod. I saw it. Do they know who shot him? I shake my head. He wore a ski mask. A bala something, they called it. A balaclava? Right. But how'd it go down? Was it a hit? What I mean, I know what a hit is, thank you. And no, it wasn't a hit. He was talking to David. David made a move for the man's gun, and it went off. Camille shakes her head with a hum. That sounds like David. Those words slice through me. Another woman, a complete stranger, talking about my husband in such intimate terms. But it doesn't make sense, she says. They had him tonight. The guy had a gun pointed at David. Why not just pull the trigger? If they've finally figured out that David is who they think he is, if their suspicions are finally confirmed, just pull the trigger. That's how the mob usually works. No conversation. No last words. No explanation. Just wham bam and get the hell out of there. But that didn't happen. Why would the shooter possibly want to speak to David? I shrug my shoulders. Like I have no idea. But of course I do. And now I've learned something important. Apparently, David kept secrets from both the women in his life. Camille doesn't know about the money. 65. Tommy Malone trudges down the side of the hill, almost losing his balance as he skids along the paved running path, currently slick with ice. The wind whips through his hair as he moves forward gingerly. There is no light this time of night. Ahead of him, looming like a great monster rising from the river, is Anna's Bridge, still under construction after the accident. This spot, he assumes, is almost exactly where David Bowers was standing on the night the car went off the bridge and into the Cotton River. A night when David Bowers almost lost his life. A night that would expose him, ultimately, as being someone other than David Bowers. He pinches the bridge of his nose. The ibuprofen he took is finally starting to kick in. He should have known how strong David would be. And how desperate, too. Now he has a splitting headache and a fat lip to show for it. Jesus, if Tommy hadn't stepped back and avoided the brunt of that headbutt, if David's head had landed just an inch higher and connected with Tommy's nose, who knows how that would have turned out. From his jacket pocket, he unscrews the suppressor from the 45 Hong Kong dollars and tosses it overhand into the center of the river. The noise of the turbulent water and whipping wind drowns out all other sound. He doesn't hear or see the long piece of metal hit the water. It just disappears into a murky mist. He continues walking as he takes apart the firearm itself, removing the slide off the frame, the secondary and mainspring, the disconnector and control lever, the trigger bar and ejector, frisbeeing them into the river one by one as he walks. When he's done, when the firearms in a dozen different pieces, some sinking down to the bed of the river, some light enough to be whisked away by the choppy flow, he stops, lights a cigarette, breathes out, rolls his neck. First job is done, the weapon's gone. He squats down, trying to control his anger. Fuck. 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 Shooting David was the last thing he wanted to do. Now what? How is he supposed to get the money now, with David in the hospital clinging to life, with all eyes on him and the rest of the Bowers family? All his work trying to be covert, trying to operate under the radar, and now the whole damn town knows that David Bowers has been shot. There's only one answer, of course, and it won't be easy, Marcy. He has to find a way to get Marcy alone. 66. Sergeant Kyle Yanofsky holds out his hand. Special Agent Francis Blair hands him back the phone after watching the footage from the security camera. Just like you said, Sergeant. No way to identify the shooter. No facial features. And he was wearing gloves, so no prints. We're looking for the weapon, Kyle says. Blair grimaces. If that guy works for Cognina, he wouldn't leave the weapon behind. He wouldn't be that sloppy. He's already dumped it. What's your gut tell you? Kyle asks him. Is everything that's been happening in Hemingway Grove? Is this Cognina's work? Gotta be. Blair parks himself in a chair and rubs his temples. He looks exhausted, Kyle thinks. He recalls everything he read about the Cognina case, everything he learned from Ollie Grafton, too, the attack on the detention center where Silas Renfro and the other two witnesses were kept. And then the fallout. Fingers pointing in every direction. Blame assigned. Careers destroyed. Including Blair's, Kyle imagines. True, they salvaged the case with the tax evasion convictions, but the FBI suffered a real black eye with that attack. I lost friends in that attack on the detention facility, says Blair. And after that, do you know how hard it was to get witnesses to cooperate in any mob case? We'd promised them safety, security, and they'd throw Michael Cognina in our face. It takes Kyle back to when he was a rookie on the job, and his field training officer took a bullet during a domestic disturbance call. He remembers sitting in the hospital, holding the hand of his partner's wife, wondering if he should have done something different during that call, if he could have prevented it. The guilt, the worry, was as heavy as anything he'd ever felt in his life, and his partner survived. Blair, he lost friends that day. Kyle can't even imagine. So what now? Kyle asks. Blair blinks out of his trance, gestures to the evidence sitting next to him, the sealed paper sack containing David Bowers's clothes. One step at a time, he says. We know David is Silas, but we need proof before we can act. So I'll run the DNA and confirm it. Blair clears his throat. Sounds like he's got a cold. In the meantime, I think it's best we downplay the federal involvement. Downplay as in, I'm not here at all. Kyle was wondering if that would be the direction Blair headed. So our official statement to the media? You want us to say that for now, all we know is that it appears to be a robbery gone wrong. Exactly. The public would believe that. The owner of a restaurant, accosted at gunpoint as he's closing up? Most people, their first thought would be a robbery. Kyle nods. But you're not worried about what the public thinks. You're worried about what Michael Cognina thinks. Exactly. Blair pushes himself out of the chair. Silas Renfro has been officially declared dead. The Bureau were not looking for him. Nobody's looking for him. Nobody's been looking for him for the last decade and a half. Except you, says Kyle. Well, he's crossed my mind from time to time, Blair concedes. Like, every single damn day of my life. This guy seems okay, Kyle thinks. He can't imagine what it would feel like to have a case torture you for 15 years. What's Cognina's next move? He asks Blair. Blair runs his hand over his hair, paces around on that question. He's been low-key this whole time, right? Definitely, Kyle agrees. Seems like he's been sending messages to David with all the shit he was doing to their family, right? Because he didn't want to call attention. He wanted to be sure David was really Silas Renfro before he made a move. He's probably been watching him, baiting him, collecting information. Now he thinks he has his man. Thus the gunman tonight. But he didn't just shoot him in the head and leave, Kyle notes. Right, that's the weird part. So what's his move now, Sergeant? Think like him. Think like Michael Cognina? Kyle lets out a chuckle. Special agent. Just call me Blair. Okay, Blair, the most excitement we get around here are drug busts, maybe an occasional B&E. We don't even have street gangs down here. I'm not sure I'm the guy to be reading the mind of a Chicago mobster. Yeah, well, you were smart enough to come up with a pretty good theory about Silas Renfro. Kyle nods. Thinks on it. To know what Cognina will do next, we need to know something we don't know. Or at least I don't know. Which is, what does Cognina want? Kyle says. He could have easily shot and killed David tonight and walked away. But it didn't look like that was the plan. So what the hell does he want? Blair wags his finger at him. That's the question, Sergeant. That's the question. 67. Francis Blair picks up the evidence bag, the sealed brown bag containing David Bowers's clothes. I'll rush a DNA test on this, he says. In the meantime, no mention of the FBI. Okay? Got it, Kyle says. Not even to Marcy? Blair rubs his neck. He meant what he said. Kyle's a smart guy. Putting together what he put together about Silas Renfro and Michael Cognina, that was good police work. But Kyle's not all the way there. He asked the question a moment ago, what does Cognina want? Why didn't he just kill David and walk away? There's an answer to that. But Kyle doesn't know the answer. Kyle doesn't know about the money. The real question is, does Marcy? Or did David keep it from her? What are your thoughts, Kyle? Is Marcy in on this with David or not? God. Kyle shakes his head, frowns. I've known her my whole life. I just don't see her being a criminal. But maybe I'm too close to it. Maybe I see the girl I grew up with and can't see the person she's become. Well, that's an awfully honest self-assessment. This guy's as straight as they come. Blair puts his hand on Kyle's shoulder. This is important, Kyle. This is for all the marbles. How we handle Marcy depends on whether she's a victim or a co-conspirator. So, did Marcy know David's real identity all this time? Kyle wipes at his mouth. I told her my suspicion earlier today. I told her point blank that I thought her husband was Silas. First she laughed. Then she got more serious about it. He poses a hand in the air, trying to find the right words. I just can't believe she was making that reaction up. I don't think she knew. All this time they were married. I think she thought her husband was just plain old David Bowers. Okay, well, plus, Kyle adds, plus I just can't believe that Marcy would ever marry a fugitive who killed dozens of people as a hitman for Michael Cognina. And raise a family with that man? I don't see it. He takes a deep breath and gives a presumptive nod. More I think about it. Blair. I'm convinced she didn't have any idea. That's how Blair figures it, too. But better to hear it from a reliable source. Now he can plot his next move. We have to protect her, says Kyle. We have to protect that family. Blair looks at Kyle and nods. Sure, but low-key. Low-key. Kyle doesn't seem to like that idea. Keeping the FBI out of it, sure, I get that. But I'm not going to be low-key about protecting people in this town. Marcy Bowers and her kids aren't going to be used as bait for some mobster. No matter how badly you want to catch him, it's like Sergeant Yanofsky is reading his mind. Blair raises his hands. I wouldn't dream of it, he says. 68. I sit on the couch in our family room. A child's head on each of my shoulders. Grace and Lincoln still sniffling and moaning as I stroke their hair. When I broke the news, when I told them that Daddy got hurt and the doctors are trying to fix him, they cried. then calmed, then cried again. The combination of abject fear and hope has produced more shock than pure sadness. Their lives have been turned upside down in the span of those 11 words, and they don't know how to process it. I don't know either, but I have to be the rock. I have to hold it together, the phrase that has become my mantra, that I have reminded myself of over and over. Hold it together. Give us good news, I silently pray. We haven't been religious as a family, but I do believe, and I am praying to the God I have neglected all these years to show my family mercy, to bring my children's father back to them, and to bring my husband back to me. I can't decide that right now. I have to prioritize, and what all this means for David and me going forward does not even come close to the top of the list. I'm trying to juggle so many other things, trying to stay ahead of what's coming, to make sure the kids get through this alive and with at least one parent. Is he gonna die? Do you think he'll live? Why did this happen? Each of those questions, and derivations thereof, they have asked me repeatedly, hoping for different and better answers each time. Your daddy's strong. I think he'll be okay was the best I could do. Unable to channel David's unbridled optimism. Afraid to overpromise. In the next few hours, I'm being told the surgery will be completed no earlier than an hour from now. We may be getting very bad news, and I want the children to be as prepared for it as children could possibly be. I check my phone. It's now past 7 in the morning. I want to give the kids as much time in the comfort of their home as possible before we leave. We should probably get you guys dressed, I say to them, Grace still in her notorious RBG long sleeve shirt, Lincoln wearing a Cubs uniform for pajamas, his matted hair sticking in 10 different directions. The text messages and calls are pouring in now. News travels fast in Hemingway Grove. After the first dozen or so, I wrote a message and copied it so I could answer everyone with the same note. Thanks for your thoughts. It means a lot to us. We are staying hopeful and will speak to you soon. I leave the couch and walk over to the window. 2 TV vans have pulled up, a reporter fixing her earpiece as a cameraman sets up, though the patrol officer stationed outside my house has ordered them to maintain a distance. I assume there will be more reporters at the hospital. It's not every day that someone gets shot in HG. To say nothing of the fact that the victim is the Cotton River hero, who only recently was featured in a video that went viral online. I can only imagine the headlines, the leads on the broadcasts. A man who only months ago was celebrated for a daring river rescue now finds himself clinging to life in a downstate Illinois hospital following an apparent robbery. An apparent robbery is how our newspaper, the Downstate Sentinel, has chosen to characterize it after a brief statement was issued by Hemingway Grove police. So it seems like Kyle has not yet decided to go public with his suspicions about David. But it's only a matter of time. Secrets don't stay secrets in HG. I'm taking the kids upstairs to get dressed when my phone buzzes. It's Camille, whose number I put into the phone. How are the kids? She asks when I answer. I don't respond. That's none of her business. Let me help you, she says. Let me help you make sure they're safe. 69. Mrs. Bowers. I look up, startled, though I shouldn't be. I've been expecting him. I've been waiting more than 2 hours with my children in this waiting room as they play on their phones. I try to read the face of the surgeon, still in his scrubs, that shiny bald head of his, as he gestures to the side and walks away, expecting me to follow. Hang on 1 second, guys. Okay? I kiss both my kids. I'll be right back. Dr. Grant opens the door to an examination room and holds it while I walk in, the pungent smell of iodine greeting me. I say a silent prayer and turn to the doctor. Well, the surgery went as well as it could have, he says. We've repaired the arterial damage, and we've oxygenated him. But, there's a but. The way he phrased that. He lost a great deal of blood, he goes on. When you lose blood volume, you lose blood pressure. Your blood carries oxygen to the brain and other organs. So we've done our best to maintain blood pressure. We've pumped in other substances to maintain the pressure, but they don't carry oxygen. We're transfusing him, giving him blood, but you can only do that so quickly. What does that? Is he going to live? I hear the words coming out of my mouth. I don't know. It's too soon to tell. It's also too soon to know the extent of anoxic brain injury. He might have brain damage, yes, from the oxygen deprivation. But there's no way to know his neurological state until he regains consciousness. If he regains consciousness, if the doctor helps me to a chair, the cushion makes a hissing sound when I sit on it. We've induced a coma, the doctor says. He's stable. But there could be some tough days ahead, Mrs. Bowers. You should probably prepare yourself. 70. Okay. Kyle, we did what you asked. One of the surgeons, whose younger brother Kyle went to high school with, hands him a plastic dish. The bullet. Thanks. And we left him intact. Whatever you guys are looking for under his nails or cuts or abrasions or whatever, we kept him as pristine as possible. Kyle nods. How's it looking for him? The surgeon's eyebrows rise. Tough sledding. Odds are against survival, much less functionality. Kyle puts on a pair of rubber gloves, turns to Officer Risley, his best forensic officer, who is also putting on gloves. We need to clean him up for the family, says the doctor. I got you. Shouldn't take us more than a half hour or so. Kyle and Officer Risley enter the room. Kyle tries to remain clinical, pushing away any thoughts he might have about David and Marcy. But personal or not, part of the job or not, it's never easy to see someone lying with tubes coming out of his nose and mouth, IVs in his neck and arms, machines expanding and contracting, whistling and buzzing. Ginny goes to work on David's left hand while Kyle looks him over. The nurses and doctors and surgeons did as he asked, cleaned him up as little as possible. David has significant bloodstains caked on his forearms and hands. Otherwise, most of the blood is limited to the regions below the waist, where the injury occurred, and David's backside, as the pool of blood spread beneath him on the concrete. And one small spot of blood above David's left eye. Okay, Ginny, let's start with prints. Get as many as possible. Sure thing, Sarge. I'll probably have to clean off his hands. Want me to look under his fingernails before I do that? No, that's okay. There wasn't that kind of contact. Go ahead and clean his fingers if you need to. Whatever it takes for a good print. He steps back. Lets Ginny do her work. Like most people who've been grievously wounded, David looks almost like a different person lying in that bed, all color removed from his face. Were it not for his chest expanding and contracting, in fact, he'd look like someone who'd already died. Marcy, he thinks. Boy, has her life taken a sudden turn for the worse. And then one more thing, Ginny, he says. When you're done with prints, let's maybe get a couple of samples for DNA. Yes, he knows Blair already plans to do the DNA testing at the FBI offices. But no reason why he should miss the chance to collect a few more, just in case. Prints and DNA, ballistics on the bullet. He's gonna make sure HGPD does its part of this case right. 71. Tommy Malone puts on sunglasses and a COVID mask before he leaves his car. Say what you want about the pandemic, but it normalized the practice of disguising one's face. Especially when you're on the grounds of a hospital, where most people still wear a mask as a matter of course. In his case, it helps obscure the fat lip he has from last night, from David's headbutt. He needed another round of painkillers this morning, too, though he's feeling better now. The hospital parking garage is the perfect cover. People are always coming and going. So much easier than going to Marcy's house, which is basically off-limits now with the police car stationed outside. He finds her SUV on the second story of the covered garage. He keeps walking and looks casually around, pretending to use a device on his keychain to find his own car. But seeing nobody around, he doubles back to Marcy's car. Another quick look around, Then he drops to his haunches and slips the GPS device under the rear fender, hearing the hard click of the magnet. Just as effortlessly, almost without breaking stride, he heads back to the stairs of the parking garage. He pulls out his phone and sees a nice round orange dot for Marcy's vehicle. He'll be tracking her wherever she goes. "Now I just need to get you alone," he whispers. 72. 3 hours later. The kids need to get out of this room. They've weathered the initial shock, seeing their father in this state. They've talked to him, told him stories, stared at him. There is a limit, especially for children. They don't want to leave, and they claim they're not hungry, but they need a change of scenery. I send a text message to Camille, who meets us downstairs in the hospital cafeteria. I get chicken nuggets for Lincoln and some buttered noodles for Grace and put them at a table. Camille is standing at a distance, waiting for me. "Tough times," she says, nodding at the kids. "I can't imagine. You'll be imagining soon enough. Though I hope not under these circumstances." "Oh yeah." She puts a protective hand over her belly. "That's right. So how do you want to do this?" "Stay with the kids at all times," I say. "They won't be going to school for the foreseeable future. Certainly not next week. I'd like them to stay at home or here at the hospital, but I'm not sure kids can be cooped up like that 24/7. If they want to get out, like to a park or something, I'll go with them." "Good. I'll be around a lot too." She cocks her head. "A lot? But not all the time?" I look back at the kids. "A lot, but not all the time," I say. "I can't completely give up my law practice. People are counting on me. You need protection too, Marcy. Maybe. But not the same kind of protection as the kids." "David would want me to protect you too," she says. I pivot, looking directly at her. But this is not the place for a scene, so I take a breath and lean into her ear. "Don't ever tell me what David would or would not want, as if you know him better than I do. You don't. Got it?" She draws back, chastened. "Okay. Sure. Fine. David would want me to work through this as best I can. And that means I may have some things I have to do without the children. So promise me that when I'm not around, you'll protect the children." "I promise. I swear." "Good. Now come meet the kids. They'll like you." "You think?" "Why?" "Because you won't talk down to them. They hate that." She seems to appreciate the comment. She's about 40 and soon to be a first-time mother. I know from experience that she's wondering what kind of mom she'll be. "And when does this going off and doing things without kids begin?" she asks me as we walk. "This afternoon," I say. "I have to be gone for an hour or so." 73. I let Camille spend time with the kids in the children's room of the hospital before I leave. It's not age-appropriate for them, this room. It's more for younger kids. Its walls painted with images of barnyard animals wearing goofy smiles. But there's a TV that occupies them, and it's better than a regular waiting room. Beggars can't be choosers in a hospital. As I thought, Camille's good with the kids. She's not a coddler, not sugar-sweet, but sincere and straightforward. I let out a nervous breath and check my watch. It's getting close to 4. This time of year, that means it will be dark very soon. Time to go. The kids aren't happy about it. I tell them they can see Daddy again if they prefer. But Mommy has to run an errand, just for a little while, and Camille will stay with them. I head to my SUV, parked on the second level of the hospital's parking garage. I start it up, back out, and drive toward the exit. My headlights come on automatically as dusk falls. The community bank of Hemingway Grove is on the other side of town. The parking lot is small, and that's not where I want to park anyway. I choose a remote location down the street, taking the last spot of on-street parking, located in front of a Japanese restaurant that closed during COVID and is now shuttered and vacant. But 3 doors down is a travel store. A little bell rings as I enter. I don't have much time. But it's not hard to find the section for luggage, prominently highlighted in the rear of the store. I buy every oversized duffel bag they have, 11 of them in total, plus a couple of luggage pullers. The saleswoman is so thrilled that she offers to throw in a free travel wallet. I carry my purchases to my car, where I stash them in the back. Then I hustle across the street and walk to the community bank. I'm there at nearly 4:30, just 30 minutes before closing time. I walk up to the teller. "I'd like to open some safe deposit boxes," I say. She sends me down a flight of stairs to the lower level. A woman is waiting there for me. She asks me if I meant to couch my request in the plural. Absolutely I did. 3 safe deposit boxes in total, I say. The largest size you have, 74. Well, that didn't take long. Marcy's SUV leaves the hospital just after 4 o'clock. Tommy uses his monocular to see into the vehicle from his spot across the street. As far as he can tell, Marcy does not have her kids with her. He puts his car into gear and follows her. She keeps to main roads. She drives past the community bank. For a moment, Tommy was sure she was turning in there, and ultimately does a U-turn, finding a parking spot a block away on the opposite side of the street. Where is she going? She's parked next to a boarded-up restaurant. Next to that is a convenience store and a travel store. She gets out and heads into the travel store. Tommy parks his car a block down from Marcy's and waits for her to come out. She isn't in there long. She knew what she wanted, which apparently was a bunch of large duffel bags and a couple of luggage carriers to pull them. Interesting. Marcy returns to her vehicle and tosses her new purchases in the back. Then she crosses the street on foot, navigating through traffic. She walks down a block, and yes, she's headed to that bank after all. She could have parked in the bank's lot, but she chose not to. Instead, she chose to park far away and enter the bank after dark. Tommy can't help but smile. Hiding something, Marcy? He parks his vehicle a block farther still from Marcy's. Then he jogs over to her car and jumps into the back seat. He puts on his balaclava and waits. 75. Uno, Camille calls out, setting down a card in the pile. You're down to 1 card? Grace looks over her cards at Camille. Are you sure you're playing right? Why? Are you accusing me of cheating? Camille winks at her. I'm just saying, you won't have this card. Lincoln sets down an ace into the pile. Camille's striker? Camille turns and sees a man, roughly shaved and middle-aged, wearing a button-down shirt and jeans. Wondering if I could have a word with you. Looks like law enforcement. She's ready with a response, no comment, but not in front of the kids. I'm watching these kids. Understood. We'll step over here. They'll never leave your sight. The man walks over to the threshold of the room and leans against the wall. Presumptuous of him, but okay. I'll be right back, she tells the kids. The man has his credentials open as she approaches. Francis Blair, FBI. He quickly tucks away the wallet. Wanted to have a word with you. Shoot, she says. Doesn't mean I'll have one with you. I understand. Sounds like Sergeant Yanofsky hasn't had much luck with you. But you think you will? He smirks, nods at the kids. Funny. Sergeant Yanofsky told me that just the other day Marcy Bowers denied knowing who you were or ever hearing your name. And now here you are, babysitting her kids. Maybe we just met, she says, trying to stay on top of this but feeling like this conversation is going to be different from the others. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Blair works his jaw. Sergeant Yanofsky also told me that you used to work for the U.S. Marshal Service in Chicago as a computer technician. He thinks you're Silas Renfro's girlfriend, and you hacked into some secret information and found out where Silas was being held. You helped him escape, which would put you in the soup for the murders of everyone who was killed that day. If that were true, yeah. Is it true? He asks. She looks this guy over. Typical bureau guy in her experience, one part cocky, one part self-righteous but competent. In his case, she suspects more than competent. I'm not sure I want to answer that question, she says. He smiles, too ready of a smile. A smile that isn't a smile. Looks like you're carrying, he says, nodding to the bulge at the ankle area of her pants. I have a permit. Not for a hospital, you don't. You can't have a firearm in here. Unless you're law enforcement like me. And I'm pretty sure you're no longer law enforcement. Camille. Shit. He's right. She didn't think of that. Damn it. He has her and he knows it. One call to Sergeant Yanofsky and you're on the hook for what? What's the state charge on this? Unlawful use of a weapon? We'll figure something out. Is that what you want, Camille? Right now, in the middle of all this shit, you have to spend the better part of a day, if not overnight at this point, in a local jail. She steels her jaw. What the fuck do you want? I want the truth, he says. The local cops can chase their tails all they want. I prefer it that way for now. But you and I both know you're no computer technician. So tell me everything I need to know, and do it now. 76. I leave the bank just as it's closing at 5 o'clock. They were nice enough to put my 3 new safe deposit keys on a chain with a little plastic tag bearing the bank's logo. It is now full-on dark, and, like clockwork, the temperatures have dropped at least 10 degrees. I pull my collar up and walk down the street until I reach the spot where my car is parked on the opposite side of the street. I don't know if what I just did is the smartest thing I've ever done or the dumbest. But I have to settle this problem, and I have to do it on my own terms. I use the key fob to open the car doors, but I don't hear the familiar crunch of the doors unlocking simultaneously. I pop inside the car and start it up, and then I feel cold metal pressed against my neck. I freeze. Hi, Marcy. Remember me? I look in the rearview mirror. The man is wearing a black ski mask. Balaclava is apparently the right term. To me, it's just a black ski mask, meaning it covers his entire face, save his mouth and his eyes. It's not the first time I've seen those eyes, nor is it the first time I've been able to see his eyes and only his eyes. Still a piercing blue color, still cold as ice. Silas Renfro, 77. For a moment I think I'm dead, or will be any second. The barrel of his gun remains pressed against my neck, his eyes still on mine in the rearview mirror. You don't seem surprised to see me, Silas Renfro says to me. Are you starting to figure things out? Or have you known all along? I can't yet speak, my breath whisked away by the rush of adrenaline. The abject terror of seeing those eyes staring into mine. I figured out enough last night, researching a man and a case I'd put behind me, the prosecution of Michael Cagnina. I figured out David's identity, and I knew he wasn't Silas Renfro, that he couldn't be a cold-blooded killer. Put your hands on the steering wheel, Marcy, so I don't have to keep this gun pointed at your head. I do it quickly, wrapping my trembling fingers around the steering wheel. I'd do anything to get that gun away from me. The gun that shot David and may have killed him. Silas removes the gun from my neck but stays close, leaning forward from the back seat. I should have figured he'd try to find you once he rejoined the world as David Bowers, he says. He'd ask me about you after you'd come for our attorney-client visits. His cell was down the way from mine. He couldn't hear us, but he could see you. He thought you were beautiful, of course. But he said you seemed formidable. He was positively smitten with you, Marcy. I try to picture it. David in a cell of his own, looking through the eye slit at me while I sat outside Silas's cell, talking to him. But enough about the past, he says. Let's talk about now. I couldn't help but notice you just bought a bunch of duffel bags. And I see you've got a ring of safe deposit box keys around your finger. You're moving the money, aren't you? No, there's no time for games, he snaps. I know David has that money. Don't play dumb with me. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I'm trapped, cornered, without any help. Tell me his name, he says. Tell me your husband's real name, because I'm getting tired of this wide-eyed innocent routine of yours. And if Michael Cagnina doesn't get his money back, your entire family is dead. Instead of a dead rat in little Lincoln's trick-or-treat bag, I'll put a bullet in Wesley, I shout, bursting into tears, losing it right there in the car in front of a man who would kill me without hesitation. My husband's real name is Wesley Price, the accountant for Michael Cagnina, the man who risked everything to take down a mobster. 78. After he's finished laying out his theory to Camille Stryker, Special Agent Blair glances over at the children in the play area, Grace and Lincoln Bowers, arguing over a game of cards. The boy he takes after his father, or at least how his father looked when he was Wesley Price, before plastic surgery and a shaved head altered his features and he became David Bowers.